Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus. Hey, and welcome to day 3 of Quilt Fest. Hey, we're so happy that you're here this morning. And hey, guys, again, we've got a great show for you. We hope you're well rested. We hope you have your coffee there beside you or your hot tea, and you're ready for a full day of shopping and good education. And man, we got some great stuff. Again, we're going to have 2 educational sessions today that we're going to have for you. And then we got a lot of demos from machines throughout the day from some national educators. The guys, I got to tell you about Quilt Fest. So if you're just getting tuned in, this is the first day you've joined us. We started this on Monday. We're going to be here all week. And Quilt Fest basically is a quilt contest that we're having that you could enter a quilt, and then we open it up for voting. And then also it's an opportunity for you to get to see new products and some older products, existing products that we've had, and get, reintroduced to them, and with some of the best educators in the nation. So that's what Quilt Fest is all about. And it's also all about getting some great deals. And so that's what we do. We work really hard here to try to bring you some of the best specials in the country. And so that's what I do. I really work hard on that part of it. And but I tell you guys, it takes a whole team to put this on. We have so many people behind the scenes that y'all don't ever get to see, but the whole company, there's Kyle and Andrea and Roger this morning. And then next door to us, we have an office there, and we have Deb and Candace there, and Rhonda and Marina. They're there. They're working on the chat on Facebook and YouTube. So you're going to see them coming up, answering your chat questions there. And they're going to try to help answer as many as they can, because I know a lot of chats are coming through. And then we have a whole team of people that are on our live chat on the website. So like if you go shop on our website and it pops up, do you want to chat to somebody? We have a whole they can take your orders as well. And then we have Nick's team at the call center. He has 8 operators on the phone this morning answering your calls. And then Laura Cook has her whole customer service team. I think she has about 8 people there too this morning, answering the phones and trying to help you out. So it's a whole team effort. Even our accounting team has to get involved doing things. And the warehouse guys, man, they are putting the hours in this week. Thanks to y'all. They're busy out there in the warehouse, working long hours trying to get your shipments out. And I talked to them this morning, and they've already got a pile of product out back waiting on the FedEx trailer to come. So it's amazing how the process works, but it takes a total team effort, I promise you, to put this on, and a lot of people involved. So thank y'all for your attendance and support. And I guess we could not do this without our great sponsors either. I tell you, man, I'm so happy that they got on board in doing this. But guys, I got to start out too. I don't know if y'all have had a chance to actually go look at the quilts that were entered. But man, there were some unbelievable quilts that were entered this year. And if y'all look at to my right here, these are the golden scissor trophies. So we don't have the nameplates on them. So whoever wins will have their engraved nameplate on here. So they're going to get this in each category, the modern or traditional category, along with the ribbon that they can actually put on their quilt. And then second and third place of each category will get a ribbon as well. And but you know what, Kyle? That's not all they're getting. They're getting a pretty nice little prize package as well.
Prizes.
Everybody gets a prize. All 3 places in each category get something. And so it's pretty exciting. But guys, you know what we're going to do this morning? We're going to announce our finalists.
Yep.
So what do y'all think about that? We're going to announce our finalists, and we're going to actually show their quilts so y'all get to see them. Now, I'm not going to announce these in any particular order. But I'm going to say, like the first category will be the modern category, okay? And then I'm just going to announce, some people, the 3 finalists, and we're going to show their quilts. And then Friday we'll actually tell you who actually won and which place they're in, and it'll be pretty cool. So we'll go first through third place on Friday. But today, in not any particular order, from the modern category, Kyle is going to show that first quilt, and I think it's called Cancer Survivor. Is that it?
Yes.
So the first one's called Cancer Survivor. That was submitted to us by Linda Fox. And Kyle's trying to, I don't know if we can bring it up really big, but if y'all want a really closer look at it, he's trying to blow it up. There we go. If y'all want a closer look at that, you can actually go to the website in our, SewingMachinesPlus.com at the very top of the page of the banner. says Quilt Fest. You can click on that, and that'll take you to that page, and you can actually go and view all the quilts that are entered. But again, guys, look at that quilt, all the detailed work on that. So that's one of our finalists. Our second other finalist in the modern category, I think it was called Bookshelf Quilt. Bookshelf Quilt, and that was submitted by Barbara Brown. And
this one's really cool.
That's really a neat quilt. Look at that. The detail of that.
Yeah.
I mean, what you don't realize is how much work goes in, because each one of those, to make that look like a book, that is a separate quilting piece.
You got the picture of the dogs over here.
Yeah, I mean, the picture of the dog, the sewing machine on the shelf. I mean, to me, I just don't see how people are this creative.
I don't think I could ever.
It's hard for me to imagine, but I tell you, guys, that is just such an awesome quilt. And so anyway, we sure do appreciate, Barbara Brown submitting that. And then the next modern quilt that was submitted was called Winds of Change. And that was submitted by Denise Looney.
I think it's this one.
Is that the Wind of Change?
Yes. Yeah,
okay. And again, I love this quilt. I absolutely love this quilt. And, guys, we're trying to show you the detail work on it. That's what you don't see now. We get the pictures submitted to us, and we have several criteria, and you can go to that, again, like I said, the web page on that quilt page and actually see some of the detailed photos. But the quilt work up close is pretty incredible on this. And to me, this is just you could hang this on a wall just as an art piece. It is so beautiful. But this is one of my favorite ones. I really like this one as well. So that was our three finalists in the modern category. Now in our traditional category, we also have three finalists. And the very first one was submitted by, it's called Sand and Sea. And it was submitted.
This one.
Yeah, I really like this too. This was submitted by Barbara Gary. And again, if y'all can see the details of this, this was just incredible. And I really like this quilt. Yep. It's just a very nice colors combination that she put together. And again, you don't think about who would thought about putting the browns and the brown tones with black and the blues and things together to make this quilt. I mean,
this one's one of my favorites. Just the color combinations. It looks.
I know Kyle said
really
Kyle
nice.
From day one said this was his favorite one that was submitted. It's just incredible, the color combination on it. I would have never thought those colors would look good together, but they just pop.
Yeah,
looks so good.
Look great.
So again, anyway, that's the next one in the traditional category is called Solar Flare. And this was submitted by Carol Lombardi.
This one's Carol's.
And this was pretty awesome. And I got to tell you a little story about Carol Lombardi. Carol lives in Arizona, and Carol has been a long-time customer of ours. And she, we had they gave me a quilt challenge a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
In
ready to sew.
Yeah, we sell these ready to sew quilt kits, and we had a table runner, and I was talking about how easy it was. Anybody could do it. Well, Carol was one of the people that chimed in and said, well, if it's so easy, won't you do one? So I actually did the challenge. I made one, and I went head to head against one of our professional quilters here, and I held my own. So we showed it on the show. Well, I challenged her and a bunch of people. I said, I challenge y'all to get one of our quilt kits and make it and enter it in our Quilt Fest last year. She had never quilted before, guys. She entered 2 quilts last year and used our kits that we sold, and got a lot of votes. Well, this year, I guess she got the bug, because look at this. Yeah. She submitted this. And this is what I'm just reason I'm talking about this, guys. This is a year. Look what she did.
How much she progressed.
She progressed, had never quilted a year ago. And now look at this. This is just an artwork. And Carol, I am so proud of you out there. I just want to let you know that, because this is just beautiful. And for this to be, you've only been quilting for a year, and to put this out, that just tells you how much talent people have out there that they don't even know they have in them. And
she got started by using our ready to sew quilting kits. It's a great way to get started into quilting.
It is. It's a great way to start, because you don't have to pick the colors. You don't have to really pick anything. It just all the stuff is provided, and it's pre-cut together. So you just have to kind of sew it together and then be creative with your free motion quilting on it. And so that's what Carol did. So, congratulations on Carol for doing that. And then the next one was called Big Star, the Big Star. There it is right there.
There you go.
And that was submitted by Tiffany Groff. And again,
that's a big quilt.
It's a huge quilt. Yeah. The word big is emphasized on this, Big Star. And again, look at the color combination on that quilt, guys. I mean, they just pops off the page. And I'm just so impressed with everybody that submitted one, and pretty awesome. So, but again, that's our 6 finalists.
Yep.
And so congratulations to all of y'all. Guys, this is what y'all got to realize as well. We had over 28,000 votes that voted, and these 6 quilts got the top votes. And so, just to get in that category, to me, you got to be extremely proud, no matter what place you end up getting, because I have out of over 28,000 votes, and you're in the top 3 in your category is pretty awesome. So congratulations to all 6 of you. And Friday, we're going to announce the winners. We'll do it in the category, the 3rd through 1st place, countdown with them. And we'll see get to who gets that scissor trophy.
Carol says, thank you for challenging me.
Well, you're welcome, Carol. Hey, and I challenge each and every one of y'all, if you want to get in and do this, we're going to have this next year.
Yep.
Hey, we have those ready to sew quilt kits. Makes it easy for you. Just get one of those and make your first quilt. Try it.
And I believe we talked about next year, we're going to have a first-time quilter category.
Yes.
So don't be afraid going up against people who've been quilting
the
for
key
years.
thing, Kyle. Yeah. That's a great point, so next year we're going to have a first-time quilter category. And so you won't be going up against these people who have quilted before. That'll be your first quilt you've ever done. You're going to submit it, and then you'll get to go against all first-timers. So that'll be a really cool thing that we're going to do. So look forward to next year. And again, you can use those ready-to-sew quilt kits. Makes it easy. You don't have to do all the cutting and picking out the colors. So again, I got to tell them what they're going to win now. So the great thing about it, if we could go back, there we go. I'm going to tell y'all what they're winning. So first place in both categories, they're going to win a Brother PRS 100 with that free motion quilt kit. And we're going to have that on the show today. You'll get to see that product. But what a great prize. We're going to give that for first place in each category. Second place in each category, they're going to get that Juki HZL DXS or DX5 sewing machine. And so that's going second place in each category. And then third place in each category, they're getting a Janome 3160 PG, that 100th anniversary sewing machine. So great prizes for all 3. And then they're the first places in each category. They're going to get the golden scissor trophies. And then all 3 of them get a ribbon to put on their quilt. So, or all 6 of them, I should say, get ribbons to put on their quilt. So great stuff ahead, guys, and we're pretty good. So, hey, guys, we're ready to get started. But first up, I got to acknowledge some people out there watching today, some of our folks out there. Hey, we got Erin Potts. She's watching in Ohio. So good morning, Erin. Celeste Woe is watching up in Illinois. Good morning, Celeste. Ella Bly, North Carolina. She's one of our regulars. And we have Jessica Blevins in Kentucky, Lisa Mayhem in Kansas, and Vicki Edwards in Missouri. So I recognize a lot of those names. They're all here this morning. And thank y'all for joining in. Hey, if we have any first-time viewers, and this is the very first time you've ever seen one of our shows, give us a 1 in the chat and just let everybody know you're new and this is the first time, because the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms. They're all going to tell you hello. And we sure do appreciate you joining in and joining the SMP Nation. And we're going to have some fun today. Again, I got to tell you, our finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. So on Monday, we picked a finalist for the $50,000 Dream Studio. And our first finalist was Linda Hilliard. So congratulations, Linda. Yesterday, it was Beth Cleary. So congratulations to Beth. And today, it could be you. All you have to do is just go out there and start doing chats, in the chat, ask questions, making comments, all those things. And, go, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe, hit that bell notification. If you're on Facebook, hey, like it. If y'all share the video to your pages, it'll actually increase your chances to win as well. And all that activity will help you get into the finalist position. If you voted for one of the quilts, that helps you. So there's a number of things you can do. Also, we're giving daily stuff away today. And at the end of the day, we're going to give some stuff away. And that's just participation from today. So if you do any kind of questions and make comments, that'll enter you to win today. And we got a lot of stuff to give away. So guys, the total prize package for this week is over $123,000. 50,000 of it is for the Dream Studio. Yeah. And then, so I think we figured up we had about $45,000 worth of stuff we're just giving away each day, like for the total week.
Yes, yeah.
Something like that.
Excluding the Dream in the first, second, third place.
Yeah. I think it was about $50,000 worth of stuff that we're just giving away randomly every single day. So everybody has a great chance to win something this week. So it's pretty awesome. And, again, we couldn't do this without our great sponsors. And but guys, one of our sponsors is up this morning. We got Grace in the house. And I hope y'all are ready to get going. Y'all got your coffee. You're ready to sit back and relax and watch, because we have Janna Mathews here. We have Kory Burrows. And this morning, we're going to talk all about that Cunique 19. Guys, this is one of the long arm quilting machines from Grace. And I tell you, the Cunique series of machines are just awesome. We're Grace's #1 dealer. We sell more of these machines than anybody out there. And I tell you, we know this machine very well, and it is just a rock star. So this morning, we've got Janna and Kory. So y'all guys, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. Happy to be here.
Man, we're happy you are here. And I'm super excited to talk about this Cunique 19 because, again, we sell so many of the Cunique series, the 15s, the 19s, and the 21s. And so I know this 19 is kind of in the middle, but it is a rock star, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't want you to tell the other Cunique machines, but the 19 is my favorite.
I'm not going to say a thing.
Okay.
Well, y'all tell us all about it this morning. We're going to let y'all get going.
Thanks, Blaine. Kory, welcome to the SMP event. This is your first time at any event for the SMP. How is it so far?
It's great. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. Well, today we're talking about the Cunique 19, just like Blaine said, and this is pretty an awesome machine, right? Like, it's just like our other Cunique machines. It's got the amazing stuff happening with it. Kory, why don't you tell us a little bit about the stitch modes that we have on there?
So on our Cunique 19, we have 4 different stitch modes. We have our regulated precise, our regulated cruise, our based, and our manual modes. And each one can be used a little bit differently depending on what kind of style you're wanting to do with your quilt. With your precise mode, the machine or the needle is going to move precisely how you move the machine.
So when you start, it starts. When you stop, it stops, right?
Exactly.
Precise.
And it's going to move at the same speed. Yep. And then with our cruise mode, it's almost like setting your car in cruise control, where that needle is going to continue at a constant speed. But at the same time, if you go faster than what that speed is, then that needle is going to speed up with you.
Oh, perfect. So you can use it for like stitching the ditch and filling in small sections where you don't want your machine to start and stop.
Yeah, where you don't want like those weird stitches because you're doing really fine detail or something like that. So yeah, that's a really great mode as well. And then our based mode, is just for doing that quick base stitch to hold all your layers together. And then manual is just if you want to set the speed and just go.
Right. So they're not encumbered by the encoders. You don't have to worry about the stitches per minute because it's just how fast you go. But the problem with that is if you're going too fast or slow, not being consistent, you can get different size stitches, right?
Yeah. That one, your stitches are not going to be regulated by the machine itself. So you have to do all that regulation.
Awesome.
On your own.
What I love about the 19 is that to go between those, you have 2 options, right? You've got your touch screen, which we showed earlier. So let me take a closer look at this touch screen. You can see just going between the precise mode that we have it on here. I can just touch it because that's the wave of the future, right? Touch screens takes me to cruise. It takes me to based. It takes me to manual. So I'm easily able to go in between each of them. And then in that touch screen, I can go between my stitches per inch. I'm not limited to just a specific size or a different way. So I can go up or down with just the plus or minus, or I can jump with the jump keys. So that's really helpful. But you're not limited to the touchscreen, right? What if you're sewing and you're going along, and then you want to change something, but you've got your hands on there, and you just know if you move your hands, something's going to happen.
Yep. So we've got our buttons up here on our handles as well. So if you don't want to take your hands off the machine to, adjust your settings or whatever, you can do everything right here where your fingertips already are by just pressing these buttons up here.
Including going between the modes and the stitch lengths and the needle jog, right? Like, why would we need needle jog when you're quilting?
So needle jog is actually a really cool feature. It's one of my favorite features on our machines. And it's really great for if your thread breaks or you run out of bobbin or something happens where you are having to kind of start back where you left off at. What the needle jog does is it takes your needle down in little tiny increments. So that way you can get your needle to where it's sitting just on top of the fabric. That way you can make sure you're going exactly in the hole that you left off at. So there's no weird stitching when you continue on. It's just a nice continuous line.
Or that space, right? That's going to bug you forever, of like that space, just a micro amount of space between your stitches that no one else will notice, but you'll notice as the quilter what's going on.
Oh yeah, yep.
So another lovely thing about the 19, which is different than some of our Cunique machines, is the handles also extend out, right? I love this because I'm not a tall person. So when I'm adjusting for my length, I need to adjust the handle to come out all the way. Also, whatever way I'm wanting to hold my handles, I can move them to the side. I can move them this way, whatever is most comfortable for me to hold. That way, when I'm reaching back to the back of my frame, I'm not extending it or trying to reach too far. Another thing, you were just telling me one of the favorite things that you like about the 19 is the thread mast, right?
Yes. Yeah, I really like the thread mast on this one because I believe you guys were talking about the 15 the other day.
Yeah.
And if you remember on that machine, the thread was back here in the very back of the machine. Where on this one, it's up here, right, and kind of more towards the middle or the front. So if you're changing out your thread or whatever, you don't have to come around to the back side of the machine to do it. You can do everything right from the front of the machine, from switching out the thread to rethreading the machine. It can all be done right here from the front of the machine. So that's one thing that I think is really convenient on the 19-inch machine.
Yeah. Well, and I love on the 19 too, different than other Cuniques. On the side here, we've got the exactly how you're supposed to thread it. Right? It gives you number 1, number 2. It doesn't tell you just like, here's your things and go, right?
Yep. Yeah, so there's little markings here that, show you exactly what step. So this one shows as 1, then step 2, step 3, step 4. Shows you exactly how to thread your machine so you never mess it up and so your tension is always good.
Yeah. I also like, since we're over on this back side of the machine, the fact that like all Cuniques, the 19 has a bobbin winder that's not connected to the other part of the machine, right? So you don't have to stop to wind your bobbin. You can. I don't know many quilters that can quilt and bobbin at the same time, but it's a different motor so that you can put your needle down on your quilt, not lose your spot, refill the bobbin, and then come back to it without having to have that issue.
Yeah.
So what kind of bobbins? Now we've talked about the bobbin winder. What kind of size bobbins does it take?
So it uses the M-class bobbins, same as all the Cunique machines.
The M-class, so it's larger. You could be able to do a larger quilt with that.
Yep.
And is it easy to switch out? What kind of bobbin stuff does it have on the 19?
Oh, the bobbin is super easy to switch on this machine. So we've just got our little case here. And if you can see that there, this guy just pops open, and then your bobbin's just right there. You just got to pull it out.
Oh, perfect.
So it's super easy to get into, super easy to switch your bobbin. Yeah, it's great.
It's not a difficult, like there are some other domestic machines or other machines where they've got the bobbin on top. So it's nice. You can just slide it to the side.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the other features that I like with the 19, different than the 15, is it does have that longer throat space, right? So you've got 19 inches of throat space to work with. That gives you 2 to 2.5 inches you're losing for your rails, whichever kind you have. And then, boom, you got 17 inches of quilting space, right?
Yeah, yeah. And the 19 is awesome because of that, and lots of quilting space.
Yeah, I love the 19 because it gives you that feel of that big long arm, but it has that smaller kind of footprint, but you still are able to design and quilt a lot more.
Yeah, yeah. It's a big machine, but it's comfortable to use. It's not heavy to move around. It's very simple to use.
Yeah, so you said heavy. So why is the 19 not as, even though it's bigger, why is it not as heavy as the 15?
So it has quite a bit of a slimmer design to it. And then also a lot of our top stuff up here is all plastic instead of metal. And so that just makes it, a lot lighter for you to move around if you ever have to. And then it just makes it lighter to glide around on your frame. It's just a better design.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to lift. And that plastic is made with a high polycarbonate, right? So it's shatterproof and resistant and going to give you that strength without giving the heft of the metal casing.
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the great things I love about the 19 this month, I know that we're doing, is that we're doing a package, a quilting accessory kit. So what all that comes with the quilting accessory kit?
So the accessory kit has some great accessories in it this month. So we have our ruler base.
Okay.
So that way you can do all your ruler work that you want to on there.
Excellent. I love ruler work.
It has our 3-piece hopping foot.
So does that, which ones, does it include the ruler foot in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
So you got the ruler base and the ruler foot. And then what are the other two hopping foot that come in there? I believe it's the micro stippling and the open toe, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then the next is...
And then you also get 3 rulers.
Because you can't do ruler work without rulers, right?
Yep. Yeah, so we give you everything to get started. And then you get your mini quilt clips and then bobbins and needles.
Excellent. And those packages of bobbins and needles, is it just one extra or do they have a large amount?
Yep, so it's 10 of each.
10 of each.
10 needles and 10 bobbins.
So your whole kit to get started in the world of free motion, you got your ruler base, you've got your 3-piece hopping foot set, you've got your rulers, your mini quilt clips, the bobbins, the needles, and your machine, right?
Yeah, it's really everything you need to set up and just get going and making those beautiful quilts.
Awesome. So let's put a 1 in the comments if you have been thinking, if you've had a Cunique 15 and you're wanting to upgrade to the 19, or if you're going from a domestic to the 19. So let's see how many people are just like ready to go, especially with this accessory pack going on right now. So stick a 1 in the comments. We'd love to see that. One of the other things about the 19 I love, while everybody's putting their 1s in there, is that it's a high-end stitches per minute, right?
Yes.
So the 15 had 1,800.
1,800, yes. And this one has 2,000.
2,000. I don't think there's been a time that I've been using the 19 I've ever beeped because I'm going too fast, right? Now, maybe if I'm just being silly and stitching something off, but not like actual quilting. I've never gone that fast. I don't know who is going that fast.
Yeah, that's pretty good speed. So you got to be going pretty quick to outrun your machine with the 2,000 stitches per minute.
So I'm seeing a lot of 1s in the comments. So
that's awesome.
I think everybody needs to buy this, but let's go back to Blaine and see what kind of wonderful pricing you guys have got on the 19 this month with that free accessory pack.
What are the questions? Well, hey, we got a couple questions real quick, and I'd like to ask y'all if we could, Janna. One of them was the warranty on that machine. Do you know what the warranty right off the top of your head is?
Yeah, so it's a 2-year with the manufactured parts and a 5-year for the outer body casing.
Okay. And then the other one, somebody asked, if they buy the 19 right now, can they upgrade it and put robotics on it at a later time?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. Do you want to talk about the robotics?
Yeah. So our automation can go on any of our 19 machines. So, you can definitely start out with the 19, get used to that free motion, or get used to just quilting with the machine. And then definitely you can add on that automation once you're ready for it.
Yeah. And the automation also, you can do the beginning set, which takes you from everything that you would need to get started, or you can go right to the pro, which has a lot more design features and helps you do.
You can do your own designs.
You can do your own designs. And the other thing I love about Quilt Motion is that you can do with the design section, you can quilt a design and then have a design around it, right? Like you can manipulate it. It's not just one whole pantograph.
Pattern eclipsing.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
That's super fun.
Yeah,
but
it's very fun to do.
And I think this month with the 19, it's also 25% off if you're wanting to get started with the QCT. Is that right, Blaine? Maybe.
Hey,
sorry.
I also had another question for you too. They're asking, what frame options do you have for the 19?
Oh yeah. So with the 19, that's a great question. How many frames does it fit?
Any of them.
Donna!
Any of our grace
frames, right?
It'll fit on.
The Continuum, the big one, 8, 10, 12. The Q-Zone Queen, 8 foot with the 2 rails. Then we've got the Q-Zone hoops that we showed yesterday. I showed with Laurel, the hoop and the standard. And then yesterday you guys saw the cutie. The 19 can fit on the cutie, right? Like that just blows my mind that you can have a small footprint for your area, but a 19-inch throat.
Yep. And you can do automation as well with any of the
Wait. So you can do the automation on the cutie with the 19?
Yes. Yep, you can.
That's amazing.
It is. It's pretty cool.
So let's talk about that pricing, Blaine.
Well, you know, real quick, Janna, before we do that, and Kory,
Okay.
A great point y'all just made. You know, somebody right now out there that already have purchased the cutie, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They've already had that cutie and they've used in their domestic machine. They can easily put a 19 on it and upgrade, and then they can put robotics on there, and then they can even come back a little later on and upgrade their frame to a continuum frame and go to a 12-foot. So, or 8, 10, or 12. So that what's so great about the Grace and the Cunique series is there's so much versatility and that you can do with it. And I tell you, so anybody can start just pretty much anywhere in that lineup, and you're not like wasting money. You know what I mean? You can invest a little bit of money and just keep adding to it and growing as you grow in the hobby. So that's what I love about it. But we're going to tell everybody exactly how they can get this and the pricing on it, because guys, we got a great price on it right now. And again, Kyle's going to put that overlay up there. It is $56.99, and that is actually a really good price on this. And again, $56.99, you're getting that Cunique 19 machine, and you're getting that a free accessory pack as well. And Kyle, is that, and then they got a frame option. Is this with the frame right here? That's without the frame, and then they're going to be able to have the options of the frame. So when y'all go, if you want to go check this out, go to our website right now, and up in the search bar, just put Cunique 19. That's going to take you to the product page. You're going to be able to see this. It's $56.99, which is a great price on that head with that accessory pack. Then it's going to be a drop-down box that you're going to have, and you're going to be able to pick your frame. So there's a wide variety of frames that you can pick to go on this with some different price points. But again, guys, you can get into this right now, a full-blown quilting machine like this, 19-inch, for well under $10,000. Well under $10,000. So that's the great thing about this. Again, if you need some help with this, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, and we can talk you through what frame is going to be the right frame for you. And again, it comes down to size. If you want to have some real portability, that cutie frame that we've shown you on the show, it'll fit right on there. This is the maximum size of throat space that you can put on the cutie. And then later on, if you did get some room in your house where you could put an 8-foot frame or 10 or 12, you can always move up to that continuum frame. Or if you just wanted to go the Q-Zone frame, the Q-Zone already has legs on it. It's going to be it's a 5-foot frame. If you wanted something that's going to be stationary, that's not as it's not going to be portable like the cutie frame. But again, guys, we have a wide variety of frames to fit your needs. But guys, we also have some special financing, and we're going to ship this free to you nationwide, right to your doorsteps. So again, guys, this Cutie 19 is an awesome machine, and we're super excited to be able to present this to you today. So let's go back and with Kory and Janna. And I always put you on the spot, Janna, but I always tell you, I always ask you, which is your favorite feature and what's your favorite machine? Well, you kind of already spilled the beans today. The 19
I did on the 19, yeah. Yeah, the 19 is always, I try not to be biased, right? Because there's a Cunique machine for everybody, right? Whether you're just getting started, the 15's a great starter one, and it fits in so many great spots. And the 21's amazing for those long places of, just so much more quilting space. But I have to say the 19 is kind of my favorite. And my favorite feature about the 19 is the fact that you're not sacrificing speed or motor or anything, that you can do those 2,000 stitches per minute. So you're going to be just as fast on the 19 as you are on the 21 or the 15. What's your favorite, Kory?
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard. I really like them all. But yeah, I mean, it really kind of depends on what I'm doing. If I'm using automation, I do have to say I do like the 21.
You like the 21 with
but
automation,
just free motion, the 19 is amazing.
So let's talk a little bit more about the frames that the 19 is available on. So right now we have this on the continuum frame. It's set up as a half size, so just the 8-foot size.
Yeah,
so
4-foot size.
Or the 4-foot, yeah. So half of the 8-foot, and then it can go on the continuum, right? So if you got a big area, because we always say, like when people ask us, people will say, go big or go home. And we say, go as big as you can fit in your room, because there's nothing worse than going as big as you want in your area and then you don't quilt because it's hard to get around, right? Like if you're trying to get to the backside for things and you have to pull it out each time. So it's like, make it for what you can put in your area. So that's what Blaine was talking about, which frame will work for you, right? Yeah. So if you've got the space for the continuum, great. You're not going to regret that. However,
the amazing things too is with our continuum frame, if you have it set up in the 12-foot configuration, you can do up to a king size quilt. But if you have our hoop frame, you can still do up to a king size quilt.
And if you have
our cutie, you can still do up to a king size quilt. So no matter what frame you have, you can do whatever size quilt that you need.
Yeah. So you're not going to be stuck, oh, I have a small area and now I can only quilt hangings or baby quilts or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, Blaine talked about those people who already have the cutie, and I know because I've used a domestic on a cutie, and there's nothing more frustrating than wanting to do a bigger area and you bring it forward and you realize, oh, that's all I got. I got the 8 inches. That's as much as I'm going to get to. So getting the 19 on your cutie is going to blow your mind, right?
Yeah, and it gives you full utilization of that cutie too, because those arms extend out to 19 inches. So it gives you the full area that you can use on that cutie.
Right. So you're not going to feel, and we had at an event recently, we had a cutie set up with a 19, and we had one of our dealers come by that was in our area, and she's like, oh, I didn't know you could put the 19 on the cutie. I thought you could only put it on the Q-zone hoops and the continuum. She's like, I thought it would tip over. And so we're like, try to tip it over. And she was like, wow, that's a lot more sturdy than I gave it credit for. She's like, I'm going to start telling people you can get the 19 on the cutie.
Yep.
The other thing I love about the 19 going to all the different other sizes, right, is like Blaine was saying, you can grow. So if you've got the cutie now, that's where you want to be. And then situation happens where someone moves out, or you get a shed that works, or you decide the garage is the place because the car doesn't have to live there, and you get a bigger space. The 19 can grow with you, right?
Yep.
So you're not stuck with, oh, I bought this and now this is where I am forever. The other thing though is you can also grow your frame to be bigger, right? If you get the continuum at 8 foot, you can then add on the 2-foot extension to go to 10, right? About that too.
Yeah, everything we make at the Grace Company is made to progress with you as you increase your talents, from frames to the automation to the machines, everything.
Yeah. So besides the great, amazing package that's coming free with the 19, what are some other accessories that they can get with the 19? So we've got rear handles if they want to do.
Yeah, so if they ever want to do like pattern work or something where they're working from behind the machine and following along with a pattern, we have our rear handles that they can use on there.
And what else? What other accessory would they need if they were going to do pantograph work from behind?
So we have a laser. If you have your own patterns that you're trying to copy, you want to print them out or whatever, we have a little laser that'll shine down on that pattern, and that way you can just trace it along with that laser. We also have our Pattern Perfect, which is like a hard plastic pantograph that you drop your little pin in the pattern and your machine will move exactly with that pattern because that pin has it locked in place. So it perfectly copies that pattern on there.
The one thing I love about pantograph work versus free motion for me is sometimes I get going on that free motion and then I roll up my quilt and I think, oh no, what pattern was I doing in this line? Whereas with the pantographs, it's easy. I just know which one I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I had a tip from one of the people lately that I've talked to on the phone too about pantographs, that it doesn't have to just be paper patterns. It could be plastic. It can be stencils. You can even use fabric. If you like a design in a fabric, you can draw your own. So having that additional pieces are really great as well.
Yeah. The possibilities really are endless.
Yeah. So we've got some other great accessories we're going to be talking about later in the week that's new with the Cunique machine. So stay tuned for later today because we're going to talk about those. That's the Luminous light bar. We're going to talk about our thread. We're going to talk about our new Wonderfoot and our Cunique Perfect ruler and some other things. But yeah, so there's additional pieces that go along with Cunique. So just thinking, oh, how do I get started? What's happening? This accessory pack, right? It's the ruler base, the 3 rulers, the 3-pack of hopping feet with the ruler foot, the open toe, and the micro stippling. You get the mini quilt clips. What else am I forgetting? The bobbins,
Yep, needles and
10
bobbins.
pack of bobbins and 10 pack of needles. So to get started, right, an amazing deal. I mean, you saw what Blaine was we're selling it at. It's so great that you can add on if you already have a frame or if you want to get a frame. It's amazing what you can add on there, right?
It is. Yep.
So is there anything else, Kory, you want to talk about the 19? Any other things you want to say to our friends here at SMP?
I mean, it's just a really great machine. It is an excellent machine, whether you're just beginning into quilting or you've been doing it for years. The 19 is not gonna, you can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, I like that you're saying, even if this is your first time quilting, it is not something to be intimidated. Yeah, not to be intimidated about. The 19 is easy and friendly and helpful. And of course, you got the amazing prices going on right now. So thanks so much for joining us today. We're going to throw it back to Blaine and see if there was any questions that we missed in the comments.
Well, hey, Janna and Kory, thank y'all so much. Hey, we were just sitting there talking about this. Quilting can be confusing, especially when you're picking out your machine and the frames and different things. And, so we have something for everybody. So if you wanted to just start out, like we were talking about with the QD frame and put your domestic machine on it, and then, or if you already have a QD, you can upgrade and go to a 19 and put on it. So the price ranges are pretty much customized to whatever somebody's need is. But we were just talking about, you could get the 19 right now with the continuum frame from 8 foot to 12 foot with full robotics for $12,000. That's
amazing. Wow.
That's insane. I mean, to think about that price, Sam, $12,000, guys, you can have a fully robotic quilting machine on that big a frame, a 12-foot frame. So again, that if you think about, people usually talk about robotics, they're talking about these machines on 12-foot frames up to $30,000. So we're at $12,000. And then if you just want to get a continuum frame on the 19, it's $8,500. So again, you can get in this very inexpensively. And then if you just wanted to buy a QD frame and that head, you're talking still just a little over $5,000 on that. So we can get you in for a lot of different price points. And again, I know it's confusing, but we're going to, work with you as a customer. Just give us a call, everybody, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in Cunique 19, go to that product page, and you can also talk to our live chat agents. They can help you out. But we're going to be able to custom fit whatever your needs are, whatever frame size you need are. So that's what we do, and we're the best at it in the country. And we're Grace's #1 dealer, and we sell a lot of these machines. So our folks know these machines extremely well. So again, guys, I got to say a big thank you to Janna and Kory out there from Grace. And I know that we'll probably see them later on the day and in the week. But again, Grace is one of our sponsors. We sure do appreciate them and what they do for us and that relationship. But guys, again, if you have any questions about that Cunique 19, you see it right there. The head is $56.99. We have a multitude of frames that you can add to that. And then right now, the special is, if you give us a call, not only is that a special price, but you also get that free accessory pack that you can see right there on the right of the machine that's going to come with it. And then we're going to be able to get you the frame that you need for this. And again, if you already have a Cunique frame, or you already, let's say you're just you have a Q15 out there on a frame, and you're already wanting to upgrade from that Cunique 15 to a 19, it's going to be an easy transition. All you'll have to do is just buy the head. So we have a lot of different things. So guys, we're doing free shipping nationwide right to your door. We have some special financing available from Synchrony Financing. So give us a call, 800-401-8151, or just visit our website and type in Cunique 19 in that search bar, and it'll take you right to the product page. So guys, we're going to continue on, and I hope y'all enjoyed that presentation with the 19. I love those Grace 19s. Next up, guys, we got a treat for you. Hey, we have Brother in the house. Brother is another one of our sponsors, and we sure do appreciate our relationship with Brother. But we have Jerry Granata in. Guys, Jerry is a unique individual. This guy, he was in the Navy for years and years. He was in the band. He played in front of dignitaries and presidents. He is an unbelievable quilter. This guy is so good at quilting, and he's just a jack of all trades when it comes down to embroidery and sewing and things. And so we always love when Jerry comes on the show. So Jerry, welcome to the show. I know we're going to talk all about that Persona PRS 100 today.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. Hi, Blaine. How's everybody doing today? I'm so
Man, I'm doing
excited to
great.
be here.
Man, we're good you're here. I always have fun with you, and I tell everybody, you kind of are the one responsible for me buying my wife that the Brother 3600D, because I got your advice about whether to get her a 4x4 or go up. And you was like, go up to the 6x10. So so I always thank you for that. But today we're going to talk about this PRS 100, and this got to be, to me, one of my favorite machines, because people just don't realize the versatility that you can do with this one needle embroidery machine. And then we're going to, later this afternoon, we're going to even talk about how you can quilt with it. And I know you're a professional quilter, and I know you're going to be able to talk quilting with this, but this thing it does it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And I'll add to that. I'll make a controversial statement. I think that this is probably one of the most versatile embroidery machines on the market, and we're going to get into why. So if you don't mind, I'll just go right into it. I'll take about 10 minutes just to do an overview. I'll have you come back and do a little talk, and then I'm going to set the machine up, and we're going to actually do some embroidery with it. So the reason why I say it's controversial is how many embroidery machines on the market that you know of that can also do free motion quilting? Yes, an embroidery machine that also does free motion quilting. Now, like Blaine said, I'm going to be back this afternoon, so I'm going to really fine tune that, and I'm going to show you exactly how the free motion itself works. It's absolutely incredible. This is a do-it-all machine. Now, who is this machine for? This is a single needle. We call it a semi-industrial machine. It's in the same category as our 6 and 10 multi-needles. But who is this machine for? So this is for, I like to break down to like 3 different types of people. So if you have, the first type is if you have a 10 or a 6 needle, this is a great machine to set aside to do just your hats or just do your monogramming. It's one color at a time, much like a flatbed machine, but it's much more versatile. And I'm going to show you why. So if you have a 6 or a 10 needle, get this machine. Do not walk, run to get this machine. Those of you who are in the South, I've been down there. I know how y'all are. If you could hoop up your cat and your dog, you're going to monogram it. I know how this works. So this is a perfect monogramming machine because it's one color at a time. So if you're working with one color, perfect. If you just want a hat machine, set up your hat hoop, perfect. You want it for that. The second person is the person who already has a sewing machine that they love, but they want to add embroidery. And, most people will run out and get the wide, y'all are correct. I love that. Thank you, Robin. You're going to get the wide, just flatbed type of machine. And that's great. However, this machine is still in that price point there, and it gives you something to consider because a flatbed machine is going to be most on average 27.8 inches wide. This machine is 18 inches wide. So you have about 10 inches less of foot space. And you'll see once I switch over to the machine, I have this set on my sewing table. I just took my machine off, put this machine on, and it fit right on my sewing table. So I can sit down with this machine to embroider or free motion quilt. So I just think that's incredible. Also, the third person is for the person who wants to jump into this kind of semi-industrial, multi-needly kind of world. And it's such a great price point that it's not going to break your budget. And you're going to feel like you can learn this. Maybe you want to jump up to the 6 or 10 and again, save this machine. Don't trade it in, save it. You're going to love it. You're going to use that for your hat hoops, and then you might jump up into the 6 or 10. But again, it's a great way if you really kind of want to test out these waters. This price point is unbelievable. And again, if you're looking for an embroidery machine only because you have a sewing machine, what better machine than this? And I'm going to show you exactly why. So let's head on over to the machine. I'm going to switch my camera here, just go black for just a second. And there we are. Here is the persona. Now, again, if you've seen us at shows, you've seen our 6 needle and 10 needle. This is very much the same. This whole setup here is almost exactly the same thing. So you've got your single. This is the magic right here. This is the single arm. And why this is so great is because you can do all of those weird shaped, rounded type of things. On this machine, you could do sleeves, you could do cuffs, you can do pant legs, you could do hats, you could do tote bags, shoes, all those things that you really either can't get into a flatbed or it's very difficult to do so. So this machine is for you. There's also a table that you can get on for this as well. So if you were going to do any quilting, you could get the optional table. But I'm going to tell you, see, you're going to have to come back this afternoon when I do free motion quilting, because I'm going to tell you a better deal if you want the table. So there, I've teased you for that. Also, we have a new, this is a new like a table. This is not a hoop. This is a table. And what this does is this attaches to the machine and it extends the length of the free arm. So if you were doing pant legs or long sleeves, all you would do is attach this, and there's a little lever right here, and you'll notice that it makes that come out. There is a magnet here. There are magnets. So all you're going to do is slide this on, and it's going to snap and magnetize right to that arm. And now you can take, I know it's a little hard to see because I don't have too much room here, but you're just going to take this right here, and you're going to slide this out. And this is going to extend. You can see it extending out. You can extend that all the way out to, I'd say about another foot. So if you have really long pant legs and you're embroidering on them, this is a magical thing to have. So this is the table. This is an optional purchase. So, but what are you going to get with the machine? So again, this is a single needle machine, and I'm going to kind of scoot in a little bit and tell you about the screen and all of that. So again, this is like 1,000 stitches per minute machine. There are new compact mini frames that you're going to get with this machine. Yes, get with them. You've got these enhanced editing features. It is compact. Now, here's a big teaser. How many people out there are Disney fans? This is the only semi-industrial machine you can do Disney on. Yes, you can do Disney embroidery on this machine. You can't on the 6 and 10 needle, but you can on this. So if you want a dedicated Disney machine, again, grab this. It's perfect. This is also compatible with iBroidery.com. For those of you who may not know what that is Brothers' exclusive embroidery website where you can go and you can get even more Disney or Marvel or even home deck embroidery, freestanding lace. So check that out if you're a Disney or if you're a Brother owner. There are 405 built-in designs. What did I say? 405? Yes, I did. But also over here on the side, there is a USB port. So if you wanted to bring in your designs, you could certainly do that as well. But again, you have 405. So right out of the box, you can start stitching. You don't have to buy anything extra. Everything here is included for you. You have 20 fonts. You have frames. You have 6 decorative alphabet designs. The bobbin is vertical. All you do is you reach in, pull that out, and here's your bobbin. It's much like some of the other manufacturers and brother machines that you may see. This is very simple. You just pop it right in, and you'll snap it in, close that, done. Very easy to do. Also, on the right side over here, I don't have an extra camera. Sorry, I'm not a video studio, so you just have to be patient with me. But trust me, on the left side over here, up on top, there is a separate bobbin winder with a separate motor. Yes, there is an onboard bobbin winder. So if you are embroidering, or quilting, you can wind a bobbin while you're doing that. So that saves you an immense amount of time. So, oh my gosh, I mean, this is just such a versatile machine. So the maximum embroidery area is 8x8, which is huge. It's great for a machine like this. You can your speed is like between 400 and 1,000 stitches per minute. You could do caps. You're going to get 6 frames with this. You're going to get, and I love these. I think these are so cute. So I'm going to show you. First, I'm going to tell you about the frame itself. So you'll notice that there are arms here. This is called a driver. This is the A driver. And what do I mean by that? So what do I mean? I'm going to bring this in. Here is the B driver. Now, this is another driver for different hoops that you could bring in and attach to your machine. But I want to show you this has a small little B on it. Now, you'll probably see something looming over here. This is a little sticker that says A. So this is the A driver. This is the B driver. Now, why is that important? Because there are certain hoops that take certain drivers. And what's really brilliant and what Brother did is on each of, aren't these adorable? I think these are so cute. These little frames, and here's a little square one. These are awesome for little kids' clothes or for doing monogramming on shirts, cuffs. If you want to do small mini designs, mini embroidery is really big right now. So, but I want to point out this has an E. So you'd use your E driver that comes with the machine as well. So there's absolutely, Brother, again, in its wonderful ease of use, has made it so simple for you to know exactly which driver goes with which hoop. Now I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to set this up in just a second. Here is your large 8x8. Almost doesn't even fit in my camera frame. My large 8x8, but you'll notice over here, there's my little A. So this will go with the driver that is on my machine, the little A driver. So again, it makes it very easy to know what I'm doing and where I'm at. Blaine, did you want to go ahead and just kind of jump in here and do a little bit of chatting about pricing maybe, or packages?
Hey, we sure can. You know, Jerry, I love hearing your display or your demos and how you talk about things. But again, I can't say enough about this machine. I've been a big fan of this machine for a long time, as you know, Jerry. And I used to always talk to everybody about, hey, this is the premier hat machine in America because it does hats so well and all the onesies and different things and with that arm. But then when you start adding all the accessories that you can buy with it now, and also that, free motion quilt kit, it just completely makes it a completely different dynamic. And that's what I love about this. And for the price, man, you can't beat this. This thing, again, Jerry, it's such a great price. So Kyle, if you can put that overlay up, I'm going to tell everybody about how you can get one of these and the price on it. So again, guys, it's $49.99 for this Brother machine, but this is a call-in special. Brother, this is a mapped product, meaning it's the minimum advertised price is all we can show on the air right now is $49.99, but we do have a quilt show special. Guys, you want to take advantage of this because I'm telling you, this is a huge popular machine in the world out there. Everybody loves this machine, and we have sold hundreds and hundreds of these things, and we have not had one single one back, Jerry. This thing, the quality on it is unbelievable, and people absolutely love this machine. And Kim Wolf is making a comment there. She goes, "This machine is awesome." Kim would know, And again, guys, this thing, for all you can do on it, it is just such a bargain. And not only at $49.99, we're going to have a call-in special. You do have to give us a call at 800-401-8151 or speak to one of our live chat agents on the website to get the call-in special today. And we also have some special synchrony financing to get those monthly payments down. But guys, these are one of those machines that if you're wanting to get into, a business or something, or just if you got a hobby you want to help support. Roger in here in our studio, he shoots guns as a hobby at professional competitions, and he was sitting there. He's been wanting to get one of these for himself to make hats and shirts, to help fund his hobby. So what a great idea. And so that's what these machines are set up. They're 18 inches wide. It's only weighs 68 pounds, so it's actually a pretty portable machine for what it does. And it doesn't take up hardly any room in your sewing room. And that's what's the great thing about it. But Jerry, I want to go back to you and tell us a little bit more about that, because I know you're getting this, you're kind of changing the machine over. But again, this thing does so many things, and you don't realize it until you start digging into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more. And I love what you said also about the accessories. I mean, there's other hoops. You can get a 4x4, 6x6. You can get clamp frames, border frames.
Oh,
I mean, anything you want to do.
And here's the thing that people don't even probably know, but Durkee makes that sturdy frame, and it's what it does. If you have any kind of digitizing software, you can turn that 8x8 embroidery maximum size into an 8x14. It splits it, and you can do a split design, and even so, you could do a whole back of a jacket with this machine.
Yeah, absolutely. You could do that with the Brother PE design software as well. You can split these designs, and it works wonderfully. So really, you're not limited to an 8x8. You can do 8x14 if you want, which is huge.
Yeah. I know. That's absolutely huge. I mean, again, like the whole back of a jacket. So that's the versatility of this thing. But hey, I want to let you to go ahead and go on and tell everybody, a little bit more about this, because I know you're so passionate about this machine, and I am too. I love this thing.
Yeah, and that's one thing I love about Brother is their machines make it very easy to be passionate about, because they make it very easy to use. And I know one person's easy is another person's difficult, but Brother does break it down and make it so much fun and as easy as possible, so that you are having a great time with your machines. And again, back to the persona, it's just a great machine. I mean, it's so versatile in what it can do. So let's go back to the machine. And here I have it set up, and I've got just some fabric. Now, this is just a lightweight tearaway and little piece of fabric. And all you're going to do is you're just going to slide your hoop in. See, there's these little fingers right there. You just slide your hoop in on either side, give it a little push, and you can hear that snap in. And it's ready to go. Now, look at what makes this even nicer. I won't say nicer. It depends on your budget and your space. But one thing that's different from a flat arm is a flat arm machine it holds the hoop on one side, but you'll notice you get stability on both sides. So that's actually going to improve your accuracy in your embroidery. So for those of you who are kind of on the fence or thinking, look at some of the comments, because I see them popping up, people saying they love this machine. It's really versatile. So, and again, it speaks volumes, what you said, Blaine, that you haven't had any come back. That's absolutely amazing. So let me tease you a little bit. So what kind of things can you do on this machine? So here's a little zipper bag that I did in the hoop that I designed. It's fully lined, little zipper bag in the hoop on the 8x8 frame. Remember, I said you can do Disney on this machine. That's huge. I mean, that's really huge that you could do Disney on this type of machine. Look how big Mickey is, done in the 8x8 hoop. If you want to kind of get out of the box a little bit, I had a white cotton polo shirt in my closet that I found absolutely boring. So I ice dyed it with some dye. That's my other addiction, is dyeing fabric. But you'll notice here's a Captain America. This came from iBroidery.com. This is Brothers' exclusive website that I was talking about. These are the kind of things that you can get and you can bring into your machine. So again, there's right on the side over here, there's a USB port. You could easily go to iBroidery, download as many designs as you want, and bring them into your machine. Now, we were talking about software. This was done in our PE design software. This is through a program called PhotoStitch that comes with our software. And this was all stitched out on this machine. But look at isn't that absolutely incredible? The stitching is amazing. This is like thread painting. This is all solid embroidery stitching. This is not fabric. This is all embroidery that I embroidered on a white background. Now, remember, we talked about free motion quilting. So here are some free motion quilting samples that I did. This one is on a green dancewear spandex. This is on a gold dancewear spandex because I wanted it to look like hammered metal. So I love the shininess of these. Again, out of the box kind of thing. So there's a little tease right there. So let me switch over so we can get even closer to the machine. I've got another camera set up here, and here we are. So we are over on and you can probably see my reflection. Hello. But we are over at the screen. So let me talk to you about the screen just a little bit. And I'm going to start at the bottom here. This is your stop-start button here. I'm down here. Over here is your needle up-down. You have a thread cutter, and you have an automatic needle threader. Yes, you have an automatic needle threader on this. So you're going to thread this once. You're going to come down. You're going to tie on. You're going to cut off your old thread, tie on your new thread that you want to use, and go down to the needle and pull it. And that will bring your new thread all the way through your machine. So you don't technically have to unthread anymore if you don't want to. Thread it once and forget it. So let's look at the screen just a little bit. And I'm going to use my stylus so my big Godzilla hands don't get in the way. So here you have, these are categories, folks. These are not just individual embroideries. These are categories. So we're going to touch the first one and look at how many pages of designs that you have. You have 3 full pages. Remember, there's over 400 built-in designs for you to access. And I'm going to go ahead. Let's just pull up a couple here so you can see them. Give that a sec. Look at the red work. Now, isn't that amazing? You could do red work. And this is a large design. This is 5.8 by 7.69 inches. So you can see how big it is. Again, another thing, it will tell you all the steps that are involved. So you don't have to sit there and think about how many steps and how many thread colors. Brother gives that to you. It even tells you which hoops, and I'll come up over the top here, which hoops are compatible right up here. So it says that this is a large design, so it's going to take the largest hoop. You want to preview what that's going to look like in that hoop. Touch that little button here. Look at that. There's a picture of the hoop with your embroidery design in it. So, you know, it's for some people, I am visually oriented like a lot of you are. So for me to look at a design and then come up here and say it's 5.8 by 7, that's great, but it doesn't, I want to see it. I need to see it. So the fact that I can audition in my hoop what it's going to look like is absolutely amazing to me, because now I have a visual. And now I get it. I can see how big it is. So let's go back. Let's get out of here and let me show you some of the fonts. Here's all of your fonts that you could use. Again, you have a beautiful script. You have some blocking. You have some Greek lettering. Those of you who have college-age kids, the Greek letters, now that's going to be perfect for you. So you also have, these are large fonts now. These are big. These are really pretty large fonts. And what's nice about these is they are large in and of themselves. I mean, look at that. That's 5.71 by 4.95. That's huge. You can make that just a little bigger if you like, or you can make it a lot smaller if you like. But these are really made for large hoops. So if you need a large pillow with your initials on it or something, or your jacket, this is a perfect font for you. Now you can also play around with all of these as well. So let me show you, like if you wanted to really dig in, I'm just going to do my name here. Just very simple, J. If I can remember how to spell my name, just R, and we'll do a Y in there. But now, if you notice at the bottom here, we have all of these little things that we can use. I don't know why my camera's so blurry. I apologize for that. But here's a word that says array. Now look at all of my choices here. If I want to array this, notice how it will automatically curve my lettering. How cool is that? So let's say, okay, but I want to add a design. That's great. So I'm going to set it. Notice the word add here. This is going to take me back to my main menu. And I can add a crown. And I will set that. And now I can move the crown anywhere I want to. And we're going to embroider. Unlock. Notice my light goes green. And now I'm going to switch cameras because I'm going to show you how this is going to work. And there we are. So I'm going to touch unlock. And as a safety feature, if you don't touch the green light after a little while, it will automatically lock itself, which I think is great. That way you're not sitting there. See how it went red? Now you're not sitting there with an active machine while you go get a cup of coffee. So it automatically locks itself. That's a safety feature, which I really love. So we're going to lock it, and we're going to hit go, and here we go. Now you notice, if you're familiar with the 6 and 10, this works exactly as our 6 and 10 needle machines. And off you go. And it's just going to do its thing, happily stitching away. Again, your accuracy is improved because you have the two arms that are holding the hoop. And it's just going to happily sing away, do its thing. And I won't do the whole thing because we just don't have that kind of time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my other camera. And I'm going to swing it back to you, Blaine. But I do want to say, again, I hope that I have teased you enough with how incredible this machine really, really, really is. If you're looking for an embroidery-only machine, please give this a consideration because it's such a versatile, amazing machine.
Hey, you know what, Jerry? We can't say it's an embroidery-only machine anymore.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a quilting machine too. That's right.
You know, you're going to open everybody's eyes up this afternoon when we show how you can quilt with it. But again, I've always been saying that too. Oh, it's an embroidery only. But now I'm going, you know what? It's really not. It's an embroidery and quilting machine.
You're right. I stand corrected.
Well, hey, Jerry, once again, thank you so much for coming on the show. You always inspire me every time I hear you. And I'm sure everybody out there feels the same way about you. And I know we're going to be back this afternoon, and we're going to dive into actually how you can do free motion quilting on this. So anyway, we'll see you this afternoon. Thanks, buddy.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, guys, I got to tell you how you can get this machine. Again, this is the PRS 100 Persona machine from Brother. The price is $49.99. And again, guys, we have an unbelievable call-in special on us today. We have this. I can't tell you what it is that we can do for you. The pricing is a map priced item. We can't advertise cheaper than that, but we will ship this thing free to you nationwide. And give us a call at 800-401-8151. And then we got some of that special synchrony financing as well. But Kyle, I can probably maybe hint a little bit of what comes in the package.
A little bit, yeah.
So, guys, I can probably hint to you a little bit what the package is. You know, I think if y'all have seen me on my shows before, I've kind of hinted about things. All I can tell you about the great package we have put together today is it's kind of a motion to tip your cap. Get it?
That's
Motion to
Yeah.
tip your cap.
Think about it.
Think about
Think
that.
about
It's a
that.
great package. Hint, hint. Can't say what it is. All right, guys. But anyway, we've got a great package put together. If you've been looking for that persona, hey, give us a call today, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in PRS100 in that search bar. It's going to take you to that product page. You'll be able to see the machine and talk to a live chat agent. They can help you and give you that special. Also, you have to call in to get that special. And again, guys, even if you're on that page, go down and look at all the accessories that you can get to this machine and all the things you can do. It, like Jerry said, he believes it's the most versatile machine on the market, and I will second that. Again, we can't just say it's an embroidery only anymore. So, all right, guys, that is the Brother PRS 100. And we're going to move on, guys. We are going next, and we've got Handi Quilter in the house. And, hey, we have Sarah Watts and Aimee Louise, or what's her? Lewis. No, Losee. Losee, that was it. I forgot her name there for a second. So we got Aimee Losee in the house, Sarah Watts. And so, guys, we're going to talk all about the Moxie again. So, guys, this is a great 15-inch quilting machine from Handi Quilter. And so, ladies, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Blaine. Thanks for having us today. We really appreciate it.
So, Aimee, sorry I butchered your last name the first time.
That's okay. That's okay. You got it right at the end. So.
I forgot. I was like, oh, who was it? So anyway, but hey, guys, welcome to the show. We sure do appreciate what y'all do for us. And, you know, Handi Quilter is one of our major sponsors as well. And we always love our, you know, participation with y'all and our relationship we have. And as y'all know, we're Handi Quilter's largest dealer as well. And so we have a great relationship and we love your products. So we're going to let y'all take it away and tell us all about that Moxie.
All right.
All right. Well, thanks so much. Thanks for that introduction. So this is our Moxie machine. This is our newest member to the Handi Quilter family. It's been out for a couple years now. When we were developing the Moxie machine, we had a couple different people in mind. First, the people who maybe were overwhelmed by a traditional long arm and thought, oh gosh, there's no way I could figure that out. It's just too much. I won't have space. Of course, the money always comes up. It's too expensive. So we really wanted to develop a machine that was easy to use, that had some smaller frame options that you didn't need to, you know, renovate your home for or get rid of your dining room table. So we have some alternatives for the frame space solution as well, and to make it a little easier on your wallet and not be intimidated by some of the bells and whistles of some of the higher end long arms that maybe you just don't need anyways, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a great machine.
So first and foremost, we always talk about the throat of a machine. So when we talk about the throat of the machine, we're talking about the distance from the needle to the back of the machine. And that really helps us determine what our quilting space is. So the Moxie is 15 inches from that needle to the back of the machine. And that translates to about 12 inches of actual quilting space. We have to accommodate for the poles and some fabric and whatnot, but 12 inches of quilting space, which for quilters is great because the majority of my blocks don't get much bigger than 12 inches.
No.
So if you wanted to custom a block, excuse me, you're able to do so in this throat space. Also, the speed is another thing that we talk about a lot. So the Moxie is 1,800 stitches per minute. What we talk about when we're talking about speed and why that's important for you, particularly for some of you just getting into long arming or thinking about long arming, is we want to make sure that our stitches are consistent, that consistent stitch size. So when we talk about speed, as we move a machine, these are regulated. So as you move it, the more you move it, the faster you move it, the needle will compensate for that. So that needle is going to slow down and speed up with how fast you move the machine. So when we talk about a higher speed machine, like an 1,800 stitches per minute like this one, the faster you move, the more consistent your stitches are going to stay. So I don't think, I've tried to like time myself and see where I stitch most consistently. And I think I'm in that 1,200 to 1,400 range when I'm doing a free motion edge to edge. Aimee,
Yes.
what do you think?
That's about where I'm at. I really don't go over that just because I'm not a speedster when it comes to
we don't need to be
quilting.
speed demons
So.
here. But what it does allow is if you're going in and out of a point or you kind of get a little going, it's going to have enough speed in there so that you don't get long stitches, because that's what we want to avoid. We want to keep our stitch length really accurate.
That's one thing that's great. It has, with the regulation, you have cruise and you have precision. And with the cruise, when you go to a point, it's going to keep taking a stitch at that point. And then once you move it, it's back to that regulated stitch.
Okay. And then what's precision?
Precision, when you stop the machine, the needle stops moving as well.
So which one do you prefer to stitch with?
I like cruise just because I like to get those sharp points.
Yeah, I agree. Typically, I use cruise regulation, stitch regulation as well. Cruise control, I like that. The only time I use precision a lot if I'm using ruler work, because I don't want to get a big a bunch of knot of stitches if I'm moving the ruler or adjusting or taking a deep breath to make sure I'm stitching what I want to be stitching. So that's great. So let's see, what are some of your other favorite features about the Moxie? So we talked about the 15-inch throat, which means we can have about a 12-inch quilting space. We talked about the speed, the different regulation modes. What else do you like about the Moxie?
Well, I love how easy it is to go through the menu, to navigate all the different functions. And it's all with the handlebar. You don't have a display like you do with some of our other machines. It's all right here, and you're cruising through it with your handlebars. It's super nice.
Yeah, great.
And I also love the stitch quality on this machine. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful stitches.
It's a fun little machine. Because it is one of our smaller machines, it also is lightweight. So sometimes the thought of pushing around a long arm is a little intimidating to some of us. They are big, heavy machines. Our Moxie is very lightweight. It is very easy to move around and get those great stitches like Aimee was talking about. Okay. Well, great. Let's talk about, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Let's talk about some of the things that the Moxie comes with. So of course we get the machine, we get the handlebars, we have all the thread stand, the thread mass, all that fun stuff. It also comes with the bobbin winder that's included with the machine. And then we have 2 frames to choose from. So the Moxie here in front of us today is on what we call our loft frame. Our loft frame is an 8-foot frame. That's standard. You can also have an additional 2-foot, which makes a 10-foot frame. And when we think about what that means, I always think, okay, 10 times 12 is 120 inches, plus you got to take some off for the machine, blah, 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 blah. So you can do about 100-inch one width. Now you can always go as much as you want the other way. So it's going to make you're going to be able to do, most quilts. Like, I think I've only done one where I really needed more than the 10-foot frame. So if you're one that's going to do king coverlets or something like that, you probably won't be able to do these on that. But everybody else, your queen size, your throw sizes, your baby blankets, all of that, you're going to be just fine on here.
But if you do have larger quilts, what other frame could they use?
Great question. So we can also put the Moxie on what we call our little foot frame. That is a 5-foot wide hooping frame system is what we call it. So on this loft frame, we're going to go ahead and attach the backing fabric as well as your top fabric, squeeze our batting in there, and it's all attached on here. And then we're going to roll and advance as we quilt the quilt. Now on the loft frame, you're going to take a batting sandwich over there. So you'll go ahead and probably pre-based. So you're going to have your backing, your batting, and your quilt top all sandwiched together. And then you're going to take it over to the little foot frame. And then you kind of do a hooping, almost like an embroidery style hoop. But that way you can do as big as you want. So you could actually do, like a 200-inch by 200-inch quilt if you so wanted to.
Oh my goodness.
So it's an infinite size frame in that regard. It's also nice if you don't have the length, to do an 8-foot frame in your home or in your room or in your studio. So you're able to have some smaller options for your frame as well.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what else comes with the machine. So we talked about the machine head, the bobbin winder, the frame. We also have, sorry, I'm just going to reach over here. We have our Moxie accessory kit. So it's a fun little guy here. We open it up. Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Okay. So we have a few things in here. It kind of talks about what's in here, talks about how you load the frame, load your quilt on the frame. Here we have these instructions on a built app. This app is really great. Of course, it comes with instructions on how to set up, but it also, you can go onto this built app and it takes you through every single step. So it'll literally be like, take this screw, do this. So if you're setting this up at home, don't be intimidated. I'm able to do it, and this built app will walk you through it step by step, screw by screw. Makes it really, really easy. All right, what else do we have in here?
All right,
We also have these fun stickers. Let's see. You're able to see those. I got to go opposite there. So they're really fun. We want you guys to really love your machine, make it fun. You can use these. Of course, you could always have your own vinyls made and customize your machine. I always love people name their machines. Have you named your machines?
I have not, but I've heard people's names, and I thought they were a lot of fun.
They're really fun. Yeah. But can you think of any on the top of your head? I'm trying to think of some fun names.
Delilah.
Delilah. I've seen Betty's. I've seen all sorts of fun names. So that's always really fun to personalize your machine. I do feel like each machine is its own individual in a way, and we have a relationship with our machines. At least that's me.
Yes.
But I sure do. So that's always a fun thing.
I know guys like to name their cars. So we could name our machine.
We want to get you guys started because we know this may be your first time long arming, and we don't want you to be intimidated or worrying about messing up your beautiful quilt top that you've spent so many hours piecing. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to give you some fabric that comes with this. You can't see very well because it's very light, but it does have a grid. I think you can kind of see there. So it's a grid system on there, which helps when you're practicing. And then we give you some examples of some different quilting motifs that we would suggest you try. They have arrows. It kind of walks you through how to do it. And on the back, you can see a little bit of that grid system. And then again, so this one is for orange peels, which is great. I mean, you can't go wrong with orange peels. No. So that's a great one, particularly if you want to start looking at doing some custom work in your blocks. So we're trying to help you out, trying to get you started without ruining a quilt top, and a little how-to. We also, of course, comes with the pins. These are quilting pins, so this helps you attach your quilt backing and your quilt top to your leaders onto your frame, which leaders, everything is included. Everything that you need to get started is included. We have a channel lock, so if you want to work on doing some straight lines, you can put a channel lock on various wheels. And then, of course, we have our thread pack. So it comes with a little thread pack so we can get you started. Again, these are just great to sample some different types of thread, weights of threads, and they're all just a little bit different, but it's really fun way to get started. Figure out what you like.
You can use any thread on this as long as it's a high quality thread. And it all stitches beautifully. Just make sure it's a high quality thread.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we just have a few other things in here. We have a nifty little needle threader to help you thread the thread through the needle of the machine. And then it comes with some extra things like extra needles. It comes with a different couple sizes, as well as some extra bobbins. So everything that you're going to need to get started and to get going on your first quilt comes ready to go with the Moxie. Did we miss anything on what comes with it?
No, I think we got it all.
Okay.
We got it all.
Should we talk about some fun accessories?
Yes. So one of the things I enjoy doing is ruler work. And so one of the accessories you can get with your Moxie is what you need to do ruler work. So we always talk about the things you need to have if you're going to do ruler work, and that's for safety. So one is the ruler base. And so we would want to put a ruler base on that.
And why do we want to put a ruler base on?
So there's no stabilizing here.
Yeah, no, that's
for rulers.
Exactly
so
it.
If you're trying to quilt without a ruler base, it's going to be all floppy, and you're not going to be able to get a really good stitch.
Yeah.
And it does cause issues with safety. The other thing is the surefoot. And so this is almost exactly like the ruler foot, except it has a higher profile. And so it's not called the ruler foot because the ruler foot already got that name.
Well, we actually have renamed them. So we have the foot, it comes standard with 2 feet. So it comes standard with the foot that you see on here, which we call a closed toe foot. And this closed toe foot's a pretty standard foot. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Kayla. So we've got that closed toe foot. And then we also have, it comes with an open toe foot, which I don't think we have on us right now, but we might grab one here. But basically it's open right here. And it really helps if you're doing some detailed work to be able to visually see what you're doing. So if you're doing some micro quilting, things of that nature, you'll really be able to open up and see where you were, where you're heading, where you've been, that sort of a thing.
Definitely.
So that's really helpful.
Definitely.
Okay, so you're talking about our sure foot.
So this sure foot, it just has a higher profile, so it's less likely for that ruler to hop right over it. So another thing is rulers, of course. And so with the rulers, you want that 1/4 inch height on those rulers. So real quick, I am going to switch out feet, and I'm going to show you how simple it is to switch feet on the Moxie. So there's a screw right here that we're just going to loosen. We're not going to pull it all the way out. And then we can switch our feet, and it's on there really tight. Hold on. Holy moly, it's on there tight. Other way. Okay, I have my left and right mixed up. I'm like turning.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
I know, I need to do the little L's in front of my face. Okay. And so you can just lift that hopping bar up to help you put that foot on. And once you have it on there, we're just going to tighten that up. I don't think it's on. There we go.
While you're doing that, I'm just looking through some of the comments, and I saw one for how many designs come with the Moxie. When we talk about designs, that would be more in a computerized robotic system. So that would come with our Pro Stitcher Lite product that you can purchase and add on to the Moxie machine. And I believe we're going to be talking more in detail about Pro Stitcher Lite tomorrow. So make sure you keep a lookout on the schedule for that, and they will go into a lot more details about that.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and put the ruler base on. So I'm going to bring the machine over here. So it's very simple. It's got these locks right here. And there is no
we don't have
pegs on it.
Oh, no.
So I should have checked this earlier.
You should have.
So we're not going to put the ruler base on.
That's okay.
We're going to wing it. So there's pegs that go on right here, and you would just slide it on. And it would just slide right there.
And then you have a nice stable table base where your rulers in theory won't wobble and will stay nice and secure. But we're going to challenge Aimee here today. This is not at all what we would recommend you do at home. Your machine will come with those pegs on it. Obviously, our machine up here did not get those put on, but your machine will at home.
So, and it's staying on. It's kind of wobbly, so we'll see if how it'll do. They love to challenge me.
Yes, that's
okay.
Quilting X Games over here. So this is extreme. Don't try at home.
So I marked 3 boxes on here, and I am going to just use my straight edge ruler, my skinny ruler, real quick. And we are going to start with a simple star. And so I'll go ahead and put my stitch. Pull up my bobbin thread, and then take a few blocking stitches on. All right. Okay. So with the ruler, you always want to aim. So I want to aim at the center of this square right here, this line. And so you got to remember you're about 1/4 inch from that. And so I'm going to go ahead. Okay, and when I get to a point, I want to go ahead and stop. And one thing I forgot to say, one thing I'd like to do with ruler work is I like to have the needle in a down position when it stops. So I'm going to change that really quick. And I just do that by pressing my minus and my plus button and going over to that function and just changing it. There we go. and then I can go back. So now when I stop, it's going to go ahead and stop in the down position just like that. So
you don't get any wiggling of the machine while you're making adjustments. Yeah, that's a great tip.
So then I'm going to go ahead and go down to this corner. And again, I need to adjust because my ruler base isn't very secure. And stop. Oh, I did it right. Okay. And then I am going to go up to this point.
Aimee does make it look very easy. I was reading some of your comments while she's doing this. And this is, yeah, she's one of our educators here and definitely makes the rulers look easy. But I will say, just like anything, it's just practice. Practice, practice, practice.
It is practice. I'm going to go up to the center of that one right there. And you can mark your space ahead of time, which really helps. So we'll go up to this corner. And again, I'm trying to go 1/4 of an inch away from that line. All right. And I missed, oh, down here, down to this. Okay, and my arm's probably in the way for you to see. Then I'm going up to my last point. And kind of angled off a little bit. So there's my beautiful star.
Awesome. That's great. So Aimee, you were talking about you can pre-mark some of your points. What are some of the ways that you mark your quilt? What products do you use?
So for this particular one, I used the erase pencil. It's the wax pencil.
Oh, okay, great.
What
yeah.
is it called?
And this is kind of hard when we're talking about, we don't have anything pieced. So she's just kind of making up a square here.
Yeah.
And you can always mark things on your quilt, like if you're trying to get to points or corners. So, you can echo lines that are on your quilt. So there's lots of things that you can do.
So I know you could make grids with the pounce pad, with stencils. So this is the iron off pencil. I apologize. And it's like a wax, and Handi Quilter actually sells that, and it's super nice. You can also have we have the water soluble blue marker.
Yep.
I don't know how well it would work on the black fabric, but it does work really well on other things. Sometimes it doesn't come out when you just spritz it with water, and so you can use vinegar. There's also other solutions you can use, and it'll come right out. And it doesn't leave a residue like friction pins would leave a residue.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right. So I want to use I'm going to use what we call the Versatool.
Oh, this is one of our best-selling rulers. It probably talk about that one.
Okay. So you can do all kinds of different shapes with this. You can stitch in the ditch because it's got those markings there. You can do clamshells. You've got your straight edge right here and just all kinds of things. But I am going to use this top one right here. And I am just going to make kind of a clamshell with piano keys.
Ooh, fun.
Okay.
She's going to take a clamshell and level it up. While she's getting that ready, I saw another question regarding what kind of bobbins that this uses. So this uses an M-class bobbin. So it is the large bobbin. It is larger than your standard domestic sewing machine bobbins.
All right. And again, I'm going to reposition my hand. Okay. And this one's a little bit smaller than my box. So we're just going to do some clamshells or some piano keys going up. And these rulers have markings on them. And so I can go stitch a little bit over, and then I can line this first mark up with the last line I quilted. And then I'm just going to stitch right back where I came from. And then I'm going to go and line that line up again. Okay. And I don't know why I keep stopping it. I don't need to stop it. And if I want to go bigger, I can go a little bit further to that second line. Some people like big piano keys. Some people like skinny piano keys.
And this is this is what you're doing right here with the clamshell and the piano keys. They look so gorgeous on borders.
Mm-hmm.
I always love it when people do them.
Oh, yeah.
They add detail, but really, I think, draw your eye into the bulk of your quilt, the middle of your quilt.
All right. So those are some fun things you can do with these 2 rulers on the Moxie. And also one of our favorites is just the clamshell ruler. And there's all different sizes of the clamshell. And so that's also a lot of fun. And you can do that on a border. You can do that on edge to edge. So what I do is I stop it there, and then I can just bring it back over. And again, make sure your ruler base is secure. So then to go back over, I would just kind of line this center line up, because, clamshells are meant to be offset, right? I'm probably a little bit too high up. And if you wiggle off, don't go real close. But those are some fun things you can do with the ruler foot and the rulers and the ruler, the sure foot. And so you can put all different feet on this long arm. We have a lot of different feet. They're great features. There's a lot of different fun things you can do with this long arm.
Yeah. Aimee, a lot of the commenters were talking about how easy you're making that look. And again, I just want to reiterate, none of us were born professionals, right? You just practice, practice, practice. Take some practice fabric that you don't care about. Use the one that comes in our accessory box. Make your own grids and just practice and have fun with it. And I think I saw a commenter talking about, my animal shelter would have a lot of blankets if I were to try this. And that's great. Yes, absolutely. Practice, find donation places for those so they don't go to waste. But no one's born knowing how to do anything, right? We just have to learn, and it's all about practice. Aimee, you were talking about some of the other feet. What are some of the other feet that you really like?
Oh, I love the couching foot.
Oh, talk about the couching foot.
So you can quilt yarn and other things onto a quilt, which I made 2 baby quilts recently that I had so much fun with, where I did rubber duckies and teddy bears with yarn, and it was so cute. And
that is really cute. Maybe I'll see if we have one, but it has kind of a plastic insert, so it kind of, you can take yarn of all different sizes, and then you can stick it down in through that hole, and then it'll basically stitch on top of the yarn, and then it basically makes a really thick quilting pattern, and really bright, and it can really do fun things. When I think about the couching feet, I always think about holiday projects. So I think about like the Santa beard. I think about like a little Easter bunny tail, things of that nature. It's a really fun accessory. I do mostly edge to edge. I don't always have the time to do some custom, nor do my quilts always call for it. So I love the glide foot. And so the glide foot is kind of a bigger round spoon of a foot, and it really allows you just to glide over anything. If you have big bulky seams or if you have any applique, it really just glides right on over everything. Yeah.
And you won't run over your finger with the glide foot.
No, you won't.
Which I did that the very first time I got my machine.
Oh, you did?
I ran over my
Oh my
finger.
goodness.
So I'm like, what was that bull foot you had
Yeah.
on there?
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got the glide foot right away.
Let me see if we have this.
We actually have it right over here, Sarah.
Oh, do we?
Well, she's got one over there too. So she's
Oh, we
going to
have
bring you
kits
the glide
everywhere.
foot so you can see it, and the couching foot. So some of my other favorite feet is the micro foot, because when you're doing some micro quilting in areas that you want so you can make other areas pop, with that micro foot, you're adding that pressure that the foot needs to add to the fabric and still being able to see what you're doing.
Okay, so this is the couching foot, and do we have time? Blaine, do we have time to show the couching foot in action?
Yes, we do. We've got a few more minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
great. So I'll have you go ahead and install that, and
Okay.
then we'll find some thread or some yarn really quickly to go ahead and
Okay,
use
let me-
on that. And then while she's getting that set up, this is the glide foot that we were talking about. So these all are all interchangeable on our machine. They're very quick to do. You just unscrew and then screw back again.
All right. So again, when you're turning the screw the right way, it's really easy to switch feet. So this is the large one. Uh-oh, and my earpiece just fell out. So we love using the couching foot. I'll just show you some stitching with that. All right. And Sarah is finding some yarn to couch with. So when you put a couching foot on, so there is a smaller hole in that foot. So you want to make sure that your needle is going to go in that, like that your needle is centered and will go down into that hole. And it is. So we're good. So Sarah went to find some yarn. We weren't planning on doing couching, but that's okay. Are there any questions real quick on the machine? Oh, she found a whole bunch of yarn.
Hey, Amy, there's not, but we're actually, I can tell everybody how they can get this. So,
Okay.
So Kyle, if you could put the overlay up. So guys, this is the Handi Quilter Moxie. It's the 15-inch long arm quilting machine. And again, guys, it's going to be coming with that loft frame. And that loft frame, you know, again, it's an 8-foot frame. And if you want to go to a 10-foot, they do sell a 2-foot extension that we can put on that to make it a 10-foot. So you have some versatility there as well with that frame. The head price is $49.95. And then you're going to be able to match up if you either want that loft frame, or you can put a little foot frame on it if you want a 5-foot frame. So you have some versatility. We're also going to throw in a $400 gift card for you for free on your order today. You can go right to the website and order this directly on the website. But if you do need some help, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And if you're on the website, you can also just type in Moxie up in the search bar. It'll take you right to that Moxie page. And if you need some help there, you can just talk to one of our live chat agents. They can help you out and get you help you get checked out and everything too. But guys, this is that 15-inch Moxie. And one thing that we did not talk about today, and I'm sure we're going to talk about later on in the week, is they do have the Pro Stitcher Lite that is available to put on this to make this a full robotic system as well. So again, we've talked about on this show about, you know, different machines, the versatility and the, you know, expandability of it. This is one of these machines. Again, you got a 15-inch. You could start out with a little foot, 5-foot frame, or you could either start it with that loft frame at 8 feet, and then you do have that 2-foot extension that gives you that versatility to going bigger. And then you always have that versatility of putting robotics on it to make it fully robotic. So a very versatile machine with this Handi Quilter Moxie. Again, guys, if you have any questions, give us a call. It's 800-401-8151. And we can answer your questions. If you're on the website, again, just type in the search bar Moxie. We have live chat agents on the website. They can answer your questions as well. And guys, we have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And we have some great financing available from Synchrony Financing to help you out. if you need to get some low monthly payments. So again, guys, that's at Handi Quilter Moxie 15-inch. What a great machine. And I think we launched just late last year, so we're pretty pumped about it. So I got to, again, I got to say, thanks to Sarah and Aimee at Handi Quilter. And I think we'll probably see them again later on in the week. And, Handi Quilter is one of our major sponsors as well. We sure do appreciate our relationship with them. So guys, we're moving right on along. And it sounded like, I think I just heard that our next presenter is MIA. And so we don't know what happened there. I don't know if she's having connection problems or not. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back in exactly probably about 15 minutes. And we're going to come back. We'll talk about a few things, and then we're going to move right on into our educational session. And you don't want to miss that. We got Carolyn Moore is going to be here, and we're so excited to have her. And so we're going to talk all about free motion quilting with a domestic machine. So you don't want to miss that. But so right now we're going to give you all a chance to go stretch your legs and refill your coffee. And we'll be back here. I think it's 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central. We're going to be back here at 15 minutes past the hour. Hey everybody, we are back. Thanks for bearing with us on that we had a little quick break and come back just a little early. But the reason we did, Janome was having some little technical difficulties up in New Jersey. They've got those sorted out, and we have Christina Dolinar here from Janome. She's one of their national educators. And today, guys, we're going to be talking about that Janome. It's a QMPRO Versa. It's that sit-down long arm quilting machine, 18-inch. And she's going to talk all about that. So let's go and let's bring Christina in. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. How are you today?
Doing fantastic. How are you?
Excellent. Any day we can sew is a great day, right?
Well, there we go. So I'm not going to waste a lot of time. We want to jump in there since we don't have much time now to let you get going. But I want you to show us all about that long arm.
Perfect. So we all love to piece, and after we piece our quilt tops, our table runners, then we say to ourselves, now how are we going to finish it? Many of us will stitch in the ditch on our domestic machines. Many of us might do some free motion art on our domestic machine, and sometimes the space is not enough for the size of the project we're working on. We'd all love a long arm, but sometimes our house, our apartment, whatever, might not have enough room to house a long arm. So many times we will do that quilt by check, pay somebody else to do it. But a great alternative to that is this Janome Quiltmaker Pro 18 Versa. It is in essence a long arm, but you are going to sit or stand in front of it, and you will be moving the fabric. You have that great 18 inches of space from the needle to the back of the machine. You have over 6 inches of height right here for whatever size project you're working on. And don't you love the lighting? Great lighting so we can truly easily see what we're doing. I said you can sit or stand because the legs of your Versa are actually adjustable. We all like different chairs. Some of us even like to stand while we're doing our free motion. And so you can adjust the height of this table for whatever is comfortable for you. And if one day you want to stand and the next day you want to sit, those legs are adjustable and you can reposition the table to exactly how you want to do it. So all your controls are right here on this little screen right here. And if you take a look at the information on the screen, very similar to what you would see on a long arm, where you see manual and regulated. These are the different types of stitching mode. Manual means there's no stitch regulation at all. And I know you're saying, well, that's the whole purpose. I want this thing. But there are times when you might do manual, especially if you're doing teeny tiny close-up work, like pebbles and micro stippling. Manual's actually a nice option to use. Regulated is where you will get that regulated stitch, whether you're going fast or slow. So, and you can even set the number of stitches per inch. You can even based on your Versa. So when you have your 3 layers of your project all sandwiched together, and you go, now how am I going to hold this together? You can actually use the basting function on your Quiltmaker Pro 18 Versa to baste those layers together. So let's just get started a little bit. And the first mode we'll enter into is the manual mode. Again, meaning there is no stitch regulation at all. You have the ability to end with your needle up or down. We currently have it set to end in the down position, so it holds our place. You can actually also tell it how many stitches per minute you want it to stitch. So how fast do you want to drive it? And right now we're at 525 stitches per minute. As I think all of you know, the first thing we traditionally do when we do our free motion is we pull up that bobbin thread. So you can simply step on your foot control, tap it once, the needle goes down, tap it twice, that needle comes up, and there is that bobbin thread. So when you're done doing all of your stitching, you can then decide to either clip those or you can put those on a hand sewing needle and bury them under the top layer of fabric. Now, I have, many of us like to use gloves. These are some little grips that we have that you can see. This grippy area is right where we need the grip of our fabric. It keeps your fingers free so that if you need to pick up a pair of scissors or change a setting on your screen, you can certainly do that. And of course, you can always change that music on your phone and listen to something different without having to take gloves off. Your hands are in essence going to act like a hoop around your needle area and just give it gas. So here is just some stitching done in the manual mode. So manual means that you are in control of your stitch length. If you move really fast, you're going to have long stitches. If you move really slow, you're going to have short stitches. I was using the foot control, but many of us like to use that start stop button. So there is that button actually on the screen that you could use instead of using the foot control to make your Versa run or stop. When you're done stitching, you can tap your foot control, that needle comes up. And unlike our regular sewing machine, you know how you could simply pull your fabric away and the top and the bobbin thread come and are loose, there is no presser foot lifter to open your thread tensions. So if you just simply pull your thread here to give this the little slack you need, and here you can see the slack right there, and I'm just going to trim these threads close. Yes, I know I should leave a thread tail so that I can bury it later, but I'm just going to cut those thread tails close. Oh, I can't find that bottom one. There we go. Okay. And there you can see that great stitching. And that was in the manual mode. You heard that needle just humming at a nice constant pace, whether it was the fabric was moving fast or moving slow. But now let's go to the regulated mode. This is where you are going to get that consistent stitch length, whether you go fast or slow. It is currently set for 12 stitches per inch. And again, tap that foot control, needle down, needle up, and give that a tug so you can grab that bobbin thread. And we'll just drop our needle by tapping our foot again. Now, this is going to sound completely different when you do your stitching, because the stitch regulation that is built into your Versa table is going to be sensing the speed and the movement of your fabric to slow up or speed up, slow down or speed up the movement of your needle. Okay, so let's do some stitching. Again, the hands are like this. So I'm going slow, and now speeding up. And so I slowed down so that you could actually hear how the needle slowed down as you were as you were stitching slower. But look at that great consistent stitch length right there. And that's what the stitch regulation part of your Versa is going to do for you. The beautiful part of the Versa is that it's just going to take a square yard of your floor space in your house. I think most of us could probably find a square yard of floor space in our house. You also have extension arms that are available. They're kind of like a drop leaf, so you can extend them when you need them and then drop them when you are not doing your stitching. And just like on a long arm, all of those accessory feet that you might find being used on a long arm, you can use them on your Versa. For example, this is the glide foot. And if you take a look at the foot that comes with your Versa, it's a flat foot. And if we had a lot of piecing on a quilt, for example, maybe where 6 or 8 triangles come together, sometimes, I'll admit it, I get a little volcano coming together where all those seams come together. This flat foot would sometimes get caught on that hump. This is the glide foot that can easily glide over those humps and valleys in your quilt because nothing is really resting on the bed of your table. And so it's not going to run into those humps and bumps of those inaccurate seams that I might have made. Another foot that we like to use on our long arm, but you can use this on your Versa, is our couching foot. And inside the couching foot, you actually have 3 different feet, and each of these feet have a different size hole right there to accommodate different thicknesses of yarn or thread or embellishment that you want to use. And here's a great example of some yarn couching. Okay. Isn't that beautiful? Gives great texture to your project. And as you're stitching along, the hole in the foot is guiding that yarn exactly where you're stitching and giving it great texture. Here's a feather up here. This I love to call water because it kind of looks like water moving in the ocean. And just adding that yarn couching just gives it that extra special effect. There's also another great foot that we have, which is our square feet. And inside the square feet, you actually have 2 different feet. From this one, on this one, from where to where the edge of the foot is a 1/2 inch. On this, from where the needle comes down to the edge of the foot is a 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch, which is exactly what we use when we're piecing, correct? So you actually can piece on your Versa. So for example, here's just some piecing we did a little earlier. And let me grab this smaller foot. Okay. And so as we always know, right sides together. This was on the Versa and just ran the edge of the foot right along the edge of this top layer of fabric to give you that 1/4 inch seam, and then pressed it out. And the next piece could simply go here and again run that edge of your foot either side of the edge of the foot along that edge of that top piece of fabric that you're attaching. And then when you open it up, that gives you that piecing on your Versa. This is also that perfect foot to attach your binding on your quilts, also on your Versa. So this isn't just for free motion. So I'm going to stop right now and see if there's any questions anyone might have.
Well, hey, thanks, Carolina. We're going to, I'm Christina. I'm sorry, Christina.
That's all right.
I'm going to tell everybody how they can get this machine now, because again, I don't think there's a whole ton of questions on it. One of the questions was they really like your gloves that you're wearing. I think that's a Janome product, right?
Yes, they can get them from you.
All right, that's what we needed to know. So, hey, let me tell them how they can get this. And again, guys, Kyle's going to put that overlay up there for us. And this is the Janome. They call it the QMPRO Versa 18-inch long arm sit-down quilting machine. The Quilt Fest pricing is $59.99. We're gonna have free shipping right to your door. And guys, again, we have financing available for this. And this is a 30% off MSRP. So we got a great price on this. So all you Janome fans out there, I know y'all know the quality of Janome. And again, this is another one of those great products that Janome brings us today. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Again, you can also, if you're on our website, just type in the Versa 18 up in the search bar, and it'll take you to that product page. But again, guys, the weight of this machine overall is about 130 to 140 pounds. So you're going to have a little bit of help putting it together, but it does have that table, it has that height adjustment, so you can do it from a sit-down position or to a stand-up position, which what makes it really great. It has 18-inch of throat space, from the needle to the throat. Then you're going to have about 8-inch of vertical space, so you can do a king-size quilt under this very easily. It does come with an option that you can buy extension tables to put on that, so you can make that table all the way up to 6 feet. This machine is 2,200 stitches per minute. It'll go from 4 to 22 precision stitches per inch. It has 2 modes. It has that stitch regulation mode and what they call the precision and cruise. And then you have that touch screen, LCD screen to do all your stitch selection and all that. It has the needle stop position control, the responsive foot pedal, easy change needle, low bobbin estimator and alarm. It has that quilting alarm and project timer, walking stitch plus 5 basting stitch options. And again, it's full of features, guys. What a great machine from Janome. And if you're wanting a sit-down quilting machine, we highly recommend this because it is just again, the quality is unmatched, and especially with that Janome name. And again, we got to thank Janome is one of our major sponsors. We sure do appreciate everybody, everything that Janome does for us. And we appreciate Christina coming on. Sorry, guys, we had a little bit of technical difficulties from Janome getting on the show today, but we got them worked out, and hopefully we won't have any problems with them the rest of the week. But at least we got to see their machine, and you got to see all about it. So, guys, we are moving on, and as promised, we have our next session is an educational section, and we're going to talk with Carolina more. And Carolina is going to talk all about free motion quilting, and I'm going to bring Candace Trevino is going to be in here when Carolina gets done, and she's going to talk to her and ask her a few questions. And if y'all have questions while Carolina is doing her teaching, make sure you chime in, and we'll try to get Candace to ask those questions for you. And we got that coming up the next 30 minutes, and then we're going to jump into another sit down. And Carrie Hanson was going to be here to demonstrate our King Quilter sit down. But Carrie was here yesterday, not feeling real well. She was a little under the weather, tried to make it work, just didn't feel up to it. So Deb Donovan, she's our very own purchasing manager, and we call her our sewing decathlete because she can do anything. She's going to be here. She's going to talk all about our sit down and demonstrate that for us. So, but anyway, let's welcome to the show, Carolina Moore.
Hi there.
Hey, how are you today?
Good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Well,
so I'm Carolina Moore. I'm a pattern designer and quilter. I actually live here in San Diego, not too far away from SewingMachinePlus headquarters. And I'm here in my studio. I'm a YouTuber as well. So if you put my name into YouTube, you can find me on YouTube. But today I am teaching free motion quilting. I'm doing this on my Baby Lock Aria, but the basic techniques that I'm teaching you can be done on any machine. Obviously, the bigger the throat of your machine, the more space you'll have to work. But I've done this on small standard machines as well. So you can absolutely take these techniques and try them on your machine and then fall in love with wanting a machine with a bigger throat, like we were seeing in the section before. So I do have another screen going as well. If you have any questions, I'll try to keep an eye on that. But I'm glad that Candace is going to be around to be able to share some of your questions with me. Let's go ahead and jump right into it, shall we? So I'm going to bring you around so that you can see my machine. There we go. Give you a little bit better angle. Okay, so I have my machine here. Nope. And this is my Baby Lock Aria. I already have it set up for free motion quilting, which means that I have this is actually I think this one's actually designed for embroidery, but it's an open-toed foot, which is perfect for free motion quilting. And depending on your machine, you'll want to drop your feed dogs, and there's different ways that you can do that. On this Aria, it's just a single touch, and it dropped the feed dogs for me. So okay, just let me know, make sure that you can see everything that I'm doing. I have a nice bold green thread on here, so that should help you see. I'm starting in the middle of my fabric. Often when I start on a quilt, I like to start on the very edge of the fabric and work my way in because it means that I don't have to bury threads. And whenever I can be lazy in quilting and still get the same fabulous result, I absolutely do that. But especially when we're practicing and when we're just starting, it has more stability for us to start in the middle. So we're just going to start in the middle. This is 2 pieces of, these are Art Gallery fabric solids, and I've just spray basted them together with a piece of scrap batting. If you are new to quilting and you don't have scrap batting, you can actually buy smaller rolls of batting designed for embroidery, or you can get like a baby-sized batting and cut that up. So it's not too expensive to get started. And then just whatever leftover fat quarters scrap fabric you have. We start by putting our needle down and our needle back up, and that allows us to pull up our bobbin thread. My bobbin thread is pretty short because I use the machine to cut that thread, but we just grab this thread and our top thread, and then we can put our foot back down, and we're going to hold these threads for the first couple stitches so nothing gets sucked back to the back. And then depending on what we're going to use this project for, you can either just trim these flush if it's just a practice project, or if this is a quilt, you'll want to go ahead and bury those threads later using like a self-threading needle is the fastest and easiest way to bury those threads. Okay. Checking your comments real quick, make sure that I'm answering any questions as we're getting to them. Perfect. So if you're brand new to machine quilting, the way that I like to teach machine quilting is that it's very much like cursive, which means that I don't know how kids are in school today are going to have an easy way to learn machine quilting. But for all of us who learned cursive when we were in school, it's really, really easy to get started. The easiest letter in cursive is the letter E. So we're going to go ahead and start with that letter E. And we just use some E's. And this is great practice. It gives you that, we call it a hum purr in quilting, where you get used to the hum of your machine and the purr of, yeah, you just humming along sorry, it's you humming along and the purr of your machine working together to make this, these little E's. So when you first start quilting, really easy, simple design is E's. And you can take this E and you can also make it an L, and that's really simple to do. And these seem like really simple designs, but we'll be able to combine some of these designs and do some really fun things with these designs when we actually bring it to a sample quilt project. Now, once you've done E's and L's, my other favorite simple design is the O, which we're not doing a true cursive O. We're doing an O that's really more of a rounded E. And when I connect them like this, I get a nice string of pearls design. So let me just go ahead and cut my thread and show you what we have so far. So we have our E's that we've done, we have our L's that we've done, and we've done our O's that are our string of pearls. Now, another really common design that we can do with our O's that's really popular, especially in modern quilting. Let me cut my threads here real quick. Is the pebbles. And pebbles are really fun practice. They're a really fun filler. I know a lot of people, when they start quilting, they want to learn how to stipple because they see that stipple and they think, oh, that's the most common. I think the stipple is not the easiest to start with. And I think for a fill, we can do our crisscross stipple or our pebbles. So pebbles are where we just make an O and then another O and then another O. And once you have 3 or 4 of them, it starts to look like a bunch of grapes. So move your way around to another side. My threads are starting to be in the way, so I'll just trim those flush because this is just my practice sample here. And you can absolutely go over your pebbles more than once. And you see I'm definitely getting like a vine here on my grapes. So I'm going to come all the way back over this direction. And you can vary the size of your pebbles, bigger pebbles, smaller pebbles. And I'm going to do kind of a wonky looking pebble here. So I didn't like that pebble very much. If I don't like the way a pebble turned out, I'll go over it again. And going over it again defines it, makes it look a little more intentional, and gives you a chance to kind of adjust some of the rough edges on your pebbles. So this is Pebbles. It's a really simple beginner fill, but it is super time intensive to get a big fill like this. You can do larger pebbles and that'll make the fill faster. If you're looking for a much quicker, simple fill, we just do our E's in a scattered formation. So we're gonna go E, we'll do an upside down E, and this is like a stipple. It's random. You can go in any direction that you want. But this stipple crosses over itself so many times, which if you've ever been taught to quilt a stipple or the rules of a stipple are a stipple is never allowed to cross over itself. But this stipple already crosses over itself. So if you, and I intentionally got myself into a corner over here that I can't get myself back out of, no big deal. I've crossed over this line so many times already. No one's ever going to notice if I just throw another little loop right here and cross over it again. And so that makes this a super forgiving stipple or stipple design rather than the traditional stipple that most people go to. And it's very quick, depending how large you make your loops and how fast you go with your machine, you can fill a really large area with this stipple. All right, I'm going to pause for a second so that I can see some questions and see if there were any questions. Practice makes close to perfect. Practice is just fun, right? A great way to practice is sample sandwiches like this. And sample sandwiches like this, you can chop them up and you can chop just your favorite parts and turn them into mug rugs. You can turn them into placemats. You can definitely use these for projects. You can practice your binding on them. You can add hand stitches on top and make them really decorative. So there's lots that you can do. I'm going to go ahead and show you the back. I use just a gray thread, a gray bobbin thread on the back. So on the back, it's really not that visible. Let me bump you around here a little bit. So it's not super visible on the back. When you're first starting, a lot of people use the same color thread on the back that they use on the front in case there's any pull. The places that you'll see, we call it eyelashing, which is where your top thread is pulling to the back the most, are usually around your curves. And it often means that you're going too fast around your curves when you see that eyelashing. So if you're seeing eyelashing at your curves, slow down as you navigate your curves on your quilt. And you can definitely use the same top and bottom thread also to hide any pulling that you see there. All right, let's see any questions. Okay. I was going to show you some examples before we move on. All right, let me give you like this so you can see the samples a little better. I have, and I've kept it. This is the first time I took a free motion quilting class, and I took a free motion quilting class on feathers. And I like to pull this out because this is one of my very first feathers. And as you can see, it's not perfect. It's not gorgeous. This was probably 9 years ago now that this was my first feather. I should have put the date on here. I didn't. That's what you get. You need to label your quilts, right? So you know what you're doing. But this was my very first feather, and she's not perfect. She's not gorgeous. And that was okay. I was learning the technique. I was still learning to communicate with my machine, find that hum purr. And then I have a sample of something that I did. This one I finished up last year. I like to do a lot of micro quilting. So this is done with micro quilting, which is just basically free motion quilting done really, really tiny. And you can see my feathers have gotten a lot better. And that's just time and practice. And just playing with it, but people don't start out here. I'm sure that there are a couple people in the world who have sat down at a sewing machine for the very first time and have stitched out a feather and it was perfect. But that definitely wasn't me. And if it's not you, that's totally okay, because these are skills. We weren't born learning how to walk or knowing how to walk or knowing how to drive a car, and we walk just fine and we drive a car just fine, most of us. And you can learn this too. It's totally a learnable skill. So I just wanted to show you this. This is just a free block that I have on my site. This is called the Lucky Block. This is from last year, and that's still free on my site, which is alwaysexpectmore.com. So, oh, I was going to show you how we start applying these designs to borders. Let's see where we are on time. There we go. Okay, we're doing great on time. Okay. Your comments are going so quick, I'm trying to catch them all. Okay. So yeah, questions that I get commonly are, what stitch length do you use? And different people have different ideas on what they like for stitch length. I just leave my stitch length at whatever it is on my machine, and just let it be. And that's been the same for every machine that I've used. Some people like to move their stitch length to 0. And depending on your machine and the way that you quilt, you might have a different experience with both of those. So you can try both. Oh, I'm gonna drop you here. There we go. You can do a stitch length of 0 or just leave your stitch length the way it is and see which works for you. Let's see. Make sure that you have a good angle here. Give you a little more. So sensitive. Okay. So what I've done on this piece of fabric here is I've drawn some lines to mimic what might be like a sashing or a border on a quilt. When we're first quilting, it's really scary to start quilting on a quilt that you've already spent all that time to piece. So it's okay to draw the lines on a scrap piece of fabric like this. And that way you can see, what you have. You kind of make your lines. Sorry, I'm trying to check your comments and talk at the same time, and I should stop. Okay, so you can make your kind of a faux sashing or faux border and practice.
Hi, hey Carolina. It looks like your video hung up. So if you want to take a minute and refresh that and come back to us. But I was going to let everyone know Carolina has an amazing YouTube videos out there. We're so thrilled that you came on our show today, and check out her YouTube videos. So let's go back to Carolina. Is she back on? Is she good? She just jumped again. So look up her name, Carolina Quilts, I believe, on YouTube. And she has patterns. She's got a lot of tutorials and videos on doing these free motion techniques. So amazing techniques. We're really excited to learn the basics. Okay, hey, you're back. So go ahead and show us some more really great demos.
Perfect. Sorry, I think I dropped you and accidentally hung up on you. I guess that doesn't just happen with phone calls anymore, right? Now we do that with video too. All right, let me get you back into position. So what I did here, and I apologize if I'm repeating myself, what I've done here is I've drawn some lines on my fabric to mimic like what would be a sashing or a border. And it's great to do that on just plain fabric and practice going between lines on a sashing or border. It's a little different when you move to a quilt top because there is some bulk that happens here. There would be like a seam allowance and you have some bulk, and it's good to practice going over bulk and what that feels like. But when you're just getting like the feel of your machine, or you just want to practice out a new design, it's great to just draw lines and not take the time to piece like a fake quilt top to quilt it. but you can go both ways, either way. Okay, so we talked about our E's and O's. Let's see, I have my thread started and my arm's in the way. I'm going to move in just a second. There we go. So we can make our L designs here between our lines. And then I'm going to pretend that I made it all the way across, and I'm going to come back from the other side. And I'm just doing the reverse. Now, some people have an easier time flipping designs upside down in their mind, and that can help when free motion quilting. But if that's not you, if flipping a design upside down in your mind isn't working, totally fine, because when we're quilting on a domestic, which we don't get on a long arm, but when we're quilting on a domestic, we just flip our quilt around the other way. And then we're just making the same L's that we did before. And you don't have to worry about being able to do things backwards and forwards. And we get this fun interlocking design. I have this small little strip right here, and that's great for practicing pebbles. And doing like a little string of pearls right in my little border strip here and practicing going inside. And you'll see when I do these string of pearls, I'm going counterclockwise all the way around, and then clockwise all the way around. Let me pull my threads out of the way. There we go. So counterclockwise all the way around, and then clockwise all the way around. All right, let's see if there's more questions. It takes some practice, but it's amazing how quickly the real trick is not fighting your machine. The machine has a needle that's going up and down. And when you first start quilting, and I can't fake it now anymore because I'm used to that needle on the machine, but if you're getting a lot of jagged, it's because you're fighting the needle going through the fabric, like you're trying to push the fabric against the needle and fighting the machine rather than working with the machine. And that just takes practice, and it's going to vary from person to person how long that takes. And just doing like E's, O's, swirls, simple designs is a great way to just get used to moving the fabric as the needle is going up and down, so you're not, I guess, kind of banging into it or fighting it. Okay, so we'll do let's see, we did some L's before. If you take the loops out of your L's, you get a really great, simple also border design. And the more you quilt, you'll just get used to your machine, and you can start going faster. And the faster your machine is going, the faster you can move the fabric. But you don't want to go so fast that you're losing control. Okay, this is fine, and this is actually a really fun fill. But once we do this, if we kind of extend our loops a little bit, and I'll do that up here, flip my fabric around. What we're going to get is we'll be able to do ribbon candy, which is a really fun design. Which is where we kind of make a bigger loop. Same thing as our like ease, but we're not quite crossing them over. And if you find that your ribbon candy is leaning one way or the other, what you want to kind of keep an eye on is that you bring it up and this top peak is about the same height or about the same distance as this bottom curve. And that'll give you nice, mostly even ribbon candy. But remember that free motion quilting doesn't need to look perfect because this is handmade. And handmade is made with love, and love is just, it's not always perfect. It's okay. All right, I'm going to start myself here because I'm going to kind of double up on my ribbon candy. Bring my thread up. Okay. Let's get you to stop wiggling. There we go. So I'm giving myself a little more space and not quite touching on this ribbon candy. And then I can go in and basically just do like a smaller ribbon candy right over the top. Let me show you that. And that just gives, when you're able to do a second set of stitching over the first, it just gives like a more depth to your design. So just love that. Okay, where are we at on time? Looks like we have 5 minutes left. I don't know if you have any questions, so we want to answer any questions, anything. If not,
well, hey,
go ahead.
Carolina, I'm over here watching you.
Yes.
And there's tons of comments. Everyone's loving this demo. Great technique. I do want to tell everyone about your YouTube channel.
Oh, thank you.
So if you want to talk about that, where can they find this info?
So if you're on YouTube, you just type in my name, Carolina Moore, spelled Carolina Moore, and you will find me. I pop right up. I actually pop right up on Google as well. If you just put in my name in Google, and you'll find all of the places. My blog is alwaysexpectmore.com, and I have lots of free patterns and a semi-regular newsletter where I share all the free patterns and things that I'm working on.
Yeah, you've got some great videos on there on, you know, especially for beginners, doing some free motion technique on your machine.
Yep, and I have another video on swirls, which we didn't even have a chance to get to today. I could probably show a little bit of swirls. So I have, this is my next step in when learning a design. I start out on sample fabric, just or 2 pieces of plain fabric, baste it together. This is a leftover quilt block, like an orphan block, and I love quilting on orphan blocks, and then I'll bind them and turn them into little wall hangings like I did with that clover leaf that I showed before. But this gives you a chance to practice where we talked before, there's bulk from seams. And also, like in this case, I have a background fabric, and while there's seams in this background fabric, I won't want to stop at those seams. I'll want to just go over those seams, which once you add the quilting, those seams in your background fabric really just become invisible. So we can try a couple swirls on here. I'm going to start in the corner because that means I don't have to bury my threads later. And I like not having to bury my threads if I can help it. And for projects this small, I like to do micro quilting, which is just the same thing we were doing before, just really small. And I find that swirls are really similar to pebbles. When you kind of understand the anatomy of how to fit pebbles together, you can start fitting swirls together really the same way. And then you can also find me on Instagram. So I do some Instagram reels as well with different machines. My Instagram is Craftmore, CRAFTMOORE. And then the machines that I work on are, this is the Baby Lock Aria. I also have a Baby Lock Jubilant that I do most of my videos on, which is a great beginner machine. And I have a Baby Lock Sashiko machine, which is really fun for quilting, especially because I do such micro quilting on most of my quilts. It's really time consuming. And the Baby Lock Sashiko gives you a hand stitch look with almost no work at all. So when I want to quilt something fast, I usually run to my Sashiko machine first.
Well, that's so fantastic. I'm loving your video, and all of our viewers are too. Now you're right here in San Diego.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you belong to one of the guilds out here.
Yep, I'm a member of both the Modern Quilt Guilds here in San Diego.
So that's kind of how I found you. You guys meet in our mission-based store, and we have so much talent out here. We would love to have you come and do a class for us.
I would love that.
And show more technique. I mean, free motion quilting's, like you said, I love what you said. Nobody started out knowing how to drive. You had to practice.
Yep. And if you remember, I still remember the first time I was driving, and when I was doing those turns on the first time I was driving, I was really jerky because if you can remember back to the first time you drove a car, which I know for some of us is longer and some of us is shorter, but trying to turn, or if you've taught someone how to drive, trying to turn and knowing when to slow down and when to speed up on your turns when driving, free motion quilting is really a lot the same way. And now we don't even think about, slowing down and speeding up when we go around a turn, and soon you'll be the same way with your free motion quilting.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming on and sharing your talent with us. And you have a great week. So everyone go on and find Carolina and check out her videos. All right. So, hey, we are ready to move on to our next segment. We have in our studio the one and only Deb Donovan. And Deb is just the expert in, I think, everything. I asked her the other day, I said, what do you think is your expertise? And she said, well, software. I'm like, okay, yeah, software, but all these machines inside and out. And if any of us ever have a question, we ask Deb. So she is just so knowledgeable, and she does a beautiful demonstration. She was an instructor for a long time in the classroom. So she definitely has that background of being able to do a beautiful demonstration for all of us. So we are going to be talking about our sit-down king quilter. So welcome, Deb.
Hi, Candace. Thank you.
So, Deb, this is a brand new machine for us. So if you want to talk a little bit about the machine and then show us some really great demonstrations.
I would love to. I am so excited about this King Quilter sit down. You can't even imagine. It's something that we've been waiting for a while. Anybody that's been around Sewing Machines Plus for a little while knows that we have had our King Quilter 2. When we moved from the King Quilter to the King Quilter 2, we were looking for a partner that could give us all the durability and reliability that we needed out of a machine, because while we've got our 2 local retail stores, we also send these machines all over the country, and we don't want to send something anywhere that we're not confident in. And the King Quilter 2 gave us that durability that we were looking for and the reliability, but still let us do something at a great price point. So we're super happy with the partnership that we have going on right now. The King Quilter 2 sit down is the newest member of the family. We've had the standard and we have the elite on the King Quilter 2 frame, but now we get to have it on a sit down table as well for people that want to sit down or have a smaller space available to them. So what I'm sitting at right here is the Quilt Vision table. This is a really great table to quilt on for a couple of reasons. First thing is it's got a really slick surface on it. So your fabric is just going to glide over the top of it. You don't need an overlay. I don't have a sew slip or a grid glider or anything under here. I can work on the table just by itself, and I don't have to worry about that. I know when I quilt on my domestic machine, I'm always having to go and take my quilt off and put it back on again because I have forgotten to put my grid glider underneath it. And you don't have to worry about here because the surface is really nice and slick for you. It's height adjustable, so you can make it be the right height for you. It goes from 25.5 inches all the way to 39.5 inches tall, which means that if you want to sit down at it, you can sit down at it, but you can also stand up and quilt at it if you want to do that too. It does have little notches back there. So you're going to have to manually change it. It'll probably take a couple of you to do it, but you can change the height of it depending on what's going to be the best configuration for you, for your ergonomics. We also have put ours in the studio on wheels because this is actually the floor model that we're going to have in our San Marcos store. So we've got it on the wheels to make it easier to roll around. So in your quilt studio, it's going to be great because you can push it away when you're not using it, and you can bring it out when you've got a project to work on. So it's not in your way when you're working on piecing or some of your other projects. It's a good size. The table is 36 inches wide and it's 32 inches deep. So it's got a really good size to it, and you can use both sides of the table equally. If you're sitting on a domestic machine, you probably have space from here to here because you've got the harp of your machine, but you can see I can get to both sides of it. So I can do a really big quilt. And if that's not big enough for you, if that's not enough space, then there are 2 leaves that you can put on. You can put them onto either side. I have one on the left side here. And when you engage both of these leaves into place, you're going to have 6 feet of space that you can quilt on, which is going to be enough. I can't imagine a quilt that's going to be so big that 6 feet of space isn't going to be enough to quilt on it. So those are all great things about the table. But the cherry on top is that this table and the machine are stitch regulated. And we call it the Quilt Vision table because right under here are my sensors. These are the Quilt Vision sensors, and they sense how fast the fabric is moving over there. They feed that information back into the machine. So we have stitch regulation on a sit-down machine. You don't have to have a stand-up to have stitch regulated. You can do it sitting down in the comfort of your studio and not have to have 12 feet and stand up to be able to get stitch regulation, which I think is just amazing. This is our prototype. I have to tell you that we got it in like 2 days ago. And so I really hadn't had a chance to sit down into it until yesterday. But I really think it's a great machine. It is 18 inches deep. So it's deeper than a lot of the other machines in the market. And it's 8 inches tall. So even if you're doing a big California King, there's enough room under this arm for you to be able to get what you need to have under there and then spread out the rest of your space left to right. On the sit downs, I also like that I'm sitting in front of the machine. So you see when I'm looking at it right here, all I have in my view is the head of the machine. I don't have the arm of my machine and the upright part. I've got clear vision to everything. And I have a really high needle position here. So I have a super view of the needle. I don't have anything getting in my way of seeing what's going on down at the needle. You can see we have a hopping footed on it right now, but there are actually open toe feet if you want even more visibility there. So I know yesterday a lot of you were asking about the threading on the King quilters, and I promised you that I would show it to you today because I had a better camera angle today than we had yesterday. I think you can see it all here on the side of the machine. It's really pretty basic, and it's all right in front of you. If you start back there with the thread, you're going to go up into the thread mast, which needs to be like that. You've got a subtensioner right here. Then you're going to go through the guide into the tension right here, which is really just 2 discs together. Then you have the check spring. You're going to go down under the pivot, up through the take-up lever, and then you hit this guide, you hit this guide, and then you thread the needle. It's not complicated. Everything is right there in front of you, and it's really easy to get the thing threaded. I did change the color on it today, and it took me like 2 minutes to change the color when I went from the blue to the yellow thread for this morning's demonstration. It's super easy to do. The thing that you have to watch out for is really only making sure that your thread is completely in this tension disc right here. Because if you're floating on the outside of it, you're not going to have any tension and your stitches aren't going to look great. But once you make sure you're in here, then you're good to go. This is an old-fashioned looking tension dial, right? I learned how to sew on a 1960 something Kenmore that looked threaded pretty much exactly like this. And while I've got a knob on the back of it, it is an electronic tension, and the screen up here, which Roger's not going to show you because the camera angles aren't great, the screen actually shows me what that tension value is. So you can know what tension you have on here, even though there's no markings on the dial, because it's showing right up here on the screen for you. Because I'm going to sit down, I am moving the fabric underneath the needle. I started to quilt on a domestic machine. I think most of us actually did. So this is the motion that we first learned when we were first, experimenting at home on our panels or our baby blankets or wherever it was that we all started from. So it's a natural motion. It was hard to learn in the first place, but you know it now because you've probably been quilting on your domestic machine for quite a while. The King Quilter goes super fast. It will go 2,200 stitches a minute. I quilt fast, but that's too fast for even me, which is why we can control the speed of it. Nobody quilts that fast. I like to quilt at about 900 stitches a minute, which is probably about 40-something% of its maximum speed. But I have friends that like to quilt at closer to 200 stitches a minute. She is very meticulous, and that's fine because 200 stitches a minute is the right speed for her, even though 800 stitches a minute is the right speed for me, which means that you can find the right speed for you too. With the ability to control the speed of the machine, you can set it to whatever speed you want it to, and then you can put your foot on the foot pedal all the way to the floor, and you're going to have consistent speed as you're stitching, no fluctuation and no variation. Set your speed, put your foot to the floor, and your stitching is going to remain at a constant, your machine is going to remain at a constant length no matter which way you go. Kind of like cruise control. And Roger's given me some phenomenal lighting today, but the King Quilter has some great lighting too. What you've got is, you've got the needle lighting that's right here, but we've also added on lighting underneath the arm of the machine as well. And it doesn't seem like that should make a lot of difference because it's a little bit far away from where I'm at, but I'm just going to pop into the settings real quick and turn off that backlight, and you can see what big of a difference it makes to have that extra lighting back there. And it's built into the machine, so I didn't have to stick it on. I don't have any stickers or anything else trying to hold it onto my machine. It's built right into the machine. I don't have any cords anywhere because it's all built in. There you go. Turned it back on again because I like all the light I can get my hands on. So we also have on the screen, which I can't show you right now, the reading number for this electronic tension is going to show up right here on the screen. The other thing that you're going to see on the screen is the low bobbin estimator. I know that Carrie told you about the King Quilter 2 stand-up yesterday, and we've got the standard and the elite version. This is the elite version. It has all the features of the elite version, but in a sit-down. So you've got the low bobbin estimator on here, you have the quilt timer on here, and you have the stitch counter on here as well. I don't turn on the, I don't like to turn on the quilt timer. I really don't want to know how much time I've been sitting down, but maybe I probably should, so that it reminds me to get up every once in a while and take a lap around the house. The low bobbin estimator, though, is great. If you've been quilting with your machine long enough, sometimes you can kind of hear the sound that your machine makes as the bobbin starts to get low, but I don't always hear it. So with the low bobbin estimator, it's going to tell me when the machine thinks I'm close to running out of bobbin thread, so I can decide if I'm going to finish that block or if I feel I can go into the next block, so I can be more informed, because I hate running out of bobbin thread in the middle of a section, because no matter how hard I try, my husband might not be able to see where I started, and my friends might not be able to see where I restarted, but I can always see where I started where I had to put a new bobbin in and start up again. So that's why I don't want to run out of bobbin in the middle of something. So I've talked to you for a couple of minutes now. So we're going to go and I'm going to work with the machine. What I didn't realize until yesterday when I sat down at it is that this machine has a basting mode on it too. I haven't seen a basting mode on a sit down machine before. Now, it can't work on distance like the stand up can, so it works on time. Let me, that foot pedal always scoots away from me. What it's going to do is I have it set up that every 2 seconds it's going to take a stitch. So you can see it going. It feels like it's going forever because that's 2 seconds, which is forever to me. So now I'm going to do it 3/4 of a second. So you can put some extra basting in on your quilt right there as you're in the middle of it. You don't have to take it off. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to go to your sewing machine. You can put your basting stitches in right here. So now let me cut that thread. I hate having tails all over the bottom, so you're probably going to see me cutting my thread a couple times here. I do have manual mode. Manual is like what we had on our domestic sewing machines. I'm going to pull the bobbin thread up real quick. If I know where my bobbin thread is, then I know it's not getting tangled into everything else. And I'm going to put my gloves on. I like to quilt with gloves on. It's a whole lot easier on my shoulders and my back than it is if I try and do it without them. So with manual mode, I am going to, here's my manual mode up here. And let me turn off the basting stitch. There you go. I have it set up to go 800 stitches a minute right here. When I put my foot on the foot pedal, it's going to go up and down no matter what I do. It's going to, the machine's always going the same speed. If my hands go fast, then I get bigger stitches. If my hands go slow, I get smaller stitches. And no matter what I do, the machine's always going at the same speed. I hope you can hear me. I don't think the machine's that loud. At least it's not compared to some of the other ones that I have. And don't judge me on my quilting. I'm just trying to stay in this little corner right here. If that's going too fast for me, if I want to get some more precision in it, I actually have 2 preset modes on here, so I don't have to bump the speed down. I can just hit my 500 stitches per minute, and you can see that it just really quickly went slower for me. So if I want to do something with some more precision, or maybe do something that's more fine work, I can go ahead and do that. Just realized I probably had my hands in your shot there. So that is the manual mode. You are in control of everything. However fast you move your hands is however big your stitches are going to be based on the speed that you have set your machine at. I use manual mode a lot for, so I know that I heard the last presenter say that she thought that stipple was not the easiest thing to learn, but that's where I started, and that's kind of where I keep going back to. So I like to use it for stippling because I learned to do it on a machine that didn't have the stitch regulation. It's also great for pebbles and other things like that. Regulated mode though, regulated mode is really where you can get the machine to make you look a whole lot better than you really are. I have 2 methods of manual of the regulated mode. Right now, if I look at the screen, I am in idle mode. Idle means that the machine's going to be moving all the time. The needle's going up, the needle's going down. Doesn't matter what my hands are doing. It's kind of like the motor on your car. If you're stopped at a stoplight or if you're driving down the road, the motor's idling anyways, and that's what idle is on your machine. So I can set it from 8, it's actually 8 to 22 stitches from 4 to 22 stitches per minute. I just noticed my little card's wrong. But with the idle turned on, the machine's going up and down even if I'm not moving my hands. You really don't want that because you're going to end up with a thread bomb right there. So the goal is to keep your hands moving when you're doing this. Idle's good for really flowing type designs, things where you don't really want to have, where you don't have any points or anything. And you can hear the machine. If I go slow, the machine slows down. And if I go fast, the machine's going to speed up. So if you look, I have almost the same stitch length here as I have back here, even though my hands went at a different speed because the machine compensated for me. It took care of the inconsistencies in me and made me look like a better quilter than I think I really am. So I like to use it for a lot of flowing designs. Let's see if I can get a flower going here. So there's my flower starting up. I learned this one from our owner, and you flow right along. And no matter what I'm doing, the machine's always moving. It's going to keep going and keep going and keep going, even if my hands stop or they go fast or they can go slow. I know, I think that this is a really good sounding machine. We have a ton of machines on the floor in San Marcos, and as Candace referenced to, I've used them all over the years, but I really like the way this one sounds, and that's important to me because I'm sitting 6 inches from the machine head and probably, you know, and 24 inches from the motor. And if that sound bothers me, it's going to drive me crazy kind of quick, but I really don't mind the sound of this one at all. So precision mode, I'm going to hit the button up here, is a whole different thing. Precision mode is very precise. It's good when you want to do star points or when you want to do the a point on the end of a leaf or something like that. Because trust me when I tell you, oops, I just lost my foot pedal, that I just put the foot pedal all the way to the floor and the machine's not going anywhere. It's waiting for those sensors to see me move the fabric. And it's not going to do anything until it senses the fabric moving. As soon as I start moving my hands, it's going to sense that and it's going to make those changes. And as soon as I stop, it's going to stop again. If I go slow, it goes slow. If I go fast, it goes fast. And if I stop, it stops. And that's what makes precise mode so great. If you need a second to figure out where you're going to go next, or if you want a nice pointy star point, then you're going to get those. Because if I go and I do this, and I do this, and I do this, then I don't think Roger can zoom in quite that far, and I'm not going to ask him to because we worked really hard to get the camera set up for here. But I have really sharp star points. They're not blunted off. Because it stopped, I'm confident that at the end of that point, the needle was down. If I tried to do these star points in idle mode, then the needle would be going up and down all the time. If I paused it, I'm going to switch over so you can see that. If I went out there and did a star this way, then I can see that this corner right here is not as sharp and precise because I didn't have precision there, giving me that point that I really wanted to have. So I'm going to switch back over. And I like to use this for leaves. I like to do leaves a lot. I'll be honest, don't ask me to do a feather. I'm going to leave those for other people to do because I can never do feathers as well as Kory could do feathers. So I don't even try. He can try and do leaves as good as I do leaves though. But these are a nice thing to do a lot of fillers with. And you can see that when I stop, it stops. So I always end up with nice start points. I also like to do curls and the machine's stopping for me so that I can get exactly that nice sharp point that I want to have in there. And again, I mean, I'm talking at my regular voice. I'm not talking loud. So you can hear that the machine's doing a really good job of staying quiet enough that I'm not going to lose my mind with the sound of it. Precision is also good if you want to go and have a little bit of fun. I practiced this one earlier, okay? Just so you know, I'm not really this good. But if you slow down and you pay attention, you could even quilt cursive lettering in there. I don't run out of room. Almost there. T-E. Cross my T. Circle my I. Circle my I. And so you can do cursive writing with it. But then to really make it stand out, I can kind of come and echo around it. Just for fun. So you can hide secret messages in your quilts to people. I actually used to do this on the quilts that I would make for my daughter. I would write a little message. I would put her name in there, right in the stipple quilting that I would do on the outside border of the quilt. So I really enjoyed doing that. I think it's fun. It adds a whole level of personalization and a little surprise for somebody to find later. But you can do that because you have the precise stitching, and the needle's gonna wait for you to decide what direction you need to go again. So the King Quilter 2 is amazing. I think that this is going to be phenomenal machine, and I'm so glad that Blaine worked with the manufacturer to be able to allow us to present this to you. It's got a lot of extra things that you can add to it too. Like I mentioned, you've got this amazing extension table, which is going to give you 6 feet of length that you can quilt on. It's compatible with a lot of the other accessories that are out there in the market. A lot of machines are multi-compatible lately. Well, not lately, but a lot of machines can use other manufacturers. There's a lot of cross compatibility. So if you find a favorite accessory that you like from Janome or Handi Quilter or even Baby Lock long arms, then those are all going to fit on here too. So you've got all the feet, the accessory spool pins, all the rulers. There's even a large foot pedal that you can get as an accessory to this to really make it what you want it to be. If you like a larger foot pedal, like I like a larger foot pedal, you saw me have to chase this little one a couple times today, then you've got that's available for you as an accessory. So you can take the machine, which I'll be honest is a phenomenal price anyways. It's about the same price that we used to charge for a non-stitch regulated machine, and this one's fully regulated. So you can take that and customize it to what you're looking for. You've got the big bobbin, you can use the big spools of thread. It takes a fairly standard long arm needle, lots of visibility. I think that this machine is absolutely amazing, and I'm so excited that I got to show it to you today. Blaine, did you have any questions? So no questions?
I don't think there's a lot of questions, Des, but they're just wanting to know how they can get it.
Oh, well, that's easy. I think that Kyle actually just turned it. It's been in pre-order status on our webpage for a while, but this is the prototype. It came in on Monday, I think. So we just got this one, and I'm pretty sure that the manufacturer's ones, the ones that are ready to sell, are right behind it. I know that we've got to do a little update to the screen because we noticed something that was not quite right there, but I think they're ready to go, aren't they?
Yep, we got them ready to go and got all the kinks worked out, and it's been very well tested. So, guys, again, Deb, thank you so much. Great job on that. And again, Deb stepping in, Carrie Hanson kind of a little under the weather, and Deb stepped in, and what a great demonstration. But guys, we are so proud of this machine. This is the King Quilter 2 sit-down machine with the Quilt Vision table. And the stitch regulations built right in the table. And again, what Deb was talking about, this is $59.95. And what we're going to do today, we got a great special, guys. We are going to throw in those extension tables for absolutely free. So that's a $500 value. We're going to throw them in absolutely free to you. And that way you can fold them down. The Quilt Vision table is a 36-inch wide by 32 inches deep. So if y'all can imagine that much space in your room, you should have plenty of room, a place to put it. And then if you needed to move it around to pull the extension tables out, we also sell some additional casters you can put on the bottom of it as an option. That way, if you want to store it, you can roll it out, put those extensions up. That'll give you a full 6 feet of workspace. So any size quilt you put on there, it's going to hold that quilt. Again, guys, it's $59.95. And we're going to throw those the extension tables in absolutely free. This is a brand new product for us. It's been well tested, and we're super proud of it. We're going to ship it free to you nationwide, right to your doorstep. We also have some Synchrony financing available as well to get those monthly payments down. But guys, I can't express how great this machine is. And it is also set up for a stand-up or a sit-down machine. And it'll just, the height adjustment on it is pretty awesome. And so you can adjust the height from 25.5 inches all the way up to 39.5. So that's a perfect height if you want to have to sit down in your chair, your sewing chair, and you want to do, free motion sitting down. Now, if you like to stand up when you do your free motion, You can just, that's an easy adjustment. You can raise that up and adjust it to your height. It'll go all the way up to 39.5. And I can tell you right now, I'm 6'3", and at 39.5 inches, I can even do it. It's a perfect height for me. So somewhere in between that, it's going to be the perfect height for you, whether you're a tall or you're a shorter person. You can adjust this exactly where you want to do it. So this is a great table that it comes on with that Quilt Vision table. And again, guys, this is the King Quilter 2. This is made exclusively just for us. This is our brand of machine, and it's just the little sister to the King Quilter 2 long arm. And we've had that out since 2018, and we've sold thousands of them nationwide, and it's exactly the same machine head. So we know the quality and the test has been there, and it is awesome.
We have a question about the warranty, and can somebody take the head and put it on a regular quilt?
The problem with putting that head on the regular quilting frame is it doesn't have all the handlebars and everything with it. So you could probably upgrade it and get those handlebars put on. But right now, this is strictly a sit-down version. But the warranty on it, can we pull that up, Andrea? I think the warranty on it is going to be, I think it's 25 years on the casting. It's going to be 10 years on the electronics. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if we can find that real quick. It's 25-year limited warranty?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. I think that's what it's got. But if y'all, if you want more information on it, just in the search bar on the website, type in King Quilter 2. It'll take you right to the product pages, and you'll be able to see either the sit-down version or that long arm version, and it's on there.
10-year limited.
So it's a 10-year limited warranty. Yes. Okay. So we don't have it on specifying on casting and all that.
No,
I think the casting has a 25-year warranty, but the overall warranty is 10-year limited. So, hey, we're going to take care of you and stand behind it. And again, our technicians know this machine extremely well. They can, even guide you and set up. It's extremely easy to set it up as well, though.
10-year casting, 5-year mechanical, 5-year electrical.
Okay, so I missed it all the way around. So too many things to think of. So it's 10-year casting, 5-year electronics, and 5-year overall.
And 10-year casting, 5 mechanical, 5 electrical.
Okay, did y'all hear Kyle?
Yes. Yeah, I got my mic on.
Okay, so y'all heard Kyle, the warranty. That's a lot to remember, Kyle. All right, so great thing about it is we're going to take care of you regardless, okay? All right, so guys, again, that's the King Quilter 2 sit-down. If you've been in the market for one of these sit-down machines, hey, look no further. This is I think the best on the market, and for that price at $59.99, and we're going to throw in that free extension tables on it. It's a $500 value. Man, what a great deal today we're having on that. So don't delay. Give us a call today, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, you can speak to the live chat agents, and they can help you out as well. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on. And, hey, coming up next, we have a aerospace engineer in the house, Kyle.
That's right.
David Hooks is in the house, and he is with QBOT. And, guys, if y'all been keeping up with David each day, Monday he started out with the robotic system and talking about the basics. He's kind of progressing through it. So this is day 3 of David, and he's going to have that thing set up on a Handi Quilter Moxie, and he's going to talk all about it. And I tell you what, you don't want to miss this. This is the QBOT, and we actually love this. This will actually fit on our King Quilter as well. So welcome back to the show, David.
Hey, Blaine, thanks for having me. It's good to be here on day 3. Got a jam-packed session for you.
All right, well, take off. I know you're going to be busy.
Okay, so on day 1, we did the basics. Day 2, we broadened that a little bit. And today, we're going to be on applique and echo stitching. So here's what I've got on the frame today. And this is what we're going to make. So you see this Dresden plate here, and we have a circle in the center. We're going to applique around our other one that's sitting over here. We're going to do a quadrant of it, just because we're going to be probably short on time. Then we're going to applique stitch around this circle, and then we're going to do the echo. And this is like a little bit of a mug rug. So let's get right into it. On our home page for the app, we see that there's a button in the upper right called Applique Echo. So we press that, and we're going to use our laser offset. So I turn that on. And again, for those of you who don't know, when I'm setting points today, I will be using this laser pointer, which is offset from the needle. I find it easier to have it offset because I can see this and it's not blocked by anything in this area, the hopping foot or the needle. So it asks me, the app asked me to choose quilting area, and that's in the upper left over here. It says choose quilting area. Now, in traditional applique echo, if we were doing the whole procedure, I would choose the block that my applique is in, because I would be doing an applique stitch or a decorative stitch around the applique, and then echoing it out to that block, so we want to encompass that complete area of the block. But for today's purposes, when we're only doing a quadrant down here on the fabric here, when we're only doing a quadrant, I just have to make sure my quilting area is bigger than that quadrant. So I'm just going to select points that are bigger than that quadrant. And again, I'm looking at that laser dot. And then I say done. Now I choose over here, I made a choice to be an open path, because when I just do a quadrant, it's just part of it. It's just a quadrant of it. So it's an open line from one point to down here. And I'm going to outline these points. Now, this is where it gets really you got to pay attention. But the payoff is really good. So I'm looking at my laser and I'm going to set a point. Just tap the screen. And I want to make sure that I do this really good on camera live. So I'm going to be precise as I can to make sure that laser point is right at the intersection. If this hand is the fabric edge and this is the bottom, and then I want to make sure that that laser is right, almost split in half between that edge of the fabric and out here into open space. So I'm going to set my points, and I'm going to do the end points and a center point. And you notice when I'm at this point right here, something strange is going to happen around that point when I'm all done. So be ready for that. Because when we do these applique stitches or these satin types, well, not really satin. If the density was tight, it would be a satin stitch. But when we do this applique type of stitch, when it comes to the points, we want the stitch to actually fire in a certain direction. Otherwise, it kind of looks goofy. So I come down to this tip, come over here. And again, I'm just doing the midpoints because we're a little pressed for time. So I've made my selections and I press done. So now that's what it's going to stitch out as. Now, if you look, I'm going to draw on the tablet here. If you look, you can see right there at these corners, you can see, I don't like the way that stitch looks. So we can, with these little arrows, arrow to that node that we selected and call it an anchor point. And then once it knows it's an anchor point, it sets the angle to bisect. It sets the angle of that stitch to bisect the angle of the line around it. And that's pretty cool. So basically, in layman's terms, it just makes it look better. So when you have a point like this, instead of the stitch firing along the axis this way, it just fires nice at the point. So it looks nice. If you're doing this by hand in a hand sewing machine or on a sewing machine on the table, you try to have that do the same thing. At this point, look at our selections over here on the left. We can modify that applique stitch. And I think I want to make that stitch, well, the line width to be consistent with what I've already done is 0.15, which sounds good. The space in between the stitches, I'm going to set to 1/4 of an inch. And the angle that stitch is made, I'm going to leave it at 90 degrees. So as it's stitching around this, it's going to set a stitch perpendicular to it. But we can take a look at it. What if I change that to, say, 60 degrees? You can see that it starts skewing those stitches off at 60 degrees. It still leaves the anchor stitches bisecting the angle, but it has moved those other stitches to the angle that we've selected. I'm going to go back to 90 degrees, and then we're going to stitch it out. So I press done and move to start. I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread like I always do. Keep the back of the quilt nice and tidy, or the project, this little mug rug. And I'm going to press go. Now, I'll tell you, when this starts going, I'm going to be paying attention, and it goes at a relatively slow speed, but I'm going to be working the fabric with my hands at the same time because I want to make sure that that stitch looks as good as it can. So there, went into the fabric a little bit, and now we're back to normal. So when we're quilting this type of, in this type of situation, let's say, we've got a top fabric, we've got the batting, we've got the backing, and then on these turned applique pieces, there's actually another 2 layers of fabric. So we've got quite a bit of stuff we're going through. But there, it's going nicely. I'm just making sure, don't worry about my fingers. I've never actually poked myself. As long as I keep it outside of that big ring there, I'm fine. And here it comes around. Oh, I missed my call right there, but it's okay. And there it does the tack off stitch at the end. So there, I've done that quadrant. Now, I want to do that center circle in the same manner. And we can jump over. Before I do that, I want to show you how I made these circles, because we can actually use QBOT in lots of ways, not just for quilting or decorative stitching. So if we go over to our samples over here, what we've done is, and I'm going to make these circles right now. So here's what we start with. This is Pellon on the back. It's with an adhesive. So once we have the Dresden plate like this, we use a little bit of spray adhesive, and you can see all the layers of fabric on the back there. So in some spots, actually, it's 4 layers deep just on this. But we use the iron and press that down. But to make those perfect circles, you can do it a traditional way on your hand machine and stitch that around, or we can use QBOT to actually make those circles. So back on the frame, we use our designer feature, and we're going to design on the quilt. And here I just have a little side piece of fabric set up. And I'm going to make those circles. So I'll select a little area here. Just like that. That's the area I'm going to design in. I press done. And now I can choose a design to put in there. I go into my basic shapes, and we have a little film strip on the bottom. I'm going to put in, I'll do 3 circles just to show the effect. Press done. And now I'm in the modify screen. It automatically pops up on the left. I click that circle, and I want to make it a 2-inch diameter circle. So I say 2. Okay. I'll just place that over here. Then I modify my next design. I'll say, again, I'll type in that I want it 2 inches in diameter. Okay, and I'll move that here. And let's say I've got a smaller one that I would need to make for some other project, and I want to make that just maybe 1.5 inches in diameter. I'll move that over here. Just that easy. Then, so I have my designs laid out for this quilt top, or this, actually it's not a quilt top, it's just a piece of fabric that we're going to make into those circles. The backing is the Pellon. The top is this batik, this green batik, and it's right sides together. So I press done. And then in the QBOT V3 Designer, we have a thing called linking. So I'm going to say straight line to link all of those designs together. And then I could save it, but I'm just going to say quilt now and move to start. I sink my needle. So instead of drawing all of this out on my fabric and trying to stitch beautifully on a circle on a domestic machine, I'm going to use the quilting equipment for this purpose. So it does that first circle, goes right into the second one, and then right into the third one. And then I'll pull up my bobbin thread again so we can get back to doing some applique stitches. Okay. So that was just a little quick demo on how we make those circles, and a feature that we have in QBOT V3 Pro, which is the designer feature. And that allows you can design off the quilt or on the quilt. Here, I designed on the quilt or on the fabric just to make those circles. Once we're done with those, we take them off the frame and then we pink around them pretty close, slit the back of the pellon, flip it inside out, and work a tool into the seam so that it comes out. But it'll come out perfectly circular because the robot can do that beautiful circle or any shape identically every time, which is really nice. So back to our project. We're going to hit Applique Echo again. We're going to choose our quilting area again, which is just around this center circle. And now we're going to select, we're going to choose our boundary around the circle. And we have a closed path now because we're actually going all the way around the circle. And I'm going to choose points. Now I'm going to do these pretty precisely. This takes a little bit of time, but I promise it's worth it in the end. I'm just going to go around. And again, the more precise that you can set these points, the better it's going to look. So I'm really kind of going maybe 2 stitch lengths apart from each other around here. If you really want to be precise, you maybe choose 1 stitch length around. Take your time and do it. And this is actually a very interesting example. Oh, now I missed when I was hitting, I missed a couple of points back here when I was tapping the tablet, so I need to go back. That would have been a disaster. Okay, so I'm going to go right here. And now we're going around. When you're actually doing this and you don't have all of the electronics we have hooked up to display the tablet, it gives you an audible feedback that you've actually hit the point. So you wouldn't have that problem of missing a point. I'm really kind of focused just down onto the fabric here. And you can see, hopefully you can see, it's a little bit difficult, but when that dot gets to the edge, it starts to dance around on the fabric. You can see the reflection as it hits. So that's what I'm really trying to hit. Okay, so I'm just about done. That's going to be close enough. I think on the left-hand side, there's a little bit of a gap that's straight. So I'm going to be down with my hands, working it a little bit as we go around. And the smaller you get, when you're doing this stuff, the smaller you get, the tougher it is actually. But we're just doing kind of a small circle here. I don't have any anchor points that I want to do, so I press done. It generates the stitch. I'm going to go to a 1/4 inch again, 1/4 inch in between each. I'm going to keep the stitch length just to show a little bit of the options we have. We could, right now we're doing the choices right, so it's putting the stitches into the circle. We can also go to the left. We can also be symmetric, or we could be alternating, which could be kind of neat. I mean, I did the other one. I don't know. Should we do alternating? No, I don't think so. I want to keep it the same as the one we already did. All right, so we're going to move to the start point. I'll show you some examples where we have used all the different methods of those stitches. We have some samples that kind of looks like crazy quilting. Now again, I'm gonna try to keep this going nicely. There we have a nice stitch. There we go. I try to focus really on getting that stitch just on the other side of the outer edge. I don't like it when it gets too in, and I don't like it if it gets too far out. I just think it looks better. If you can get it really tight in there, it just looks so good. It takes a little bit of practice, but it's not going so fast that it's going to be an issue. So you can see it's just going around and doing that decorative stitch. And you might not think that this was possible with a robotic quilting system when you think of just quilting. This isn't an edge to edge. It's not a block quilting. It's these finishing touches to your quilt that can make all of the difference. So how about that? That's looking kind of nice. Have to say that I did a much better job selecting the points. Probably don't want to talk too soon because I only have 2 stitches left, or maybe 1. I did a much better job selecting those points this time than when I did the outer boundary. In all honesty, I don't want to hide anything from you. But that came out really nice. And if you were doing this on if you were doing this on a home machine, you have that stitch in your home machine, but it's almost not as easy as just what we did here. Now, let me show you some examples before we do the echo part on this and finish this off. Let me show you some examples of where I've used this stitch and done it in decorative ways on quilts and other things. So over here on the overhead cam, what we've got is, this is part of our sampler that we have that shows all of the different features QBOT does. Here's a nice Hawaiian type block that was starched and then steamed onto another piece of fabric. So this is all raw edge applique. And then what I did was I selected a quadrant, and I did one quadrant at a time. And I recommend doing that because for all of those embroiderers out there, you know that as you start putting down stitches, stuff starts to move. So we can be pretty sure that doing a quadrant at a time, things aren't shifting. So I've done 1 quadrant at a time, and I've chosen a nice thread that complements this. And I've also done the circle in the center, and that looks really good. So this is just pure raw edge applique put down. Then we did an echo, which is a concentric echo of, it looks like just over 3/4 of an inch, maybe almost 3/8 of an inch or 5/16 of an inch. We did 4 echoes, and that looks really nice. So that would be like, okay, that's a nice sample. What about in a quilt? What can you do there? Well, same kind of idea on this quilt. This is raw edge applique, and what we've done here is the same thing. I've changed the stitch length a little bit, but all of this raw edge applique has been placed down and then quilted with the applique stitch. On this one, I didn't do any echo, but here everything is done, and it adds really nice texture to the quilt. Now here's where it kind of gets fun. This is a bag, and this shows a lot of QBOT quilting and what you can do with all of the decorative aspects of this applique stitch. So here I have quilted on both, or stitched on both sides, and then had a center that moves this way and then stitch on both sides. Here we also did, it looks kind of like a baseball stitch, but here we've changed the angle of the stitching. And all I did was I selected, when I was selecting my points, I selected along this line and then pressed go. Over here, some more decorative stitching. And of course, you can see I still love that crosshatch. This is done with a Pellon foam underneath it, adds the texture to the bottom of the bag. And I also did this, made the fabric for these handles, if you look at that. And even though it's not crosshatch day, it's applique echo day, adding that crosshatching to the handles before the construction of the bag really adds a lot of visual elements. And then here along this, you can see it was finished off with some parallel echo quilting. And I think you can see that actually a little bit better on this sample of the same genre, where these were echoed around these lines in varying steps. And even though this is an echo, this was actually pretty much line quilting, where I quilted one line and then echoed off of it by offsetting with the line quilting. Again, though, here's the decorative stitching you can see throughout this. It looks it's kind of modern and cool. I like this one a lot. So back to the frame. Let's get into the echo going. And how hard is it to do an echo quilting? Not hard at all. This time, we're going to finish off the rest of this project with an echo. We're going to choose our quilting area. I just go around. I'll choose several points around the perimeter. And I'll be quick when I choose the inner boundary, or what I'm going to echo around. I press done. And I'm going to do a closed path. And I'm just going to select, I'm going to be quick because I know that I'm not up against, the only thing I'm up against is a clock. I'm not up against, in these echoes, I'm not hitting directly around this Dresden block. So just making sure I capture all of my points. And then we're going to just pop in an echo and get it going. Here we go, almost done. And I'm going to do a 3/8 of an inch echo around this. And I'm going to do it in a spiral fashion, just so that it can continue to go. So I have choices. I could say done. I'm going to skip directly to the echo. And I'm going to say 0.375 here, 0.375. I'm going to round my corners, and I'm going to click the stitch to the outer edge, just like that. And even though I missed a point, you can see I missed a point on my star. I'm not going to worry about that. I press done and move to start. It's all automatically trimmed to the boundary. Oh, I should have worried about that. Well, we're just going to go with it, if everybody's okay with that. Nobody's okay with that? Okay, I'm going to go back. I hear in my ear, that is, no, don't do that. Don't ruin a sample. So I'm not going to ruin that. So we'll just go back. And we'll see. Keep going back and back and back. It's easier at some points to just start right over again. Oh, real things happen. What can I say? Applique echo, connected, use offset. Here we go. Again. Well, we might not get it started today, but we do have that sample to the right, which is good. I'll just do 4 points. Now, all of this, by the way, all that boundary ends up in binding anyway. So let's just make sure I do these points correctly this time. Yeah, this is the better way to do it. You guys get to see that it happens to everybody. There we go. Here we go. It's looking good now. Guess the goal is always try to make a good sample. Don't cut corners. Pay attention. All that stuff we learn in school. Okay, one more point. Done. Okay, skip to echo. Now we're going to, again, set it right down to 0.375. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to round our corners and we're going to stitch it to the end. And then we just press done. It trims it and we move to the start. Yep, that's better. There we go. Pull up our bobbin and press go. We'll just let that rip around there. And again, it's just that easy. We set it and let it go. And even if you make a mistake, you got to see it on the screen. And it, you know, something, as soon as I hit that button and said, oh, I saw that I missed a point. Well, just go back, take the extra minute and a half to make it right. And then everything looks good. And if we look back down here, you can see it's, again, stitching beautifully. We'll let it go and you can see how it hits the edge. As it comes around on, you can see where I've done the sample on the right. At some point it overstitches, which is perfectly okay. In this case, overstitching is fine because that gets trimmed and a binding gets put on around it and it just doesn't matter. It gets cut off. So we can just watch this quilt out for a little bit. Now, I don't want to interrupt the next folks that are coming up. So if Blaine, if you want to cut, you can cut back to you and get, you know, stay on schedule. Or if you want to just keep watching this, we'll just keep watching this. It's up to you.
Well, hey, David, unfortunately, we have another presenter coming up, but I know that you're going to be here again tomorrow, and we're going to just pick up where we left off and just keep going. But I got to remind everybody how they can get one of these great robotic systems. This is the QBOT from Lighten Up. And guys, this is $51.99. And again, we have a call-in special on this. Give us a call if you're interested in robotics for your machine. And again, I think, you know, we talked about this yesterday with David. This will fit, if your quilting machine has a frame, this will fit on he has a system that'll fit on any machine that already has a frame. And he has a way that even if you have a domestic machine, we have you can put it on a domestic machine and make it fully robotic. So we have ways of doing that. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, and we can talk you through a lot of those things like that. But this will actually even fit our King Quilter long arm machine. And we love this robotic system. What a great robotic system. $51.99. We have free shipping right to your door nationwide. And we also have some special financing from Synchrony. So if you've been interested in the market of the robotics, give us a call and we can talk and just answer all the questions for you that you may have. 1-800-401-8151. If you're on the website, just type QBOT in the search bar. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all about it. And we have live chat agents. It can answer your questions as well. If you're local in Southern California, hey, we have a store down in San Diego. And we have one in San Marcos, California, both retail locations. We can help you with the robotic systems and quilting systems. So stop on in and we can help you out. All right, guys, we're going to move on. And hey, we're got Martelli in the house, Kyle. So Martelli's in the house, and then we're going to go back to them. We had them here yesterday, and we got Valerie Webster is there with us, and I'm not sure who she's going to have with her today. But hey, Valerie, how are you?
Hey, guys. How are you doing today, Blaine?
I am doing fantastic, and hey, we're excited about that table. I got to tell you, after your session, was it Monday?
Yep.
Yeah, it was Monday. I had a lady email me, said she absolutely loved Martelli products, and she bought one of the two-tier tables, and she was super excited that she got to see it on our show. So we're excited to share this again with everybody watching today.
Well, I'm super excited to be here, and thanks for that, Blaine. And I think I know, I feel like I know Kyle too, because he's going to have a barbecue on one of those tables too. I just know that. But I am going to, today I do have Linda, and she's one of our educators. You guys were lucky enough to meet Lisa the other day, and Elisa's here trying to watch it. So if we can answer some questions for you, we will. So in those comments, she's kind of watching it back there. If you have a question, if I go too fast, I mean, I went back and watched the replay with Lisa, and I about died. I talk really fast, and so I want to slow it down just a little bit so I can get all the information to you. I'm going to, once again, go over the technical aspects of why it's important for this system. And Linda, who is our other educator. She's been with us for 20 years.
Yeah.
She's been with us a long time, and she likes to say her last name is
winner, opposite of loser,
as one of her lines. So everybody remembers Linda and knows Linda. I'm going to have her step up here after I'm done and go over more of the quilter's eye and why it's important to her. She's a lefty, so we got the left-handed cutter here as well. So we're going to get that view and vantage from that point.
Sounds good. Have fun.
So now, as we do these trade shows around the world, and we've been doing them for 20 years, and I get a group of ladies around, I ask, what is the most important thing to quilters, right? 90% of the time they'll say fabric or different things. Accuracy always comes up into the mix, but accuracy is the most important thing about quilting. You can have the top of the line sewing machine, which I know Blaine sells, top of the line sewing machine. So you guys know all about the importance of sewing machines. But what you don't understand is if you can't cut that square, and you've got 15 of those squares, by the time you get to sewing that last one, your quilter doesn't even want to see you. And if you do your own quilting, you don't even want to put your quilt on the frame, because everything from accuracy rolls downhill. From if it's not right here, it's not going to sew right, to your binding's not going to fall right, to the quilter can't make it work, to it causes a whole lot of problems. So in this industry, we've been in the industry for 20 years, and we've come out with different things. And again, like there's a need. Whenever we come up with a product, it's because there is a need to the quilters out there, whoever it may be. The rotary cutter was one of our first things, which I'm going to go over. The rotary cutter was one of our first things that my dad designed. People came to him and said, hey, I got carpal tunnel. I can't move my hand. I can't cut anymore. I'm going to show you why the rotary cutter is important at first. We're going to start with the rotary cutter and the technical aspects of it. And I know this might not be professional, but I'm going to give you an analogy, because to me, over the years, when I try to explain people why the rotary cutter is important, I keep going back to this and it makes sense to them. So on this level, let's say you women, you're out there and you're driving a car and your car just dies in the middle of the road. So now you got to push it out of the road. Your husband's not there, or vice versa. Let's say you're a guy and you just don't have the strength, right? You put that car in neutral and you get behind that car and that vehicle to push it out of the road. When you put it in neutral, it's got 4 wheels, right? You can push that with very little strength. So, as I like to say, if you're pushing, let's say this is the back bumper of the car. Now, most of the rotary cutters out there, when you're cutting, you're either going to cut with your finger here, pressure point, or you're going to cut with your thumb down. So you're going to use these 2 fingers to cut with most rotary cutters on the market. Well, my dad kind of looked at that and said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. That's not where your power comes from. So if you look at this, and let's say this is a car, and I'm going to push this car out of the road. I put my car in neutral, and now I'm going to give it a push. If I walk up to that car with my fingers and put it on any table, ladies, and you put your finger and you push, your fingers are going to turn white, red. You've got 0 strength. That car is probably going to roll back at you if you're on any slant. So then you say, okay, let's try the thumb, which is the other way we cut. So let's put our thumb on that table, and I'm going to push, right? You have 0 strength. So if I have to push this car out of the road that we've discussed, how am I going to do that? I'm going to put it right here like this, the palm of my hands, and I'm going to use the weight of my body behind me to push that car out of the road. Now, with the palm of my hands on the back of that car, I am able to push that with the wheel assistance as it goes. And that's pretty much how this rotary cutter is designed. Now, there's a lot of people that will come up to us in a trade show, and I'm not even kidding you. I just do this for fun more than anything. They'll come up to me and they'll be like, I love Martelli's, best cutter I ever had. I couldn't cut. I had carpal tunnel. And I'll stop them and I'll say, hey, do you mind showing me how you use this rotary cutter? And I will bet you 8 out of 10 people are not using it properly. If you use the cutter properly, you will not believe, A, the results that you will get, but 2, if you think you've got it great using it wrong, just think about if you're using it properly. So now I'll pick up a piece of fabric and I'll say, I just simply want you, just one piece of fabric. I just want you to cut down the middle. Just cut it. Yep. They'll just pick it up and go, right? So they've cut that. Great. The second you see that hand right there with your finger up, and you have got to, excuse me, my hands, I'm a working girl. I don't know what to tell you. But your finger's like this. So now you're pushing with that finger, you're pushing down, right? You have no strength there. That's the whole point of it. You're not going to be able to cut. I can cut through 30 layers like butter. You're not going to be able to cut. When using this rotary cutter properly, when you turn your hand over, right here is on the back of this cutter. That's where all your strength comes from. just right there. So when you turn this cutter around and you're using it properly, I should be able to pick up my finger and thumb and cut through that fabric perfectly. So if I come down here and I'm going to put my cutter right here, I pick my finger and thumb up, I'm going to go down. Now let's go through. Now, realistically, you guys have a fabric problem. We established that last week. And you have a machine problem, right? So our fabric's important. You're generally not going to cut more than 4 to 6 layers, maybe, because if you make one mistake, it's just more than one mistake, you're going to ruin your fabric. So realistically, now I think I probably got about, when I'm done with this, I probably got about 30 layers. Now you see, I haven't even put my finger or my thumb down at all. And I've cut that many layers like butter. Like butter, right? It's not magic. It's not anything that I've done. It's not a super blade, although we do have the best blades. Just a little prop to us. But see how many layers I've cut? I could even go. But now watch, if I'm going to put my finger and thumb back down for stability, and so I know where, again, from here, the top of my hand, from right here, I'm pushing down and through, just like that. Now double the layers. Because all your power when you're using the rotary cutter is coming from here, the palm of your hand. That's where all your strength is. And when you're trying to use your finger and you're trying to cut, you just don't have the stability. You don't have the strength. You can still cut. I'm telling you right now, with doing it this way and pushing with your finger, this is what, if I can go back down here, this is what everybody's hands looks like when they use the cutter. I'm just telling you, if you have my cutter out there and you're using it, put your hand down and don't think about how you're cutting. And when you look, this is what most of your hands look like. Honestly, in the palm of your hand, let me get your thumb out of the way, right here, should be on the back of this ruler. We're going to cut down and through, right? So that's how you use the rotary cutter properly. Now I want to show you something else because we're going to go into this kit and what we're supplying today, what's going to come with this kit. But I want to teach you how to use the rotary cutter and why the rotary cutter is important. So now we're going to go, Zeke, if you just come back, yep. So now I'm not going to do a lot of close-ups, but on a lot of our products that we have, we talked about it the other day, we talk about accuracy. So when you're using a ruler, they slide on you, right? So if I was going to come over here and let's say I'm going to cut, what do you guys do? The inchworm, like we're inching and inching and inching and inching? No. So if I'm using the cutter, do you see how I could just make that go off just a little bit, right? So with our rulers, I could move this whole table. You see what I'm doing? I got a little bit here, just not going anywhere versus this. Now, if you have a ruler that you don't have to fight with your hand, how easy is that going to be? Now, what comes with this kit is going to be our 24-inch strip ruler. So here, what I'm going to do is, and it's got a bunch of different sizes in it. You can do, and I will go over that in just a second. You can do, you have a 1 1/4, 2 1/2, 3 inches, 1 5/8. And you can see there's multi. We've made it multi-directional, left or right hand. You just turn it around. So either way, depending on what way you're cutting, right or left-handed, you just move it there. So now, our no-slip material locks everything in. We've already discussed that. So as I come in here and I want to cut a 1 1/4 inch, I'm going to put this here. We don't like to waste fabric. So I'm going to put this as close to the edge as I can because we're going to square that up. Now people say, well, I can't see through that. There's no reason for you to see through this. At the end of the day, I know with the laser, so I have it here, right? So I can move my fabric. You see my fabric's moving? But you can also see that underneath my fabric is not moving underneath my ruler. So I've set it and you can see I still have the same amount on that side. It's locked to the fabric. Now, if I want to lock the fabric and the table together, I simply put my thumb on the table. I lock it to the ruler. Now I've locked in everything. So when I come in here, I'm going to come down, cut down and through. I'm going to cut down and through. I'm going to pick this up like this. You can't even see where I cut. And the reason you can't see where I cut is because when we make our rulers, they're laser cut. So when you're dealing with plexiglass, no matter what, you're always going to have that tolerance. You're always going to have that little bit of play. Or you're cutting with a laser machine, your blade's tight in there. You can't see where I've cut this. But I can tell you when I pull this off, I can guarantee you that is going to be a perfect all the way through. And as you guys can see, there's no elbows in there, right? We all know what elbows are. So now I'm going to go to a close-up view and I'm going to go over a little bit about why we get those elbows, what causes the elbows, and how we can fix this. Again, we're all talking about the dynamics of how the system works together. So I'm going to go, let me start here, and then as we go, I'll show you a close-up because it's really important for you to see. So there's 4 layers here right about now. So I'm going to cut this in half. So we're looking at 8 layers now. I'm going to cut it in half again. We're looking at 16 layers. I'm going to cut it one more time. Okay. Now, if we can do this a little bit of a close-up here, because it's going to be important. So we all talked about the importance of, and I don't want to ruin this cutter, so I'm going to get this one right here. Everybody knows if you have an egg, right? If you hit it top to bottom, you're not going to break it. But an egg, you even move it remotely sideways, and that egg's going to splatter. So that's important. So when we have our blade here, I'm going to show you here. So I'm going to put a lot of weight and pressure down. And let's see, probably this way. I'm going to put a lot of weight and pressure down. Okay. That blade is perfectly straight. You can see my hand shaking. That's how hard I'm pushing down on that, right? But it doesn't flex on you at all. Okay. The second I put my cutter down like this, and I turn my blade just at a slight angle, so I can see if I'm hitting pins and nicks, you know, so I can make sure it's right. Look what happens to my blade. I'm not hardly putting any pressure on that. You see that blade flexing and bowing? So when you guys think, oh, my blade's skipping, I hit a pin again. You didn't hit a pin. You bent your blade. When you bend that blade, it destroys your blade, and you get a little nick where you bent it. So now as you're cutting, it's skipping. Okay. So how you know when you're bending your blade or when your blade is perfectly straight, there's a couple ways. Because you will ruin your blade once you bent your blade, forget it. Don't even bother. So now you see here that I have this I've got, well, it was 16. I lost count of my try. It was either 16 or I can't remember how many layers. So I want to show you how dog-eared. So I'm going to keep my cutter perfectly straight. You always want to make sure that your blade is 100% straight. Very important. So if I cut down and through, I mean, I'm not the best at cutting, but that's a pretty good cut right there, right? Not having a ruler. Now watch what happens when I put my cutter here and I tilt it just a little bit, and I get in that habit of tilting it. Watch what happens to my fabric. Do you see what happens to my fabric? You get those dog ears because your fabric is pushing. Let me go a little bit more this way. A little bit shorter. When your blade is at an angle, it's kicking your fabric out. It's kicking it. Do you see how it just turns on you like that? But if I take the cutter and I keep my blade straight, I keep it perfectly. You can see there, that's from pushing. But if I keep my blade perfectly straight, you don't get that. Now, of course, you always want to use a ruler. I'm just showing you why it does what it does. So when you guys think you have nicks, especially if you're using a Martelli cutter, I'll say, oh, well, that blade wasn't good, or it's skipping. It's truly, truly, truly because you're not using the rotary cutter properly, because if you did, you wouldn't have the issues, and your blades will last you forever if you keep that blade perfectly straight all the time. So that's really, really important. So that's the whole premise behind the rotary cutter, is making sure that you're holding it properly. We do have right, we do have left-handed, but even the people that love us, and we have a lot of loyal, like Blaine was saying, somebody that called, even 90%, and I'll let Linda attest to this, we've been doing this for 20 years, that even the people that think that they're using this rotary cutter right are not getting the full benefit of what this cutter can supply. We cut our own brown material here. Everything is made in the United States, as Blaine was saying the other day. We hand cut all this. We have a gentleman downstairs named Floyd who cuts out every single one of your rulers, your templates, or anything that you have. And we use our rotary cutter. And Floyd couldn't use anything else because he would literally, he has to use the straight blade if we're getting in angles that you can't have. We do have a 28, but he'll be like, this is craziness. I got to go back to the rotary cutter. So it really, truly makes a difference. Now the mats are, I'm going to let Linda get into a little bit of the mats and why the mats are important. Just the whole, I don't use the mats as much. I know that I've been here for 20 years and this is our #1 seller. Yeah. And people love it. But as far as quilters go, I think I'm going to let Linda just go ahead and step in now and maybe give that whole.
Yeah. And I have to tell you, it's funny. You say 90% of our customers use the rotary cutter wrong, me included. I got this from my Bernina dealer years ago, 22 years ago. I met Marcia Martelli and I was cutting like this, and she would come up to me and put my pointer finger on top and I'd put my pointer finger back. I was doing this constantly. And she finally said, would you like to cut straight? And I said, well, of course, Marcia. And she said, your finger, it points the way. Where your pointer finger is, it tells you to go straight. So those of you that are doing this like me or doing this, you're not getting the results that you want to be getting. People tell us all the time how much they love the cutter. But as Valerie said, you are going to love this so much more. When I ask people how many layers they cut, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, oh, 4. No, any rotary cutter should allow you to cut. You saw Valerie cut through 32 layers. We're not going to do that, but the ability to do that is a big deal. So if you're not sure about your rotary cutter, go back and look at what you're doing. Like Valerie said, put it in your hand, stop for a minute, look and see what you're doing. Because my guess is you're not getting 100%. All right, I want to talk about the mats because this mat is unlike any other mat. I've got a corner here and I want to lift this up and I want you to see what I'm doing. You would never do that to another mat. Don't go do this at home because your mat isn't going to bounce back. Did you notice the purple on the back, by the way? We'll talk about the purple in a minute. But the guys at the trade shows, our sales reps, they're sales reps. I'm an educator. They'll say, you buy the yellow mat and we'll give you the purple mat for free. So the idea, yellow and purple, why do we have double-sided? Well, 2 mats in one for one, but I'll tell you a little bit more in a minute. So our mat material right from the start, by me bending that back, it lets you know it's not like the other mats that are out there. It's a heavier mat than you're getting from any other mat, and heavy is a good thing when it comes to mats. For one thing, on your table, it's not going to slide around. This mat is sitting inside. We've cut this table out. It's been routed out. So the mat sits nicely in here. But this mat, because of the weight, it's going to stay a little bit more firmly on your table too. If you notice right here, I've got markings going here, and the numbers are on the outside. The lines are on the outside. Why is that a big deal? Because I want all this surface for me to cut, to be able to get my fabric, to be able to get my ruler on top of there. And our markings here, we've got a really unique system with our lines. So when we look down here, you can see right here, my 0, 0, and then I've got my 1, and over here, I've got my 35. So that gives me my 1 inch. Wherever I'm working, left or right hand, I'm able to use the markings to help me out. So our 1 inches, they're the longest marks, our inch marks. And then the very shortest mark there is in the middle, and that's a darker color. So we have a blue and we have a navy. It looks black, but it is navy. This is my 1/2 inch. The shortest line is a 1/2 inch. So when I'm doing 1/2 inch increments, I'm looking for the shortest line. Then we have our 1/4 inches. That's our kind of halfway along. And then we have an 1/8 of an inch. So we've got a 1/2 inch here. We've got the 1/4 inch. We've got our 1/8 inch. We've got markings on our mats that are outside the numbering system, the cutting area, which is really nice. You notice I have 36 here. I've got 36 plus right here, plus an inch. My inch here, if you look on this side right here, I've got a full inch. Why is that a big deal? When you cut a yard of fabric, quilters live and breathe, and at least in the United States, we live and breathe by a yard, 36 inches. If I cut a yard of fabric on another mat, I have to scooch that fabric up a little bit because I only have a little bit of mat left over. Here I've got a full inch. So I really have a 38 by 26 inch mat. That's going to give me 2 additional inches to be able to cut my fabric. Lisa, we've got a question?
Do we have larger mats?
Oh yeah, we've got a 60 by 30. If you have room for that, that's what you want to get. But the bundle we're offering today includes the large mat. So that's why we're focusing on this one today. But yeah, go watch our videos. You can find it on our website as well. Okay, so I mentioned the yellow and then I mentioned the purple. So why do we want purple? I've got some mustard color fabric. This mustard pops on here. I can see it. But if I had a yellow fabric, if I had a lighter fabric, it's really going to pop when I'm on that back side. You can see here how this really pops. So you choose your side of your mat based on the fabric you're using. A lighter color fabric, I might work on the purple side, especially if I'm doing a lot of cutting. A darker color fabric, I'm going to work on the yellow side. I love the blue and navy that's on here. Now, Valerie showed you a lot on our ruler. I want to talk about why that ruler, the no-slip material that's there, makes it so that you don't need to see. When this ruler came out, I said, I'm not using that ruler because I can't see my fabric. I finally realized that aha, duh moment. I don't need to see, just like Valerie said, I don't need to see. What I need is a ruler that won't move, and I need a mat that's true and accurate. What does true and accurate mean? It means that I can trust the measurements on the mat. When you look at other mats and the websites there, sometimes they'll be fine print. Do not use your mat for measuring. Use your ruler for measuring. You're not going to see that because from us, We have a mat that is true and accurate, so you can trust the mat. When I line this up, do you see how I'm moving this? It's kind of grabbing. That no slip is grabbing. And I've lined this up along my middle line here, my 18 inches on my mat. Let's pretend that that's the selvage. And if I folded my fabric, I've got a good 18, 19 inches in this slot for me to be able to cut. So I can have folds here, I can have folds here. I like to work off the center, and I'm kind of doing this. When I'm doing that, it lets me line that up to the edge of my mat. I'm going to hold my fabric because that ruler is grabbing and that fabric is in place. When I lock this in, that's locked in so I can position this better for my body. Valerie talked a lot about your hand position, but your body position makes a difference too. We're used to acrylic rulers that slide on us, so we're cutting right here in the middle of our body. With our ruler and our rotary cutter, the design means I can cut from my hip. Shoot from the hip, cut from the hip, because this allows me to cut straight and accurate, and this allows me to get perfect cuts. Valerie also talked about that tolerance in here. When we cut this, laser cut means this ruler from here to here, it's exactly 2 1/4 inches. If I lift the ruler and I reposition, now I've got 2 1/2 inches. So whether you're left-handed or right-handed, that ruler is going to allow you to cut accurate, consistent. Valerie, did you want to add?
Yeah, so she is the expert when it comes to using mats because she is the quilter, and that's why we rely heavily on Linda and Lisa because, you know, they see it from a little bit different view than I am. I don't want, you know, mats are self-healing. Well, I'm sorry, but there's no such thing as a self-healing mat out there. The rubber comes back together. The slit doesn't disappear. If I can cut through 32 layers like butter and I'm not sticking my rotary blade into my mat, I'm not going to have a groove. But if you are at an angle and you're cutting with your rotary cutter and you're at an angle like this, your hand is automatically at an angle and you're cutting into your mat sideways and then you move it over a little bit and you want to know why you have grooves on the 36-inch mark? Because you have taken chunks out of your mat. If you keep your blade perfectly straight up and down and you're not cutting into your mat because the pressure is very little on what you're putting in there, you cut 36 layers of fabric, you shouldn't even be touching your mat. It should barely be riding on the top of that mat. If you use the cutter properly, I will assure you that 100%. So everything that we've taught you here is very important, especially, and on our mats, I'm not sure if Lisa, if Linda mentioned this one, but on your mats too, you have a 1/4 yard. So when you're cutting your 1/4 yards, 3/8 yards, all your 1/2 yard, all your yard measurements are also here, down here on your mat as well. So it's all marked clearly for you. And again, that wasn't something that we just came up with. Quilter said, I need this, especially stores when they're cutting. I need to know where that 1/4, I don't want to have to sit there and remember. So this mat will tell you where's your 1/4 yard, 1/2 yard, full yard. I think there's also even a 3/8 yard. So that actually came from a customer. And I know we don't have a whole lot of time left. Can you just go see what question Lisa has? I know we don't have a whole lot of time left, but I do want to do one more thing because Blaine's my buddy and I didn't tell him I was going to do this. But because I think the templates that we have are so important too, I'm going to throw in for anybody, and as long as Blaine's going to sell this on his site for this virtual that he's doing, I'm going to include, let me show you real quick what comes with it. So you're going to get the ruler as you see it, and you're going to get the rotary cutter, right or left-handed, whichever you are, and you're going to get a 5-pack of blades. So the mat and these 3 products are what comes with the kit. Now I'm going to throw this in for anybody who gets it as long as Blaine is willing to offer it, because this is so important, these templates. They don't slide. And I know you can see with the rulers they don't slide, but I want to show you how well it works. These are our fussy cuts. They do not have any brown material on it. They will slide on your fabric all over. So if you had a design on this or you were trying to fussy cut, you're going to line that fussy cut up real quick. We're going to take this 5-inch square and I'm going to drop it right in the center because now I know that I should have had some focal fabrics, but I didn't. Watch how easy it is for me to cut this out. Cutting properly from my hip, I'm going to go down and through, turn. So now I know you guys have those turntables. As a matter of fact, I think I'm coming up with one this Friday to do a video on. But how cool is this when you're using these templates and you have 0 slide? Now we talk about accuracy. All the way around, you can't see that fabric. This is done with lasers. I can guarantee you that square is a perfect, and I mean a perfect 5-inch square. So when you guys are cutting out these squares, how important are these templates to you? Now I'm going to go one step further and I'm going to say, okay, we're going to cut out, we're doing stack and whack on different things, but let's say, okay, we got this now. If I come in here and I tilt my blade even a little bit, it's like a motorcycle and it goes off, and I'm just going to go off a little bit here, and we're going to go off a little bit there, and we come through because I'm getting used to this cutter. You can see looking down, you can see I've got a little bit of overage right there that I didn't get. But how easy is that for me now to come back and take that little piece off, and I got a little piece over here that we missed right there, knowing that my fabric underneath here never moved. So if I mess up on my cutting, I can go back and square that up. So I know that this will be something, and it's a 5-inch charm. Everybody uses 5-inch charms. So this is also going to be thrown in this kit. And hope I'm okay with doing that, Blaine. And I'll send it back to you in case you had any questions or anything I can answer.
Well, hey, Valerie, that was an awesome demonstration. We love that cutting mat and those tools. And if you are out there, you're a quilter, this is a must-have, isn't it, Valerie?
20 years we've been doing this, and I can't tell you enough how many people and letters we get every day. I couldn't cut. I gave up sewing and quilting. If you will be willing to learn how to use that cutter, it's a game changer. It's a game changer.
It sure is. Well, thank you, Valerie. We sure appreciate it. So, guys,
Thanks,
again, I got to remind you how you can get this. This is, I think Kyle's going to put that overlay up there. This is the large cutting mat bundle from Martelli. And, guys, it's $253.96. And you saw she's going to throw in that fussy cut square template. And again, guys, that's going to be absolutely free on top of what the bundle you see right now. $253, and you're getting a great little package here. You're getting the ruler, you're getting that mat. That mat is dual-sided, and then you're getting that awesome cutter, and she showed you how to do that with those extra blades. Again, guys, what a great package we put together today. And again, $253.96. Y'all know the price of those cutting mats. So again, if you went out and bought a cutting mat by itself, you're going to pay $100 just for a cutting mat, or if not more, because they're not cheap, and especially the one of this size. So again, guys, you're getting a great, great bundle here today with this. And again, the true size of that mat, it's a 26-inch by 38-inch. So that allows you to cut a full fabric of, full yard of fabric on that mat. Again, the measurement on the mat is 24 by 36. It's double-sided, so it has a different color each side. It's got, the gold color, yellow on one side, and it has the purple on the other side. It's a self-healing mat, and then you're getting that Martelli, that ergonomically correct cutter, and with it. And then the mat is, like 6 pounds. I think it's very heavy-duty and durable. So really, really good mat. And then you're getting that ruler with it. And then you're getting those extra rotary blades, those 45-millimeter blades, or there's 5 blades that are coming in that count. And then we're going to throw in that fussy cut square template as well. And so, guys, what a great package from Martelli. And again, I challenge y'all to go to a quilt show and not see Martelli at a quilt show nationwide. They are at every quilt show I've ever been to, and their booth is always packed full of people looking at all their great products. And we're so happy that we've partnered up with them and selling their products now. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you have any questions or that, or if you're on the website, just type in Martelli in our search bar. It'll take you to our Martelli products, and you can speak to our live chat people online. All right, guys, we're going to keep the show rolling and move on. And we have one of my dear friends up next, and I tell you, this lady, oh my gosh, all I have to do is say Eileen Roche, and everybody probably knows what I'm talking about. But Eileen Roche, she's a co-owner of Dime, and I tell you, I've known her for many, many years. And Eileen, I've always, the first thing I think about when I hear her name is she is an innovator. She is a great quilter, great embroiderer. And when she has a problem or she sees something, there's a need, excuse me, when she has a need, she develops something that makes it easier on her. And then that becomes so many products that she's developed through the years. And we're super excited today. And we're actually going to talk about one of my favorite products that they have, and that is that weightless quilter. So welcome to the show, Eileen.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me today. It's just a delight to be here.
I'm so happy you're here. And I talk about you all the time, but I was talking to, I forgot who I was talking to now on the phone the other day, and I brought your name up. I said, she's such an innovator, and you always come up with these great products. And the weightless quilter, we brought this out last year at our Quilt Fest, and I want to remind everybody, if they watched last year, you gave us about 100, I think, allocated toward the show. We sold out in 30 minutes, and I had to beg for more. You gave us more of them. We sold another 100 of them, and we could not keep this thing in stock. And there's a big reason why.
It's a problem solver. And, we all want to finish those quilt tops on our embroidery machines instead of, quilting by paycheck. We want to do it ourselves, right?
Yep.
And so the
Well,
weightless quilter, I know, it's just what really answered a problem of quilt drag. These quilts are so big, embroidery machines are only designed to handle the largest hoop that's compatible with that machine. But oh no, us quilters, Blaine, we want to put a queen size, king size quilt on that machine. And now
I want you to introduce everybody to your best friend, your best quilting friend.
Absolutely. And that is the weightless quilter. So why don't we take a look at it in motion first, and then we'll come back and kind of get into the details. So here over on the machine, I'll just press start and you can see it in action. So there we go. Notice how the entire quilt is actually moving when the machine moves. And that's key to success for quilting with your embroidery machine. If we didn't have the quilt suspended above the machine bed, it would be creating drag on that hoop frame and separating the top magnetic frame from the metal bottom. Or if you're in a standard hoop, it would be popping out the inner ring from the outer ring. And that's our biggest problem when building with our machine. We really stopped it by inadvertently. What we really want to do is just keep all that weight above the machine and let the quilt sway with the hoop. We don't want to fight the hoop. And this will just stitch. It's just a dream. It just goes so quickly. And it just takes all the frustration out of you. And the best part about it is it's time to do fabric. All I do is lift the top frame and fabric and frame back down. I don't have to take the quilt off the machine or off the weightless quilter during the process. It all continues to stitch just deflating. So it's a floor frame. And these poles that you see holding up the quilt are extending from the floor. They have clamps that are gripping the fabric comfortably. They have a rubberized little fingers that touch your beautiful quilt, because I know we don't want hard plastic rubbing on our beautiful quilt that we've spent a lot of time piecing and so forth. And it's very versatile. 8 poles, 4 very flexible, and the other 4 have rigidity in them. And you would select which size or pole to use depending on the weight of your quilt. So if a heavy flannel quilt, you'd use the more rigid poles, but mostly you'll use the skinny pole so that the pole can flex and move with the quilt as it moves. I mean, that's our goal. We just want to we had a friend holding the quilt and keeping it up above the machine. So that's what Blaine says, this quilt really is having your sewing friends in your studio holding the quilt while the machine stitches. But, it's a silent friend. It just stands there and does its job. It doesn't ask for coffee or tea or give you criticism of the embroidery designs that you picked out. None of that. It's just a good friend. So we take a look over at, he says it's very lagging. Okay, well, bear with me for a minute and let me see if I can connect that. Yeah, bad news. Okay, hi, Blaine. I don't know if there's a lot I can do about that, but let's go to PowerPoint.
Hey, Eileen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I might go over the pricing of it real quick while y'all try to figure out. Y'all are real lagging really bad with the audio and the video. So I thought maybe
or just that machine cam.
Oh, is it just that? No, it's all of it. I think it's all of it, the whole connection.
All of it. Wow.
So if y'all want to, you might just log out and log back in and see if that fixes. Or if you have a direct connection, if you're on Wi-Fi, you may just direct connect with Cat 5 or something.
I'll be right back.
Y'all see if y'all can do that, and then we'll go and talk about the pricing, and you can come back then, okay?
Yep.
All right, guys, this is the weightless quilter, and this year we launched it last year, and it was a huge success. And I talk about this. It's so innovative that Eileen brought this up. And again, guys, you saw how it sets up. It sits up on the floor around the table you're sitting at. It has those fiberglass poles that extend out with those grippers at the top that you can clamp your quilt in. And it's basically like we talk about, it's your best friend, your quilting friend. They're holding the quilt for you. How many of y'all put it in the chat? Number one, if you've had to have a friend over there to help hold your quilt, or your husband or wife hold the quilt up for you to help, take the pressure off while you're trying to quilt it. How many of y'all had to do that? Put a number one in the chat, because I'm telling you right now, this eliminates that problem. You can do it all by yourself. You can clamp that. We caught me and Kyle and Roger and Andrea. Excuse me. We were talking about it's swaying, that quilt swaying back and forth. Put a little bit of music on, and you could call it dancing, but it's the dancing quilt, isn't it, guys? So, but again, guys, this is $299. This is a steal on this. This is such a good bargain, guys. We have these in stock, ready to ship to you right now. It's going to be free shipping nationwide, right to your doorstep. $299. You don't even have to call in for this. You can go right to the website and order this. This has the web special right on the web. And again, guys, if you do have questions, feel free to give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you're on our website, just put Weightless Quilter in the search bar. It'll take you right to that product page. We have our live chat agents are standing by, can help you out. And if you're in Southern California, you're local to San Diego area, down in our San Diego store and our San Marcos stores, we have these on the floor. They can show them to you. So stop on by and we can show you all about how it works. But again, this is a great addition to your quilting room to do quilts with. And let's go back to Eileen and see if her connection got a little bit better. So Eileen, we're coming back to you.
I hope. How are we? Are we better?
Man, you sound loud and clear and crystal clear to look at now. So let's continue this.
Boy, all this, that we try to do. We think we're ABC News, right, Blaine? Man. Okay, here we are, back at the Weightless Quilter. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Weightless Quilter again so you can really see it in action. So at the machine, now you can really see how fluid it moves as the needle. Well, really, it's our pantograph, right? It's our hoop that is sliding north and south, east and west. And when we have that occurring on a quilting design, which you're going to have a lot of movement when you're quilting because they're just big single run designs. And so the needle moves all over the sewing field. And, you want that quilt to stay above the machine bed. That's the key. It needs to hold the weight of the quilt up above the hoop so that as it moves, we don't drag the top frame with us, or if you're in a standard hoop with an inner and outer ring, you could pop that outer ring out of position. So, it's like having a friend in your sewing room. Your friends you'd ask them, hold this quilt while I work on quilting this actual, segment of the quilt. And that's exactly what the Weightless Quilter is doing. It's just holding your quilt. It's like having 2 or 3 sewing friends in your room without having to feed them or listen to their comments if they don't like your quilting, right? But why wouldn't they? So it's a floor frame. These poles that are extending behind the machine and also the one in the front, in the foreground, are extending from a frame that is on the floor, goes together in about 5 minutes, no tools required, and it sits around your sewing table. These poles extend up above the machine. You get 8 poles with your Weightless Quilter. And they come in 2 different diameters, meaning rigidity. One is more rigid than the other, which is more flexible. Lighter quilts would use the more flexible poles, while really heavy, large quilts would use the heavier poles, the wider poles. But all in all, I pretty much always use the skinnier poles, and I only use 3. You'll see how I have 2 in the back and 1 in the foreground. This corner here, the right lower corner, is not attached to anything because it's just a small amount of fabric that's extending off the machine bed, and that's not going to cause any quilt drag. Now, as I advance the quilt, I would change, what portion of the quilt is actually captured within those fabric clamps. So if we go over to PowerPoint, we can take a closer look at that floor frame so you understand how it's laid out. Okay, so in PowerPoint, I hope that we're in there. There we go. There's our Weightless Quilter symbol. So here's our floor frame. And it actually, in the box, you will receive 4 floor bars and 4 corner brackets. In this case, I only show 3. And in reality, I often only use 2, and you'll see why in a moment. But here we have, 6 poles, 2 poles in each corner bracket. That's really overkill. You don't need all that hold on a quilt, but we're just showing you have the ability to do that if needed. And notice that the floor frame, right, just slides right underneath a sewing table. And it can accommodate all kinds of furniture, as you'll see in a moment. On the image on the left, that's for sit-down free motion quilting or walking foot quilting. And then on the right, you can see I actually have the pantograph attached and also a hoop. So on these illustrations, I show you if you're on a large table, like a wide, let's say folding table or whatever kind of sewing furniture you have in your home, then your floor bar would be in the horizontal, the one that's horizontal parallel to the machine would be behind the table, and the bar on the left would probably be under the table. And then your fabric, as you can see, would be captured in those fabric clamps surrounding the machine. Now, it's important to have the weightless quilter surround the hoop and not really the machine, because we don't really care about the head of the machine. What we care about is the actual hoop. So that's why we position the weightless quilter to the left of the machine, where your hoop is located. You can even use it on multi-needle machines. Now, here you see we do have all 4 floor bars, and we have all 4 corner brackets. Notice on the illustration on the right that the floor bars are not connected behind the machine. They just, they will be leveled out independently. They'll be able to stay in place. The design of the floor corner brackets make sure that the floor bars stay in place. They don't have to be connected to each other. So they're overlapping because this is kind of a smaller table, but we need to hold that quilt above the machine bed, and it's doing a good job of that right there. Now, if you're in a sit-down free motion, you can use this device. You can, if it's a smaller quilt, you can actually have those floor bars just surround the table. Or if it's wider and you're working in the center of the quilt, then you can capture the edges of the quilt and place it in that position. Here we have Joni Zaire-Poole. She's a world renowned and ribbon-earning quilter, and she's doing free motion quilting. She actually helped me develop this tool, the weightless quilter, because I'm not a free motion quilter. So what else can you do with the weightless quilter? Well, binding. Binding is that task that you have at the very end of a quilt project. It's the very last thing that we do, and it's often cumbersome. The quilt is at its heaviest at that time, because, it's been quilted, it has all that thread in it. And, it can be really taxing on your shoulders to work that entire quilt on around 4 times, 4 edges times 2. So that's 8 passes that you have to take on the quilt. It's also really great, the weightless quilter, for large expanses of fabric that would also create drag on either the machine or if you're embroidering on the hoop. So that would be drapery panels, shower curtains, and for bridal, where you really want to make sure you keep those white fabrics white and pristine, the weightless quilter keeps those fabrics off the floor of your sewing room and make sure they are really nice and clean. So how do you attack quilting with the weightless quilter? Well, on an embroidery machine, you're going to want to plan your hooping into zones or quarters. And I like to divide my quilt in half vertically and in half horizontally. And I'll start quilting right in the center. Now notice that those circles, the white circles, they're representing the fabric clamps. So I'm going to hold the quilt in those 3 clamps, 2 in the back and 1 in the foreground. Now, you don't have to have the actual corners of the quilt attached to the fabric clamps. What you need is the zone that you're working on. So that would be hooping number 1. And remember, we just lift that top frame and advance the fabric. And we now would capture the next hooping, or, you know, the next 4 or 5 hoopings as we advance closer to the right edge of the quilt. And we would then advance to the next row horizontally below our center. Now, this is, you know, this illustration has to fit on this page. So, you know, in reality, there would probably be maybe 6 or 8 vertical hoopings on every column. So you're not just going to do 2, but you're going to work your way from the center down to one lower edge. And so I work from center to right, back to center, to right, back to center and right. And then eventually we get to that lower right-hand corner and it's time to move to the top. Same thing, same fashion, we're just working from the center up to finish from that last final quarter. Now we have half the quilt quilted, and then it's time to flip the quilt. And literally you will take the quilt out of the weightless quilter and rotate it 180 degrees. You will do the same with your embroidery design. You will rotate that 180 degrees, and then you'll work from the center in the same fashion to the right edge of the quilt. And as you get to the right edge, that's the best time to make sure that your bobbin is full, because I can tell you, you know, you never really run out of a bobbin when you're quilting with your embroidery machine unless you're in the center of the quilt. So when you're at that right edge, that's the time to do it. So Blaine, I wonder if we have any questions now that they've actually seen it in action. Blaine.
Hey, we're coming back, Eileen. I'm trying to see if we have any questions. Roger's looking right now. I don't know if we have any questions or not, but one thing I wanted to say, Eileen.
And I was impressed with all the books that I.
Is that her?
Like cutting mat and rotary cutter. That was cool. They have fantastic products. Hey, how are you, Blaine?
You were lagging again a little bit, so I couldn't tell if you were talking or not. So
I don't know
anyway,
what
sorry
that
if I did talk over you, but you know, Roger's looking right now to see if there's any questions coming in, but you know, that thing kind of speaks for itself, Eileen. It is just such an innovative product that anybody can use, whether you like to do embroidery on your quilts or you're just quilting. I mean, that thing is awesome. And one of the things somebody did make a comment out there, and I just wanted to kind of step up on there. Can we pull that, Andre, can that name back up for me? We had a Barb Tory out there, Eileen, has bought some of your hoops, and she said she has them for her Viking machine. Her local dealer said that the warranty would be valid if she used your hoops. And I just wanted to take a shout out to Barb. Barb, if your local dealer is not taking care of you, give us a call. We're going to take care of any needs you have. And don't worry about those hoops. I can promise you those hoops do not do anything to your machine and to damage it. And you know what? And if anything happens to it, we'll take care of you anyway. So you just give me a call, and I promise you we'll take care of you. But I just want to throw that out there, Eileen, because we saw that in the comments, and Roger, I said, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, we do hear those rumors, and you know, it really is misinformation, because I think that's actually an illegal statement, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of like when you own a car and they say, well, you can't put Michelin tires on your car. Doesn't void your car warranty. Yeah. That's
well,
okay.
you know, it's probably a dealer that doesn't sell those hoops and he's jealous. I don't know what the deal is, but
yeah, maybe
anyway.
Or maybe he hasn't tried it. But, you know, it
not.
is the solution for quilting with your embroidery machine. And the magnetic frame is quite strong. They're not refrigerator magnets. They hold that together. They've been thoroughly tested. It will not harm your machine.
No, it will not harm. We've sold thousands of these things and we have not had any problems. So that's why I'm telling you, Barb out there, don't worry, we got you back. So she said she hadn't used them or hasn't put up or something, but get them out, use them, Barb, and we're going to take care of you. I promise.
Yeah, you'll get a lot of quilts finished, Barb. I can tell you that. You'll be happy that you had it. 1 month as an owner of Snap Hoop Monster, you'll go, oh, why didn't I do that a long time ago?
Well, you know, Eileen, we haven't talked about the Snap Hoop Monster, and I know we got you. You're going to come back and talk later in the week about that. But again, I always talk about that is like the perfect marriage. that weightless quilter with that snap hoop monster combination is just incredible. And I'm a big fan of those two products.
Oh, thank you, Blaine. Yeah, I wouldn't be embroidering today if I hadn't invented the magnetic hoop 20 years ago. Believe me, it's just too complicated without it.
Well, we're so happy. And I got to, Eileen, while you're on the air too, I got to thank you and Dom for being one of our sponsors of the event. We could not put these great events on and give all these wonderful prizes away if it weren't for sponsors like you helping us out. And we do appreciate you coming on the show too and giving your, education and sharing your ideas and things with people, because again, a lot of people, unless, you don't get to get out and go to a lot of trade shows nowadays. So the only information they can get now is virtually. And we can bring this right to their household, right in their living room, and get educated.
What a luxury to, turn on a program like this in your home, or on your phone, wherever they're watching from. It's amazing. It's just amazing. And you learn so much from these events. Dime has always been honored to, participate with Sewing Machines Plus, our good friends out there in California. I wish I was out there in live, because it's an awful lot of fun at your stores and they're beautiful. But we have to, I wouldn't say settle for this. This is almost as good as being in person. Right, Blaine?
It is. It's a lot of fun. And that's the thing about it is we'll be able to bring a lot of people together, virtually easy by virtual means. And, it's not, there's a lot of work goes into this, but, if you had all the travel and everything that people would have to do to go to one central location. And we had 37 different presenters on this week. And that would be hard to do at a trade show or somewhere. So,
yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't be able to get 37 schedules to all coincide, and then airplanes land at the right time. And oh my, because I did that, as you have too. And I know what a nightmare that can be. Absolutely.
Well, again, it's well, thank you so much, Eileen. And we're going to tell everybody how they can get this weightless quilter again. Okay. And I can't wait to see your segment on that snap hoop monster, because again, to me, they're best friends. They need to work together. And but so anyway, we're gonna tell them how about they can get their first part of this system, and then hopefully we'll get to see that snap hoop monster with you in I think it's tomorrow.
It's Friday. I'll be back.
Friday. Yeah, Friday. Yep. We're gonna have you back on here.
The same time, and we're gonna hoop everything from a onesie to a denim jacket to a quilt. So whatever your interest is, you'll be able to learn how to use a snap hoop monster to handle that hooping challenge.
Hey, it was, I don't know if you got to see this morning, but Jerry Granata from Brother was on, and he was he was talking about the people down south. He said, man, they'll embroidery anything, even if they could put a hoop on their dog or cat. And that's about right. I was like, we could use that snap hoop monster, and, we could probably get creative of what we could embroidery.
Absolutely. There's very few limits, really, because you don't have to capture every edge in the hoop, unlike a standard hoop. So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Eileen, and we'll look forward to seeing you on Friday.
Well, thank you, Blaine, and I apologize about the internet connection. I don't know what that is today.
Well, you ended on a great note, and we got to see some, a lot of the great product. It just started out a little rough, but hey, we got it smoothed out.
Okay. Thank you, Blaine. Have a great fest.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, guys, let's tell you all about that monster, the weightless quilter. Again, the weightless quilter, guys, is $299. Again, this is a whole lot cheaper than, renting some people over to your house to help you hold your quilt, right?
Yeah, and they'd have to stand there for hours.
Yeah, they have to stand there for hours. Even might have to buy them dinner. Might have to buy them dinner or something. So, guys, $299, that's a small investment to make of what you're getting here. Again, you're getting that frame sits on the floor. It's going to go around your table where your machine's at. It has basically, you got two sets of the poles. You have a thinner pole if you don't have a lot of weight on it. If you got something that's extremely heavy, or you have a king size quilt, you might want to go to that bigger diameter pole. It just helps hold a little heavier weight, but you're getting all that whole kit for $299. Guys, we have these in stock, ready to ship, and they are free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. You can go right on our website and check it out. Just type in weightless quilter. You can go to the product page and see it. We have live chat agents sitting there helping you, and we do have a call-in special on this. So we can't. It's that $299. That's one of those prices that it's a MAP price, but we have a Quilt Show special, you have to call to get that special, or you have to speak to one of the live chat agents on the website to be able to get that special. So guys, if you're interested in this, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, or go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and in that search bar, put Weightless Quilter. All right, guys, moving right along. We are coming up next. We are going to have an educational session. So again, guys, we had Carrie Hanson was due to come in, and she was going to talk about using rulers on long arms and the ruler work. And Carrie took ill. She was a trooper. She came in yesterday and tried to do some demos, and she was just really feeling bad. And so we wish her a full recovery. She just had to go home and get some rest. But hey, our very own Deb Donovan, man, she is I like to call her our sewing decathlete. She comes in and she's an expert pretty much at everything. I tell her, everybody, she's the walking encyclopedia about machines. If I need to know something about a machine or a model number, I just call her. She always knows it. So Deb is so knowledgeable. We're super excited that she was able to step up and help out. And anyway, Deb's going to be here to talk a little bit about the educational part, how to use rulers on long arms. So let's go. She's in our San Marcos classroom today. So Deb, welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine, how are you?
Man, I'm doing good. I had a little bit of Mountain Dew. I had a Reese's peanut butter cup, and I'm fully energized and ready to go for the second half.
That is what you need. Keep going.
So anyway, I'm anxious to see what you got for us.
Okay, so I'm sitting down at the King Quilter 2 again, mostly because Roger already had the camera set up. It also is going to give you a great view of what I'm doing with the rulers here. Rulers have been around for a few years. They started up on the long arms, but now we can use them on almost all of the sit-down machines too. A lot of the manufacturers have come out with their own ruler feet, but if your manufacturer doesn't have one, then you can go and look for some of the outside places like Westerly are going to have ruler feet that are compatible with most machines too. What makes a ruler foot special is that, I'm not sure where Roger's exactly zooming, it's going to be a taller foot. It's a taller foot to keep your machine and you safe. It's a taller foot so that the ruler always stays on the outside edge of the foot and isn't going to be able to slip either under it or over it as you're quilting, because the last thing you want to do is have your needle start getting in contact with that plexiglass ruler and possibly start chipping the corners and breaking. They are also perfectly symmetrical. Let me see if I can turn that the right way. All these ruler feet across the board are 1/2 inch wide, because that means that your needle's in the center, that your needle is 1/4 inch away from the outside edge of the foot. And we all know that we quilters, we love our 1/4 inches, right? So that's why the ruler feet pretty much all look the way that they do. There's lots of manufacturers that have them. This particular one is for a Bernina. I also have one for a high shank baby lock brother, although they make the low shank baby lock brother feet as well. If you don't have those, then a lot of the domestic machines, this is a Westerly ruler foot for a low shank machine. You'll notice that it's a little bit shorter than the other feet are, top to bottom. And that's because the low shank machines, you've got less clearance. So you couldn't, if you put that high of a ruler foot on, then things are going to start banging into each other. So if you have a low shank machine, then odds are you're going to have a ruler foot that's a little bit shorter than the rest of the ruler feet that are out there on the market. And I have changed out the ruler foot on my King Quilter here. Here's my regular foot that I had on earlier, just so you can see the difference side by side. So the new foot that I have on is the ruler foot. It's almost twice as tall, but that's going to keep everything safe and running better. Let me just grab one of my rulers real quickly here. You can see, hopefully, even though it's a clear ruler, that I'm pretty much solid on the edge of the ruler to the edge of the foot there. If I tried to cheat and use the regular standard foot, it's a lot shorter. So I do run the risk of the ruler popping up on top of the foot while I'm sewing. And then the needle's going to try and go into it. And that's not good for me or for my sewing machine. So took it off, putting it to the side. And I'll put that back on when we're finished quilting here. Rulers come from a bunch of different manufacturers. This one is one of our Encore multi-purpose tools. I have a Handi Quilter ruler here. I have Eversewn rulers. So you're not limited to the ruler that matches your machine. This is one of the Westley rulers. You can buy them singly, or you can get them in packages, which is a good way to get started. Here's a starter set from Juki that we had in the store. This is, sorry about the glare, I'm sure it's going to glare. This is a Sarah Diddy set from Sarah Diddy distributes through Westley. So the same people that do the tables and the sew studies. And Handi Quilter makes their own sets of rulers too. So if you're looking to get started, then I think that this one's kind of a specialty set because it's got all of these different size arcs in it. But I've used this one before, and I really like a lot of the different rulers that are in it. It's got a lot of basics that you can use on all sorts of things. It's not a super specialized ruler. So usually when we're quilting, we want things to go smooth and easy, right? You want to have your fabric not be restricted by the foot or by the table. You want everything to move really smoothly. But when you're using one of these rulers, you actually kind of want the ruler to stick tight to the fabric. You're holding the ruler against the foot and holding the ruler against the fabric and trying to move the ruler and the fabric together while the needle is going up and down. And you want to keep your ruler tight to the foot all the time. Rulers are a little bit slippery. We know that they are. So you're going to want to put some kind of a non-slip tape on the back of your ruler. This ruler from Everstone actually has a grippy coating on the back of it. So it's not going to slip on there as much as the other side will. So when I press down on it, it's going to stay in place. And I won't have to put as much pressure down on it because the ruler is already doing a better job of holding to the fabric. There are, I had everything laid out here, guys. Here it is. You can get grippy, sticky tape from a couple of manufacturers. What you would do is cut this up into little pieces, peel the backing off, and put it onto the back side of your ruler. So that's going to keep your ruler from slipping against the fabric as much. So you're kind of trying to rub your tummy, pat your head, and snap your fingers at the same time, although I guess you can't do that because that takes 3 hands. So anything you can do to keep the fabric and the ruler together as a unit is going to make your ruler work experience just a whole lot better. So this is stable tape from Westley or Handi grip tape from Handi Quilter is what this is. It's really just like a non-slip rug grip material, but they do have the adhesive on the back of it, and you just cut little pieces and attach them to your rulers. So again, you want everything to not slip as much as possible. So I'm going to put my gloves back on here. I've cheated a little, not cheated. I'm still working on plain blue fabric, but I did kind of draw myself out a couple of shapes to work with in the first place. If I go grab some of my rulers. This style of ruler, I really like. Oh, sorry. Let me talk about the height of the rulers first. Rulers are 1/4 of an inch thick for long arms because long arms can have that taller foot. So 1/4 of an inch is a great height for that one. But when you get down to the shorter feet, to the low shank feet, you can see that I have a height difference there. So a low shank foot from Westley or some of the other manufacturers is not going to be recommended to use with this ruler. You are going to be recommended to use a 1/8 inch tall ruler instead, because you can see that the heights are lining up here. The height of the ruler and the height of the foot are pretty close to the same. So that's what's going to be the safest way for you to quilt. If you tried to quilt with this one, then you run into the possibility of the ruler sliding over the top of the foot, the needle hitting it, and then throwing your machine out of whack. So I love these rulers with the notches on them right here. You see this? They come in a lot of different styles. You've got, this is one from Everstone. I also have them from Handi Quilter and Juki, and a lot of other manufacturers. Our Encore ruler has this on it too. I love this for doing stitch in the ditch work. It looks kind of weird, but it's actually going to work pretty amazing for you. Let me just pull this off. St. Patrick's Day is tomorrow, so I went and I pulled my quilt out of, this is an old class sample from a bunch of years ago, but I've got the contrast here where you're going to really be able to see what's going on. If I take the ruler and line it up so that the edges, so that the edge of the ruler and the edge of the ruler are on my seam allowance right here, this little cutout is a 1/4 of an inch deep. So that's going to give me a perfect stitch in the ditch for when I'm doing that stitch in the ditch work. That's why it's so important that your ruler foot is exactly a 1/2 inch across. So it's exactly a 1/4 of an inch to the left and to the right. And I can actually work that in any direction. I guess I'll show you that in a minute. So I think the contrast is a lot easier to see why that stitch in the ditch ruler is so important. But before I do that, I have lots of rulers here, guys. Sorry, and they're all clear, so it's kind of hard for me to grab exactly the right one. If I had a regular ruler and I tried to do that same stitch in the ditch, you can see that I have to make sure that I have to keep my ruler a 1/4 of an inch away from the seam allowance and then keep it parallel at the same time. And that means I'm going to have to mark my quilt. I don't necessarily mind marking my quilt. I use chalk for just about everything, but it's just one more step. So if I have a ruler that's going to do that for me instead, then why wouldn't I, sorry, let me get this one lined up right. Then why wouldn't I want to use that instead and save myself the extra step of having to mark my quilts up? So that's why these ones with the stitch in the ditch recesses are going to be so great for you. This one, that's why I had to reline it up. It's actually got a 1/4 of an inch right here, or I can do a 1/2 of an inch right here. So goodbye to St. Patrick's Day. I wasn't going to be able to show it tomorrow, so I had to show it today. So just for fun, I've marked a couple of squares on here. I did do it with silver chalk, so Roger's going to tell me if I have to remark any of my lines for you. So the way you're going to use these rulers is, like I said, you are going to pick the point where you want to start. Needle down, needle up. Pull my bobbin thread up. Kind of obsessive about my bobbin thread. I figure if I know where it is and it's not getting tangled into something that I don't want to have to clean up later. All right, needles back down again. You do want to set your machine up so that your needle's always going to stop in the down position. Most of us have it set up that way anyways, but you're absolutely going to want to make sure that your needle's stopping in the down position. And I told you earlier that I like to quilt at a pretty fast clip, but I do slow it down for ruler work because I need to be a little bit more precise. And I'm also running this in manual mode right now because I haven't had all the experience of using it with the stitch regulated mode that's on here. So I think it's just going to be a little bit better. And honestly, it's closer to what most of us are using at home anyways. So I'm going to tuck the ruler in right up next to the foot right there. Put my gloves back on. Hold it all in place. You can see my left hand. I'm pressing down on the fabric, but I also have a couple fingers on the ruler. I'm also pressing in so that I'm pushing up against that ruler foot. Get my foot pedal and off I go. So I did my nice straight line right there, courtesy of the ruler with the stitch in the ditch bump in it. And if I want to keep going, then I'm just going to slide the ruler down, line it up right back here with the stitching that I already did, and continue on. So there I have kind of two passes there. It's a nice, beautiful, perfect straight line. I didn't mark anything because I didn't need to. I also, you can see I'm not quite straight on there, but that's why the manufacturers have given us all of these extra lines that are on the rulers. So if I want to come and do another one, then Sorry. Honestly, I usually only quilt with one glove on. So I think that's where we're going to end up. To do another parallel row, I'm going to line up one of these, this line that I previously stitched with one of the black lines that's on this ruler. I'm choosing this ruler to show you because it's got the black lines on it. A lot of the rulers are etched, so it's harder for you to see those lines on the camera. Then I would just come back here, do my needle down, up and needle up again, pull up my bobbin thread, my needle back down, line up my line, and then I'm not going to move it down again because, and you can see that I have two perfectly straight lines there that I did without marking anything, just using the ruler and then the lines that are on the ruler, which is my favorite way to do things. I like to be as efficient as possible with my time, which means that I don't like to spend a lot of time marking or removing marks later. What I do have going on here, and they're fading out a little bit, is I've got a couple of squares to show you what some of the other rulers can do that's so great. This is the multi-purpose tool. I like clamshells a lot, and this curve right up here on the clamshell is going to show me exactly where to quilt to get that clamshell look, and I'm going to be able to line it up and go row after row. So I'm going to come down here and do it. So I'm going to use that line that's on the ruler, pop down here, hold the ruler in place, up and around. Oop, I let off right there. Back down, stop when I get to the line, move the ruler over. What I like about using these taller machines with more clearance here is I can actually quilt in any direction I like to. So I'm actually going to twist it around to get at an angle that's more comfortable for me. Sorry, I don't think you're going to be able to see quite as well. But you can turn your quilt top around and quilt with whatever direction is going to make sense to you. Whatever's the easiest direction for you to quilt in, and all of us have a slightly different direction that we like to quilt in. With the rulers and the clearance that you have, you're going to be able to do whatever shape you want to do. Rulers come in a ton of different sizes. This is the multi-tool. This is the basic arc from Sew Steady that you can do just a ton with. My scissors again. I didn't warn Roger I was going to be cutting this many times. But this arc tool is really great for when you've got your basic squares going on. Because if I put my ruler foot right here in the corner of my little block there, line up my ruler. My block's a little bit big for what I'm trying to do. I can get a really nice arc. This arc is designed for a 6-inch block, and I have a 6.5-inch square here. That's why it's kind of off a little bit. But I'm just going to travel up freehand. And then all I have to do is line up this arc that's on the ruler. Let me go a little bit more. You use these lines that they gave us. They marked these lines on here for a reason. I'm going to do it. I'm going to slide back around again. And there's my two perfectly parallel arcs that I did. You can go all the way around and make a whole stream of them. You can also, if I had the right size block, you could come back and make a really cool, it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul, but in a quilt design. So I'm going to pop back here and let you see that. Different designs I like to do in different directions. So you guys are just going to have to roll with me so that I can see what I'm doing. This is why you want to have the right ruler, because I was off my edge there. Wow, that one's bad. I'm going to tell you that this is not the right ruler for this one. The ruler's too short and it's trying to submarine on me a little bit, which is why you don't normally do this. There, see, I'm better in that direction. And then if I come back and do that last side, oh, I didn't do too bad getting into matchup. But you can see with one ruler, I was able to go all the way around the outside of that block. So there's a lot of things that you can do with just a basic ruler. You don't have to have all the rulers that are out there. They all can be used in more than one way. I do like my angles a lot. So you guys are going to get really good at watching me raise and lower. That one was on me. I snapped the thread, but it didn't come unthreaded, so I'll take the win there. Get this where it's supposed to be. Twist. It's twisted. Okay. I'm going to have to rethread it. It's twisted around, and with my glasses off, I can't see which direction it's going. So, rethreading on the fly. There we go. Why are you still twisted around? One more time, and I will have it. I think it's the threads just keep twisted right there. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Little technical problem there. I do have to tell you that one of my favorite rulers right now is from Handi Quilter. I love angles, and this particular ruler has all of our favorite angles marked onto it. You've got a 75, a 60, a 45, a 30, a 15, and then a straight edge that's on it. So if I just take this ruler and line up and come into the corner here and line up the 60-degree line into my corner. Go back down again. That's a perfect 60 degrees from this bottom edge right here. So if you want to do any kind of cool shapes, if you got a lot of negative space that you want to fill up, you can very easily come and use your ruler to mark out the different angles. Come and do this angle. So you can use the rulers to segment your space. Get nice, beautiful straight lines, which I'll tell you I can never do without the use of the rulers. And then if that's what you want to do, now I can come back in and I can fill this in with pebbles or other kinds of shapes and make a section and then free motion inside that section to get that look that you're seeing on a lot of those professionally done quilts these days. So I don't like to quilt on top of myself. So are there any questions about rulers that we've seen? Candace, Blaine, I'm not sure who's back there watching me right now.
Well, hey, Deb, I don't know that we have a ton of questions yet, but I'm loving the idea of using the lines on the rulers. I never really realized what those were for.
You know, we always just look at the outside shapes of them and don't really pay as much attention to the lines and the edges that are on them that are going to let us do things in different angles. The Handi Quilter basic straight edge, not this one. They have a longer version of this ruler that's got those 30 and 45 degree lines that are marked on there, in addition to all these 1/4 inch increments. So you can do a lot if you just want to sit down and play with rulers. I spend a lot of time working on samples that are about this size. I take leftover pieces of backing and batting. I cut 16-inch squares out of muslin, sandwich together, and just quilt and quilt and quilt on top of them. That's what lets me get my speed down to where I like my speed at, and be able to practice keeping that ruler pushed up right against the edge of the foot, because that's what's going to give you the nice straight lines and not this wobbly one that we won't talk about back here.
Well, one customer did ask on chat what foot you're using.
This,
you have to make sure you use a special
you
foot.
do. You have to make sure that you use a ruler foot. This is the ruler foot for the King Quilter 2 long arm, but almost all of the manufacturers have a ruler foot of their own that they've come up with. And if your manufacturer doesn't have one that fits, or you prefer, you can go to Sew Steady. Westerly has a ruler foot that's going to fit most machines too. They have them in low shank, medium shank, high shank specials. So generally between those 4 options, we've been able to put a ruler foot on just about everybody's machine that we've seen come through the store. And then that gives you lots of options with the rulers too. Westerly has done an amazing job of putting out rulers too. They're kind of a little bit different than these. These particular rulers, and I don't have a good sample of the Westerly ones. We use the outside edges on these. The Westerly ones are more contained. So you're working on the inside of the shape, which makes it really amazing and easy to get wreaths and ribbon candy and all sorts of other things, because you're holding the outside of the ruler and working just down the inside of it.
So we had this comment a few minutes ago too. Domestic machines should use the Westerly rulers. Long arms should use the long arm rulers. They're not really meant to go back and forth. You might be able to get away with it if you have a high shank machine, but in general, they don't cross. Is that right?
Yes and no. A couple of years ago, Westerly had just about all of the ruler feet that were there. The manufacturers hadn't quite caught up with us quilters yet, but in the last probably 4 years, most of the manufacturers have come out with ruler feet, and those ruler feet are tall enough to work with the high shank, to work with the taller 1/4 inch tall rulers. This is the Bernina foot, and if I hold it down here, then you can see it is just about the same height as the long arm foot right here. And you can see the same thing with the baby lock foot that I pulled out of the package earlier today. It's as tall as the long arm foot is. So these 2 feet, you can feel comfortable using with the taller 1/4 inch thick rulers. This is the Westerly foot for a low shank machine. And don't get me wrong, I have a low shank machine at home, and I have this foot for my low shank machine. It's a shorter foot. Because it's a shorter foot, that's why you need to use that shorter 1/8 inch ruler with the low shank foot, or Westerly's high shank foot uses a 3/16 thick ruler for Westerly's high shank set. They're both great. The Westerly templates are completely different than a lot of the standard templates, because like I just mentioned, Westerly works a lot on the inside of the ruler, whereas a lot of these rulers were working on the outside of the ruler. So it's good to have both of these ruler feet at home so that you can honestly do whatever you want to do, so that you can, whatever you see, whatever you imagine. If you have all the tools at home, if you have the ruler foot from Westerly and the rulers from Westerly, in addition to the ruler foot from your manufacturer and the 1/4 inch rulers, then you can do so many things. And I just showed you a couple of the different manufacturers. These are the ones that we have in the store. There are a ton of other people that are making rulers out there as well that I see out at the shows, and some of them are just amazing with the shapes and the patterns that you can create with them.
I got a question. Somebody brought up, if they're a complete beginner at using rulers, what's a good set you could recommend to them?
I really do like this set from Juki right here. If I turn it over, maybe you can see the back of it. You have this kind of universal shape here, which has got the two cut-ins for it. It has a teardrop shape, so you can do some curves. You've got some angles in here so that you can make diamonds and put them together. And then you've got nested hexagons and nested circles so that you've got a lot of different shapes that you can create here. The bottom of this is going to give you a 45-degree angle. The top is going to give you, I'm going to call it a mini clamshell type ruler. So this is actually one of my favorite sets to get started with. I'm not sure if anybody else has this particular collection of rulers together. This just happens to be the one that Juki's put together. But a lot of the ruler shapes are similar because you can see that these two rulers are pretty much the same. If you're going to start out with just one ruler though, then I'd say honestly start out with two rulers. I would start out with the multi-purpose tool that's right here and then add to it a longer stitch in the ditch ruler. So this is Handi Quilter's stitch in the ditch ruler that you can have. I actually, sorry, this one's still in the plastic. I actually like the mini scallop one a little bit better because it's a little bit taller right here. If you set them next to each other, I've just got a little bit more space in on my straight edge on the scallop ruler. And then if I ever want it, I can do, I don't think I ever have, but if I wanted to, I've got the option of having a multi-purpose ruler and I've got the scallops on that side of it as well. So I would start with this pair if you're not going to start with a full set. A straight edge is great, don't get me wrong, but I really love the stitch in the ditch part, honestly. I love the flexibility to be able to come and do a stitch in the ditch wherever I want it.
All right, well, Deb, thank you so much. That was just an amazing presentation. I think everyone was loving it and really figuring out how do you use these rulers. That was really great to show exactly how you hold it. You hold your fabric, you move it. It's all like a little dance you do under that machine.
It is, I know. And I know I was kind of like showing as I was going, as Blaine mentioned at the beginning of the segment, I had, I'm going to say less than 24 hours to get ready for this. And so while I'm comfortable and confident with ruler work, I really don't have a lot of good samples hanging around. So thanks for working with me as I sat here and stitched on the fly with you guys. I guess it is it's a live stream, right?
That's right. Live TV, gotta love it. But you gave us a lot of really good tips. So thank you so much, Deb. And we're going to see you again tomorrow.
Yes, you will. I'm going to be back for the King Quilter stand-up tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. Well, have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, so we are ready for our next segment. I've got Nate Arnesen and Denise Dowdrick. They're both from Handi Quilter. And we are showing you some amazing sit-down long arm machines. And they're going to be presenting the Capri. Both of these presenters are, experts in their field. Nate is the vice president of Handi Quilter, so we've got the head honcho with us today. And Denise is a former teacher. She has been sewing and quilting for 35 years. So welcome to the show.
Welcome. It's so nice to be here. We're loving this.
Nice to see you. I'm actually Josh. I'm doing a last-minute substitution for Nate. However, I'm a VP as well. So for whatever that counts for, I am a quilter. I am a guide quilter. I know there aren't as many of us out there. But today, Denise is going to be doing the quilting for us on the Capri. And we've got we saw those excellent HQ rulers from Deb just a few minutes ago. We've got a little bit of that as well. And some fun stitching that we're going to get to do today live from the HQ studio.
As soon as your picture came up, they're like, that's not him.
We look similar. Both very handsome gentlemen. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're excited to hear all about your presentation. So go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, great. Well, this is the Handi Quilter Capri. And Handi Quilter is known for really great long arm machines and the best support and education in the business. We're also known for these giant machines, long arm machines, and we're both really fond of the Capri because it is so space conscious, right? It isn't something that's going to take up 14 feet out of your basement. It comes on this lovely little frame that really works well for people who want to step out of their domestic machine and get into a mid-arm or a long arm machine. What are some of your favorite parts of the Capri?
Some of my favorite parts is I love the size of this table because I have this amazing platform. This is 32 inches, Josh. I mean, that's a lot of space to quilt. And we do need to think about fabric management with this.
Yeah.
I'm using a very small quilt sandwich today, and I actually really do love quilting placemats and smaller things. But if I had a large quilt, I could just simply roll up the section I wasn't working on, kind of keep that out of my way. I can even add extensions. This table has some great extensions, so I can add another 18 inches on either side and get even more space to manage my quilt for those larger quilts. So that's pretty great. I love the space.
And that, like, for anybody who's done a quilt through, the tiny little space of their domestic machine, this 18 inches here really makes a huge difference. And this table that it comes with, that's included with the Capri, really makes it so much easier to have that flat level surface where the quilt can move around. You go by section, and when you do add those side arm table or extensions they fold down neatly.
They fold down so they're stored out of the way when you're not using the machine. So really gives you a lot of opportunities to do smaller or bigger, whatever works best for you.
Exactly. And so you lift that extension up and you've got this giant surface for you to be able to move your quilt around and not have to worry about it unrolling, falling on the floor. Your quilt all of a sudden flying off to the side.
I know. Nobody wants that happening.
Exactly.
So today we just have a nice small sandwich here on our surface, which is great. This is perfect for what we're demonstrating today.
Exactly. I think it is worth noting this tape. We used to call these sit-down machines, and we prefer to call them stationary machines.
That's right.
So that some people do prefer to sit down while they're quilting. That's more comfortable for them. But we do have some quilters that prefer to stand up, and we call it stationary because it's not going to, roll around on a carriage.
That's right. Your machine is not on a frame.
Right.
So the machine isn't moving. You are driving your fabric on the style of quilting machine. But you're absolutely right. We can adjust the height of this machine and make it to where we can actually stand up. And sometimes that's more comfortable for me.
Yes.
It does make a difference. So I really appreciate that feature.
Exactly. Some other things that I really love about this machine is it can go up to 2,200 stitches per minute, which is
pretty fast.
Really fast, right?
Pretty fast. Yeah. I value my fingers. I always count when I get started. If I have 10 fingers, I want to finish with 10 fingers. So I don't tend to quilt quite that quickly, Josh.
You would really have to move like you're not going to outrun your quilt, right?
You're gonna not outrunning that stitch regulator
really fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really safe. But I appreciate that we have the different stitch modes with this machine as well. That I can choose to do manual mode up to 2,200 stitches per minute if I dare.
Yes,
I don't dare. But I also have regulated stitching as well, and I really appreciate that. So I have a lot of control over how my quilting comes out and how my stitches look.
Yeah, that's great. We do have some excellent lighting on this machine as well. We turn that off so it doesn't cause any problems with the cameras. But it is really bright. We'll maybe show that in a few minutes.
Yeah, and it's actually light that we have here in the throat space, and then we have light right here at the needle too. So it really is very, very bright. It kind of whites out the screen when we have it on. Yeah. So it's a little tricky to demonstrate on camera.
But really helpful for a person who's working on something. They want to see the detail. You can adjust that brightness and get all the light that you need.
It's really helpful. And I wear glasses. So having, that extra lighting, it really helps me with my eye fatigue. So I can quilt longer with that great lighting on there.
Absolutely. Well, this is really great. I think, why don't we just do a little bit of stitching? Why don't you show us some stuff?
Absolutely.
So we can see how easy it is
really,
to put some fun here and get started.
So, and I have some really interesting tools to help me today too. Before I stitch, because I'm driving the fabric, I'm actually going to take a minute and I'm going to put some gloves on. These are my machingers, and I think they're they're really great because they're going to keep my fingers nice and dry, and they've got little grippies on here, so I can hold onto the fabric really nicely. So that's pretty great. So I do want to make sure that I bring my bobbin thread up before I begin. So something I really like is on my screen, I have quite a few controls, and I have my needle indicator in the down position right now. This actually means if I start stitching, my needle is going to finish in the down position.
Right.
But watch what happens if I want to just bring my bobbin up. I can actually just tap that button on the screen to take a single stitch, and then I can bring my bobbin up. There's my bobbin right there.
Yeah.
Isn't that great? And
That's really easy.
I can even hold it down and it'll cycle a few stitches
Yeah.
for me.
Mhm.
I can control that with my foot, but I kind of tend to have a little bit of heavy foot. I've got a foot pedal here, and if I push that and I try to take a single stitch, I can just never quite manage it. So I love that flexibility that I have the control on the screen for me as well.
Yeah,
So-
that is really convenient so that you have nice control.
Oh, absolutely.
I have the same, I drive the same way that I sew. My foot goes down.
I've
and
been
I
in
just
the
have to
car with
try-
him. It's fast. It's fast.
Just have to try and keep up. So I love that versatility that it has.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to just toggle here into manual modes just so you can get a chance to see how fast it is. Right now, it is set at 700 stitches per minute. I'm not a really fast quilter. I'm going to reduce that down to about 500 and start there and see where my comfort level is. And I can adjust that really easily. Now in manual mode, you have a couple different options. I could choose to use this play button here on the screen and it's just going to take off.
Yeah.
Or I can use the foot pedal if I feel like I have a little more control with that. So I'm going to use the foot pedal to get started again in manual mode. So no stitch regulation. This is just me driving.
Yeah. In this mode, no stitch regulation.
No
it's
stitch
worth noting that
regulation.
this machine does have stitch regulation, but we wanted to be able to kind of show some of the different modes. So we'll start with this one.
So we're going to
and see how
start
it
with
goes.
manual and just kind of see how we do it. I brought my bobbin up. I'm just kind of holding that thread as I get started. And I'm going to hold my foot pedal. And I'm doing the stitch regulation right now, not the machine. This is a pretty good speed for me unless I try to take a big sweeping curve.
Yeah.
And you can see right there, my
Right.
stitches started getting really, really big.
Right.
Because I was moving faster because I'm really comfortable with those big sweeping curves. So
Yes.
manual mode, you just need to remember, let's keep our movements consistent.
Right. It's so interesting. Like we have some art quilters who like manual mode. I'm more of a regulated stitching guy myself. But like David Taylor, who's a well-known art quilter, swears by, he puts his Capri into manual mode,
Oh,
finds
he
that
does.
pace that he really likes and just follows it along. And that works for him. So I think part of the fun is discovering your style, right?
I think that's absolutely right, Josh. Everybody has a different style. Everybody feels more comfortable in different stitch modes. And I'll have to say, my stitch regulation today, not so bad, but I'm usually much more comfortable in regulated mode.
Yeah.
And one thing I did want to talk about before going into this regulated mode, let's talk about what makes this machine have stitch regulation,
great. Yeah,
because
great point.
it's not the machine itself. Where's the stitch regulation
Yeah,
in
I
this
love this.
machine,
It's so
Josh?
cool. It's so magical.
Really, really cool. It's actually, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and bring up my thread and cut that off. And we're just going to push this out of the way so you can see right here. This is where our stitch regulation happens.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
These little sensors right in here. Right. Yeah. And so explain to me how that kind of works.
So this is our insight table.
Mhm.
And something for me that helps me remember insight, I want to keep my fabric in sight of both of these little sensors here, because if I only have my fabric out here and I'm trying to stitch out over here,
Yeah.
I have no stitch regulation
Gonna be
because the machine
confused.
can't see any of that motion. It can't see any of that movement. So it's important to realize that motion is over these regulators is what makes that magic happen. Putting that back into perspective too, I'm just gonna go ahead and bring my bobbin thread back up here. I want to talk about what helps it sense that movement, because it's a little different than a movable machine on a different style carriage. I'm going to just hold that down again. So if I try doing a circle with this, I'm going to go ahead and just use my foot pedal, and I'm going to stitch a circle.
Pretty good circle.
Not so bad. I impressed myself there. Not so bad. But if I try, you'll notice as I was moving the fabric, I am moving the fabric like the points of a compass. If I try to just spin that to do a circle, look what happens.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't know which direction.
It kind of doesn't know the direction, and it also, my stitch regulation is virtually non-existent. So I'm going to go ahead and, you want to pass me those scissors, Josh? Thanks so much. I'm going to go ahead and do that circle again. Now that you know what you're looking for, watch me move the fabric. I'm going to move the fabric again, kind of like the points of a compass. Maybe I want to get a little fancy and go ahead and do a little swirl. Now I'm watching where my fingers are right now, but it is feeling kind of slippery because I took my gloves off.
Yeah.
Not everybody loves gloves, so we've got some other tools here to help us.
These are really great. Yeah.
Aren't these awesome? These are our paddles for free motion quilting on our stationary machine. And what I love is they've got this anti-slip kind of, it almost feels like a rubber type of material, but it really grips the fabric. And now I kind of have this little space here that I can fill really comfortably. I've got these great knobs that I can hold on to, so my fingers are never anywhere near the needle.
Right, a sense of peace that comes with that. That even if you get into the zone and you're quilting, you don't have to worry about your fingers getting in there.
It really does help. Again, I'm going to count my fingers at the end of our quilting session today, make sure I still have 10. Now, I find sometimes maybe one of these knobs gets in my way a little bit. We can take the knobs off. It's a personal choice. You don't have to have it on there. If you don't want it on there, we can just remove that. But I still have my hoop here. I can move my fabric around. So let's see what quilting with these on looks like. Oh, so I instantly feel way more stable, way more comfortable. I'm just going to add another little swirl. Today's a swirl day. That's kind of how I'm feeling. And I really have a lot of control. I'm going to just do a few little pebbles in here even. Isn't that fun?
That's so fun. And I love how quickly you're able to just put something on here and start quilting.
Absolutely.
Right? And that is one of the big advantages of having a little machine like this. I call it little. A little machine that fits in the corner that you can toss something on and you're stitching, right? You're quilting.
Absolutely.
And I love doing pebbles too. And I love how the variegated thread gives it all that different color.
Oh, isn't that marvelous with variegated thread? There's no mistakes in quilting when you have variegated thread, and it's just beautiful. It's my favorite. So something I did want to talk about though, like how quickly we jump into quilting. On our movable frames, we do need to, pin onto our leaders and load our backing, load our batting, then load our top. So it takes time to set that up. We do have some prep work with our Capri as well. What we want to do here is we want to make sure that we're actually taking the time to baste our layers together. I do actually have a backing, a batting in between, and then my quilt top. But I used a spray base today. And you can use whatever basting method works best for you. A spray-based, safety pins. You could even use the machine itself to baste, because on my screen in manual mode, I have a little B on here, and that B stands for baste.
Right.
And so if I put that baste on, you'll see this number up here. It says half S. Those are in seconds because we're in manual mode. So if I stitch with that baste feature on in manual mode, I can actually baste my quilt sandwich together myself.
Really nice.
And it's going to stitch every half a second or whatever I set that up as. So
I can go around the edges.
Absolutely.
And baste it down
I can
on
quickly just baste that together, and it goes together really, really quickly. I love that feature in manual mode. So
that is really great.
we have other exciting modes. Do you want to talk about some of those?
So we have two regulated
We
modes.
do. So I'm going to toggle over to regulated. Right now I'm in manual. I can just push manual again because it's a toggling system. So it's just going to toggle over to regulated mode for me.
Yes.
And those two modes you were talking about, Josh, we have precision and cruise. Right now I'm in cruise mode, and I can tell because my cruise arrows are highlighted green.
That's nice. Yeah,
and
very
so
clear.
that indicates really quickly to me I'm in regulated cruise because those are green. I am set up at 10 stitches per inch. That's what that 10 is. And again, my needle is still going to finish in the down position.
Right. And that's really nice, so that if you do, stop, you walk away, you don't have to worry about a cat, knocking the quilt off.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. My cats are so naughty around the quilting machines. My goodness. Yeah, they're real stinkers. So.
Yeah, you can start right where you left off.
Right where you left off.
And keep it going.
Absolutely.
So that's really nice. So tell me the difference between, we get regulated stitching, right? If you are moving the fabric quickly, then the machine will speed up to give you that really consistent stitch.
Yes.
So what are the two different modes?
So let's take a look at that. So I'm in cruise mode right now. And right here, I have a number on my screen that says 325. That means my needle is going to move 325 stitches per minute. Seems pretty fast. It's actually kind of a slow place to start. And I don't want to say that to disparage any other quilters.
Right.
I know some want to start at 200. Some will start at 700. It's really about what number are you comfortable with.
Right.
Usually I get a feel for stitching in manual mode, and that kind of allows me to feel my comfort level, like where I'm able to kind of start almost self-regulating. That kind of helps me find my sweet spot, so to speak. So when I go into regulated cruise, it kind of helps me get my cruise adjusted till I'm comfortable. So I'm going to go ahead and do some stitching with that. And let's see it. This time I'm not going to use my foot pedal. I'm going to go ahead and use my play button right on the screen. And I'm just going to go ahead and set up my paddles here into a new spot. And let's move on over and we'll start filling in some of this space here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play. As soon as I do, that needle's going to start moving. There we go, 325 stitches per minute. And this is regulated stitching.
Yeah, and you can hear the difference.
You can hear the regulator kind of trying to keep up with me.
Yeah, it's so amazing how that works, right? Where before
really is.
You went around a curve, in manual mode, you get longer stitch length. But in this one, it just follows your pace.
If I speed up,
it's so amazing.
It speeds up and catches up with me. Isn't that great?
It's really cool.
I'm just going to kind of echo that little meander I was doing. Again, it's always beautiful stitching.
Oh yeah, that
when
very
you've got
good
variegated thread
really
on.
makes it so fun.
Isn't that
to watch.
fun?
And that little puzzle piece stippling line that you've got looks so great.
Isn't that great? It's just like it ends up looking like a little ribbon.
Right.
Sometimes I hear people say, oh, I can't really quilt. I only know how to meander or stipple. Oh my goodness. I can do so much with a stipple or a meander and really make it look fun. Isn't that great?
Yeah. And I love hearing the machine respond like that.
Yeah.
Right?
You can really hear the responsiveness
where
of
it does. It's it works hard to just stay right at your pace. And, you go to quilt shows and you see people that have that perfect stitching that's, equidistant and so nice. And that's what I love about the regulated mode, right?
Yes.
Is
perfect,
it's like a great
stitches.
Yeah, quilter secret.
I didn't have to work hard at it.
Right.
And again, that cruise speed's going to be different for everyone. So if I feel like the machine's struggling to keep up with me, then I want to increase my cruise. And if I feel like, oh my gosh, I'm starting to feel like it's getting away from me, I want to slow it down. It's really a personal preference. We're not in a competition with anybody. It doesn't matter who does it fast, who does it slow. It's more about, what do my stitches look like? Am I having fun? Am I comfortable? And this is completely customizable to your needs.
Yes.
So I really love that feature. Okay, I'm going to do something a little different here. I'm going to put these big paddles away. And how about you hand me those other fun little devices?
Yes, these are so great.
Aren't these great?
They're so cute.
These are our sweet spots. And one thing I love about the sweet spots is I kind of have little hands. And these sweet spots fit perfectly in my hands. They're just like the larger paddles. They have that same material on the back, so we don't slip as we're stitching, but they're really small, very compact, and I can move my hands around really easily without worrying about, you know, the bigger paddle that I'm picking up. These are much more agile. So, so let's do some stitching that way. I just bumped up my cruise speed. Maybe let's go a little faster, see how I'm doing. And I will find as I'm quilting for longer periods, I will increase my cruise as I go along. And if I start feeling like it's getting away from me, I don't have to lift my hand and come touch the screen. I can just tap the foot pedal and it stops stitching just like that. So let's jump in and play a little bit at this faster speed and see if I can keep up. So instantly you can hear it sounds a little different. I can pick up that little sweet spot, move it to where I need.
The same thing, just keeps up with you.
It really
does. This gives you a little bit of extra. If you decided to do something a little bit faster, or you started getting in the groove, gives you a little extra room for it to follow along and keep up with you.
Yeah, I just really want to keep kind of my little space here, kind of taut. And I'm just having fun. You know, don't take yourself so seriously when you're learning something new. Have fun, get in there and give yourself a chance to play. Maybe you're going to make some mistakes. Maybe you're going to invent a new quilting design. Who knows? Exactly. I mean, it's really just about playing, having fun. This should be enjoyable. This should be a fun time for yourself. So, so don't be afraid to, you know, just jump in and play and learn something new.
I love it. I you know, I'm an artist by trade, and so the process of drawing, doodling, sketching has always been really fulfilling for me. And what I love about this machine is how easily it makes, you know, how quickly you can get into stitching, and just exploring that creative expression, making something lovely for someone. And what's nice about this is you can, if you're making some stockings, if you're making a placemat, if you're making a table setting, you can just throw it on and get started really quickly.
Oh, really, really quickly. And I've actually done a lot of stockings for my family. Matter of fact, I think I inherited a few cousins when they started seeing the stockings I was making. And I will actually do my stocking without cutting it out. I'll just trace the edges of it. So I don't have to worry about, you know, basting it down or trying to stay right on it. I just have my bigger piece of fabric, my stocking areas defined, and I fill that in and I trim it all off when I'm done. So no pressure, really easy.
I think it's worth noting that you've been doing this all free motion. You've been just kind of doing what comes to mind, but it is also, we can use rulers, just like Deb was showing a few minutes ago.
Yeah, let's
really
do some of that.
Yeah, let's show something.
So, and actually you have an interesting foot there, Josh. I just wanted to show this. So this foot here is a little bit different than the one we have on right now. I'm going to raise my needle so we can see our foot a little better. So this is our standard foot, which is our closed toe.
Yeah, right here. And then I can show it right
can you hold that so my arm's not in the way? Okay. So the ruler foot that we have here is called the sure foot. And you'll notice our rulers are 1/4 inch thick when we're doing long arm quilting and quilting on our bigger machines. That fits really just perfectly against that sure foot. I love that because that gives me peace of mind when I'm quilting that I'm not accidentally going to get the ruler up over the foot, which could cause problems. So we're not going to run into that here.
Yeah, it'll still move up and down, but because of that kind of height, I think of it like we call it the sure foot.
Yeah,
it's like an insurance policy that it's not gonna, you're not going to hop up onto your ruler and hit it with the needle. Because that's a terrifying experience.
Yes, it is. You do that once and you're like, never again. So, and I do also want to know on my ruler here, I have this grip stuff, this Handi grip on the back.
It's really nice.
What's really nice about that too is it's actually going to replace one of my little sweet spots here. I can use the ruler to help guide and direct the fabric as well. So that I'm going to be managing the fabric that way. So I'm going to put one of my sweet spots off to the side and just hang on to one of them. And how about we switch to our other regulated mode? Let's talk about that. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to precision mode. And I can tell that my precision mode button is not lit up right now because it's blue. I want to highlight it green. And once it's highlighted green, you can see that Precision mode shows these stitches in the circle that are precisely spaced apart and precise sizes. And that helps me remember I'm in precision mode because that's precise. So now, one thing that's different when you're in precision mode, even though we're still regulated, our stitching's still regulated, so our stitches are going to be the same size, the machine is not going to stitch unless I move the fabric.
Right. It'll
so when it recognizes movement, it will start stitching at that point. It's not, as soon as I push play right here, it doesn't start stitching.
But move the fabric.
If I move the fabric, now it's going to sense that motion.
Right.
So isn't that great?
Really cool. Well, we're almost out of time here. I want to just make sure, I mean, we've been having so much fun.
A blast.
The time has just flown by. And I'm really glad we're able to show how simple it is for you to just put that ruler there, get that really straight line, whatever rulers you have. Handi Quilter makes a lot of great rulers that are available through SMP as well. But it's a nice way to add more precision. The free motion is great for that handmade, lovely improvised look. But the rulers really can add that like refined, intricate detail that you're looking for.
I think it's great. The other thing I love about this machine, Josh, when I'm ready to finish quilting at the end of the day, I can actually have drawers on my Capri and I can put all of my paddles, my rulers, everything, just tuck them into my drawers and it's put away.
Yes, it is a lovely machine, so space conscious, a wonderful addition to any quilter's studio.
Absolutely, any studio.
So if there are any questions out there about the Capri, about Denise's lovely stitching, we would be happy to answer them for you.
Well, hey, great job, Denise, and thanks, Josh. Man, another great demonstration from Handi Quilter. And hey, the only question out there is how can they get one? So I'm about to tell them. Guys, appreciate it. Josh, we'll see you later on this week, I think tomorrow. And thanks, Denise, for coming on. And I got to see if we can pay the bills, guys, and see if we can sell one of these. All right, guys. The one you just saw is the Handi Quilter Capri 18-inch throat space. This is the stationary sit-down machine. Price is $79.95. We are going to give you a $400 gift card at time of purchase. And it comes with that Insight table. It is a 36-inch wide table, 32 inches deep. And again, guys, it's Handi Quilter. You don't have to say enough about their name. Great, great machine. And again, we do have if you can go right on the website right now, you can actually purchase this right on the website without calling in to get that gift card. However, we do have a little gift that we're going to give you if you call in and talk to a sales rep. They're going to give you a little gift at the time of purchase on this. And also on the online chat team will do the same. So if you want to get a little help, you can go call or go online and they'll be happy to help you. But if you go online in the search bar, just type in Capri. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all about it. And then give us a call at 800-401-8151. Guys, we have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And we have some Synchrony financing available if you need a little help on those payments. But again, we have that $400 gift card. And if you want another little special that we're doing, Quilt Show Fest special, you have to give us a call, okay? And that is the Capri 18-inch stationary sit-down machine with that Insight table. So guys, we've got to say a big shout out to Handi Quilter. They're one of our major sponsors, and we sure do appreciate them coming on the show and doing all what they do for us, and also providing some of the prizes that we're giving away for our quilt entries and the $50,000 Dream Studio giveaway. So we're pretty pumped about them being on board with us. So guys, we're moving right on along. Hey, this thing is going by today. Hey, next up, I have got my good buddy, Jerry Granata from Brother, back in the house. Y'all saw him earlier today. We talked all about that PRS 100 Persona one needle machine. Well, guess what? This afternoon, we're going to talk about how it becomes a quilting machine. So Jerry, welcome back to the show.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Blaine. It's great to be back. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here again.
Well, you know, and we had to correct ourselves this morning. We said, hey, this is a PRS 100 embroidery only, but it's actually an embroidery and free motion quilting machine.
It sure is. It sure is. I mean,
and you're about to tell us how.
Yeah. Like I said, you know, I made that controversial statement that I think it's probably one of the most, if not the most versatile embroidery machine in Brothers lineup. And you're about to see why. How many embroidery machines have you ever seen standalone, just embroidery machines that can also do free motion quilting? This one does. And I'm going to show you exactly how this is going to work. It's going to blow your mind. It blew my mind when I first saw it. I could not believe that a machine could do this, but it does it and does it beautifully. If you're looking to embroider your quilts and then quilt right on them with the same machine, you have the ability to do so. So I'm going to take about 10 minutes. I'm going to show you how to set it all up. And get it into free motion. We're going to have Blaine come back and tell you about how you can get this fantastic machine. And if you remember me from earlier, what Blaine was talking about with prices, they're fantastic. So again, you're getting a double machine. You're getting a quilting machine and an embroidery machine for the amazing price that he has it. So, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you exactly how this free motion quilts. So let me go ahead and run you right over to my machine. And we're going to start actually with my other camera. There we go. Here we are. Now we are at the table. Now the free motion quilting kit, probably this looks familiar to you from earlier. This is the embroidery part of the machine. But I want to show you that there are 4 components to the free motion accessory kit that you can purchase. There's only 4 components to turn this into to a quilting machine. And I'll start on my right here. This little piece of plastic, this is a sensor cover that just slides right over in the back, slides over the sensor. This is a free motion guard. This is to protect your fingers from getting stuck by a needle. If that's ever happened to you, you know that is not a fun thing. So I'm going to show you how that attaches. It just slides right into here. This is a nice extra that Brother throws in as well. This is a lot of people don't like to wear gloves, or they don't like it when their hands sweat, and they don't like some of the other things on the market. It's like a hoop. It's like a free motion hoop. And it's got wings on it so that you can grab it in any way that you want. And the bottom has like rubbery felt on it so that it will grip your quilt as you are moving it. So that it's nice and sticky on your quilt. It's not sticky, but it'll grab your quilt and give you that lovely free motion. And the last, and I think one of the best parts, is this huge table. This comes with the free motion kit. And remember I said earlier, if you have this machine and you're interested in getting the table, hold off, get the free motion kit, because the free motion kit comes with the table. So it comes with the table and these 3 components here. So if you have this machine and you want to get a table, get the free motion quilting kit. You won't be sorry, because now you're just adding more value to your machine for yourself. So let's say your quilting machine is doing something else, and maybe you have a different machine and it's doing something, and you can come over here really quick and get a project done. You also have about 13 inches from needle to the machine in the back. That's plenty for a large quilt. And with this large table, it's extra support for those large quilts that you may be working on. So this is not just for small projects. This is for large projects as well. So let's see how this all works. I'm going to go ahead and set this all up. I'm going to move my little hoop out of the way here. And we're really only dealing with these 2 components here. Now it's going to be hard to see, and I apologize because I'm not a video studio, but I'm going to go all the way to the back here to the right, and I'm going to slide this plastic piece right over the sensors, simply like that. Just slides right over, and you can see the little white section in the back. What that does is that prevents the sensors from telling the machine that you don't have a hoop on or you don't have a driver. It covers those sensors. Now this is the free motion guard. And all you're going to do is you're going to slide it into there's 2 little slots right up here. You're just going to slide that right up. Push that in. That's it. You are done. You are ready to start quilting. Now, what I do want to do is take you over. I'm going to pull this off. And again, just to do this, you just push down on these 2 little metal tabs and it slides right out. And the reason why I'm doing that is I want to take you over to the screen of the machine. And I want to show you where all of this lives. So I'm going to use my stylus so my big Godzilla hands don't get in the way. But if you look right at the tip of my stylus, there's a little icon here for free motion. Now, if I touch, it is grayed out. Now, in Brother World, you should know that means it is not engaged. It is not active. But once I touch it, it's going to say attach the free motion guard. Now, remember, I showed you what that free motion guard was. That was this piece right here. So let's go back to the machine. And I'm going to show you again. I'm just going to take it. I've already shown you that once. I'm going to slide that free motion guard in. And what I want you to do is notice this icon and what happens to it once I slide that free motion guard in. Notice how it just turned blue. I'll do that again. It's grayed. I'm going to slide that in, and now it's blue. That means it's active and it's engaged. So let's touch that icon. And the carriage is going to move back, so that means that arm is going to move all the way to the back to give you as much space as possible. And look what we have. Have you ever seen an embroidery machine with this mode on it? Probably not. This is now in free motion. And I can choose needle up or down. I can use, there's a little laser pointer, which I will show you. I can set my speed. And I can come down here and I can use, if I want to use a foot pedal, I certainly can, or I can use the stop start button. Now on my machine, there's a little hole on the right side of the rear of the machine. And there you're going to plug in just your regular brother foot, just your standard brother foot, nothing fancy. It's just your regular foot. So if you already have a brother machine, just take it from that machine, plug it into your embroidery machine, and off you go. And you are ready to now start quilting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Blaine pop back on, and I'm going to have him talk to you about this amazing machine and maybe some prices that he has. And then I'm going to get all set up for free motion, and I'm going to come back and show you exactly how this works. And I can't wait to show you. So Blaine, take it away.
Well, hey, Jerry, I'm glad to tell everybody about this. Again, this is the PRS 100 Persona by Brother. Guys, this is we were calling it the embroidery, one needle embroidery only, but now this is the one needle embroidery and free motion quilting machine. And guys, we're super excited about this because we have a great special on this today. And again, Brother, they have that map pricing set up. So the price is $49.99. That's the lowest price we can advertise. But we do have a great call-in special today. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but all I can do is say, think about this very carefully. I'm going to try to give you a hint. If I free motion my arm up and tip my cap, does that give them a clue, Kyle?
I think so, yes.
Anyway, we got a great package put together. Hey, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we are going to do our best job to try to get you on one of these machines. We have free shipping nationwide right to your door. We also have some great Synchrony financing available. And guys, we did a fantastic package put together. And again, guys, this is that 8x8 hoop size, embroidery field for if you want to do embroidery. But there is a way that you can do with the Durkee border or sturdy hoop that you can do a split design with like PE Design 11. Or you can do, any kind of digitizing software. You can split that design and get all the way up to an 8x14 on it. So guys, very versatile. We have a ton of accessories that you can get, optional accessories to make even more things come, projects come true on this machine. But what we have today, guys, is an unbelievable package for it. And you're seeing all the capabilities of it. Not only is it a great hat machine that you can do hats, now we're showing you how you can do free motion on it. And then you can do any kind of, with that tubular arm, you can just do about any kind of thing on embroidery on it. So great price on it. So let's go back to Jerry, and he's going to show you some of his free motion artwork.
Yeah. I mean, if you really paid attention to what Blaine said, he really described well how versatile, and that's, again, my controversial statement. It's probably the most versatile embroidery machine in the Brother line. I mean, you could do hats, you can do you could do sleeves, you could do tote bags, and now you can free motion quilt with it. I mean, it's just incredible. And knowing Blaine, he's got an amazing price on it. So y'all are going to want to run and not walk to get this machine. So let's go back now. Now I showed you my screen. I am set at 500 stitches per minute. You can set that for however you like. There are two memory modes. So if you have two different speeds that you like, you can place them into a pocket, into one of the two pockets, and you can save that stitches per minute, so you don't have to think about, you don't have to worry about it. So if you were doing like metallics and you wanted to use a slower stitch speed, you could place that into one of the pockets, and it would always be there. You don't have to go, oh shoot, what was that? What was that speed that I was working with before? You have a pocket to do so. So now this acts just like regular free motion. I've got a guard here. my needle is going to bounce up and down just like it would with the embroidery machine, but I'm going to be in free motion. Now, I know it's a little, I don't have the lighting quite right here, but just bear with me. I'm going to show you everything when I'm done. Now, one thing I want to show you is there is a little laser dot. And once I move the fabric up, you can probably see right in there, there is a little red laser dot that gives me the precise needle drop area. So I don't have to guess. I don't have to guess where that needle is going to drop. I can move this anywhere, and that needle, that little drop point just stays right there. Can I shut that off? Absolutely. Let's do it. Notice the dot is gone. I'm going to put it right back on. So you have the freedom to choose which way you want to do. I like to have it on because I like to be very precise, and I like that I have an exact reference point for where that needle is going to fall. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to, just like regular free motion, I've got my top thread. Now here's a little tip. I always leave a long tail on the top. You could probably see it here. And I have probably just as much bobbin thread on the bottom. And the reason why is because I don't want to have to get my fingers in there. I want to leave a nice long thread tail on top and bobbin so that I can grab them easily. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop my needle and have it come up. Notice it went down and up. I'm going to pull my quilt, and I've got a little practice sandwich here. Now my bobbin's going to be white, so it's going to be hard to see, but I'm going to give a little tug. And maybe you can see there's my bobbin thread right here. So I'm going to give that a little tug. And now, because I have that red dot, all I have to do is slide this back to exactly where that bobbin thread came up. Now I'm going to choose needle down. And all I have to do is just give a little tap on my foot pedal, and see, it goes down, and now I'm ready to go. Now I can pivot. So I can pivot anywhere I want to go. And this is where I suggest you start. Now, it's not going to be a free motion class, but I'll give you some tips and tricks on how to get through some of this. So I always suggest that you start with needle down. That way you can just kind of take some breaths and relax and just kind of figure out where is it that you want to go. So I'm going to use my little hoop here that brother has given us. This is, again, it's wonderful. It's got this nice foam rubbery backing on it, so that it grips my quilt and it lets it, I have an incredible amount of control. So now all I have to do is push on my foot pedal, and off I go. And I'm able to free motion here. Now I am, I'll just stop this right here so you can hear me a little better. I am, for those of you who are wondering, this is not a built-in pattern. Free motion means it's free. It's absolutely free. The only thing that the machine is doing is that needle is bouncing up and down. I am moving the quilt sandwich, and I am creating my own pattern. So these are not built-in patterns. I'm creating them. And, free motion can be one of those things where for some people it can be a learning process, a little bit of a learning curve. But I always say, you weren't born learning how to drive. You had to learn that skill. And free motion is the same thing. And it really only takes about 10 minutes a day. And at the end of a week, you're going to see great progress. Your stitches should be nice and small. You should always be in control. If you feel your machine is going too fast, absolutely slow it down. So we could do some swirls here. This should be blowing your mind right now. An embroidery machine that can quilt. Like I said, when I first saw this, I was absolutely amazed. Now, just to stay in control, you could probably see some of it emerging here, but I'll move down a little bit so you can see it a little better. I'm going to move my hoop. Move down. You can see some of it kind of popping out here. I'm going to come on down. And let's do some feathering. And I'm in control here. I am moving with the speed. I'm moving my hands at a pace that's comfortable for me, that works with my machine. So that's all free motion is. And I think the reason why a lot of people get a little frantic with free motion is things might get a little too fast for them. So Just make sure that you're moving your hands at a comfortable speed. Maybe your machine's going a little too fast. It seems out of control. Free motion should never feel out of control. You always want to remain in control. Let's use a little bit more modern feather here. And trust me, there is a speed that you'll set your machine at that will work in conjunction with your hands. And all of a sudden, everything will click and it will feel great. You just have to practice. I know there's that P word. You just have to practice and find out what that speed is. And once you do, everything will just feel great. So let me flip this around here. So there we have some feathers. Let me grab my scissors. There we have some feathers. We have some swirls. And the stitch quality is absolutely fantastic. And again, just imagine this in your sewing area or in your studio. Again, remember I talked earlier that the footprint is only 18 inches here. If you wanted to invest in an embroidery only machine, most of your machines are 27.8 inches wide, the flatbed machines. You're going to have to find room with that. If you have room, awesome. If you don't, you're going to wonder what you're going to do. Now, saving 10 inches may be just the ticket for you in your sewing room. So again, this is 18 inches wide, and you get this semi-industrial embroidery machine with it. So, I mean, it's really a great, I can't even call it a twofer, because like Blaine was talking about all the accessories, it's almost like a 15-fer. There's so many amazing things this can do, and so many accessories that go with it that you can purchase, that it's hard to believe that it is the price point that it's at. For me, I mean, it's an amazing value. Let's do some scallops here. I mean, really, again, this is just the limitation is your imagination here. That's it. Do whatever you want. Any kind of stitching that you like to do. I like to do feathers. I like to do swirls. And notice the machine is just purring right along. Let me switch my hoop here. Move that around so you can see a little better. Again, any pattern that you choose to do, you can do. Now, once again, for those of you who may have just joined, I am creating all these patterns. These are not built into the machine. I am creating them all just by the motions of my hands. Now, I am a free motion person. All my quilts are done in free motion. Some people like long arms, some do not. Some don't have room for a long arm. This is a great way. I've tried long arming. It's not for me. I absolutely admire and appreciate my long arm friends. But this is my zen. This is my happy moment. I love free motion quilting. Absolutely love it. And you hear the machine just purring right along. How many thread breaks have I had? None. And I won't, because again, this is kind of a semi-industrial machine, so it's used to plowing through heavy materials, moving at a quick pace. So you can see just in this short amount of time, and all I'm doing is just practicing. That's all I'm doing. And this is what I suggest when you get your machine. Don't start out on a quilt just yet. Grab a little sandwich like I have and practice. And warm up every day. Don't start quilting on your quilt right away. Make sure if you're free motioning, don't. I suggest just having a few quilt sandwiches by your machine. Just warm up, practice, get the stress of the day out in your little practice pieces. And here's another tip. I have a lot of these sandwiches laying around. Once I'm done, I create animal beds for my local animal shelter. So there's sort of a nice way to reuse some of the items that you've made. Now, can I use metallic threads? Absolutely. Can I use monofilament thread? Absolutely. Polys, cottons, I've thrown them all at this machine and it just takes them all beautifully. Not had any problems whatsoever. Now, in all fairness, with metallics and monofilament threads, you do have to slow down a little bit because, you know, they don't like it when you go too fast. So it's the same on your embroidery machine. You want to slow your machine down. And here we go. And in just that short amount of time, I'm making like a little sample that I could use gosh, I could use that as a pocket on a jacket, or I could use this on a tote bag. And again, I could have the tote bag in here and it would work beautifully. Or it's something maybe that you've just embroidered. If you have a piece of clothing in your wardrobe, in your closet that needs a little bit of jazzing up, throw it on your embroidery machine here, and your quilt. I shouldn't call it an embroidery machine, right, Blaine? Well, it is an embroidery machine, but it also does quilting. So throw it on your machine here and just jazz it up with some beautiful threads, and away you go. And remember, since you can use just about any needle that you want. So if you are working with a thicker thread, you could put a 90-14 on here and use the thicker, more vibrant threads that will give you a little more presence on your project. I mean, this is just, I get lost. I just get lost. This is my zen. I just zen out and just zone out. You can put music on, put TV on, and just have a great time doing this. And again, this machine does this so beautifully, and it works so beautifully that I don't have to worry about the machine. I can just focus on the designs that I want to create. The machine just plays right along, and it just works so beautifully. So, Blaine, what do you think about this?
Well, Jerry, I think, the bad a job as you did that, looks like your first time.
So don't enter it in a show is what you're saying.
Oh, no, you're awesome. That is unbelievable how good you are at that. And
Thank
again, I'm just like, yeah, you can tell you that's not your first time, trust me, but that is unbelievable. And that just shows you what you can do on that machine. I mean, you put that machine in an expert's hand, you look like that. But again, it's one of those things, a beginner could take this thing. Not only can they embroidery, they can do hats, they can do onesies, they can do anything they can think of because of that tubular, that arm. They can, put any kind of boots on it, whatever. And then you can also quilt. And so, the great thing about this machine, and I always think about this, if somebody has, just think about if you had a Brother Scan and Cut, all the things that you could cut and do applique and embroidery designs on a quilt, and then come back and do free motion on that same quilt. That's the only two machines you would need. Those two machines, you could do anything you wanted.
You only need two machines.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Yeah. And I'm a super big fan of yours, as you know. Anyway, you're so talented, and I tell you, this machine is just, it was one of those machines that would just kind of, it hung out in the background, and it never really stood out. And then all of a sudden, it's a superstar. It's got all these different features that they've got. Especially, it's got that tubular table arm that you can put on it now. And like you were talking about, if somebody wanted to just do the table, go ahead and just buy the quilting kit, because you're getting that table with it. And then, the other thing that's really cool about it, you're getting that foot extension. So you're getting that foot extension cord, so it'll reach from a stand-up position all the way down to the floor. Right. And so that is a super great feature as well. So many great things about that quilting free motion kit that you can get with it. And so all the other accessories, and we talked about doing the split designs. It's an 8x8, but you can turn it into an 8x14 by just buying one of those Durkee sturdy frames and software. PE Design 11 would do it.
Right. Yeah. Every time I use this machine, I'm just completely blown away at all the things you can do with it.
And the one thing too, I get asked all the time, they see the 4 spool, holders up there for the thread, and everybody says, "Oh, it's only a 1 needle." And I say, "Yeah, it's a 1 needle." And they say, "Well, how hard is it to, change the thread out and thread the needle?" And because, before, I always tell people, I always said it was the premier hat machine in America, because 80% of the hats that are done are usually either one color or maybe in sometimes two, but mostly it's always one color, and you don't have to change that thread. But I'm telling you, I've seen you do it, and it's so easy. Yeah. You just tie the thread off, pull it through, and let it rethread automatically. And I've seen you change colors in about 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's the old serger trick. You tie on the new color, pull it through, because you have an automatic needle threader, push the button, and then even the needle threads for you. So within seconds, you've changed your thread.
Yeah, so that's to me is pretty amazing, and so this what makes this such a good package. So Jerry, I got to tell them how they can get this, and hey, I sure do appreciate you, buddy, coming on the show and sharing all your knowledge. And I know Friday we're going to have you in 2 sessions on Friday. You're going to do the PRS 100, talk about how to do embroidery and caps and everything, and then you're going to come back that afternoon and show them how to do free motion again. So we can't wait till you get them back on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Blaine. I appreciate it. Again, if any of you have missed either one of my shows today, catch them on Friday.
All right, good. Thanks. See you then, buddy. All right, guys, I got to tell you how you can get this. This is Brothers PRS 100. It is, I used to say embroidery only, but I don't anymore. It's the embroidery and free motion quilting machine. And guys, this thing is a workhorse. I'm telling you, you can do caps on this thing. You can do, it's got that cylinder, that arm. So you can do any kind of cylinder object. It's great for doing bags because you don't have to, you can just hoop one side, stick it on, and not have to worry about going through to the other side. So any kind of things like that, pant legs, shirt sleeves, it is so awesome on. It's going to come with 4 hoops that come with it. And again, guys, I can't say enough about this machine. We absolutely love it. And it's an LCD screen. It's got a good lighting system on it. It does have that 4 thread spool, so you can actually tie the threads off and pull it through. And it has that automatic needle threader. And again, you're getting those 4 hoops. You're getting an 8x8 is the embroidery filled size on that. So you're getting the 8x8 hoop. You're getting that 4" by 4". You're getting the 2x2, and then you're getting that little bitty 1.3" by 3". And that's for doing, if you want to do monogrammings on shirt collars, shirt sleeves. I've seen people use that on the sides of shoes. So it's a really, really good deal. This thing has built-in frame designs. It has 10 shapes and 14 stitch patterns. And so it's got a lot of stuff included. And one of the things that we haven't even touched on, with that eye embroidery that you can get through buying this machine, you can go pay to download Disney designs. And guess what? You can actually do Disney with this machine by loading those from eye embroidery into your machine. You can do the Disney, you can do the Marvel. It's so awesome, all the things that you can do. And again, guys, this is one of those machines that, we didn't really see all the full capabilities of it till they've come out with some of these great accessories. And guys, I got to tell you right now, the price is $49.99 shipped free right to your door. We have some special financing available through Synchrony. But the special thing is I have a great Quilt Festival package put together for you. I can't tell you what it is, but I'm telling you right now, it is if you can just think about it a minute, a free motion to tip your cap. Is that kind of hint, Kyle? Call us right now, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, up in the search bar, just type in PRS 100. It'll take you to that product page. You can see all the great features on the machine. Also, we have all the optional accessories that you can buy below. And again, you can talk to one of our live chat agents there, and they can answer all your questions. So again, great machine, and we're super proud to be presenting it to you today. So there we go, guys. Let's move on. Hey, we're going to our next presenter, and we have got Grace back in the house, and we have Mark Martin and Melinda Romero coming in, and we're going to talk about some accessories today. So welcome back to the show, Melinda and Mark.
Hey, Thank you, Blaine. It's great to be here again. And you're right, accessories it is. As you can see, we have a full table of accessories. We'll probably throw a curveball at you, Blaine, because I know you're running some phenomenal pricing. These may not be included, but all these I had a Quilt Fest price for you, Blaine, and for all your customers. And so, as you can see, Blaine, yes, you're right. Accessories galore.
Well, you know what? Throw all the curveballs that you want to me, because here's what's going to happen. All of our customers are going to catch that ball because they love it when we give them a special deal. And I know right now, I just got your email. We are going to give them a great special deal on all these accessories today. So I can't wait to share the price with them after y'all show them what we have.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Blaine. But yeah, Melinda, we have a full 2 tables worth of accessories. We've been talking about this entire event of our machines, of our frames. We talked about automation, and now is an opportunity to grow even more. Free motion, Melinda, is a great way to quilt. Free motion quilting, you have your design essentially from your head, and you're trying to move it around, and you're bringing those to life. But how important is it to get the right accessories if you want to grow into your hobby?
You know, it's very important. I myself am a newer quilter. And when I first started, I had no idea what I was doing, how I was doing it. Am I doing it right? All of the questions ran through my head. But being at the Grace Company and having all of these wonderful products literally at my fingertips has been amazing. I've used a lot of our products. I haven't used them all quite yet, but I've used quite a few, and I've definitely seen my progress build, and I'm becoming a better quilter with these awesome items.
And you're not the only one that's in that spot. You know, everybody's watching. Let's throw a 3 in there. I love throwing these numbers out there because I don't know, I just do. But throw a 3 in there if you are like Melinda. You know, you're new to quilting, or you've been quilting for a while, and you want to do a little more, right? And you want to have the right accessory in order to do so. Whether it's tracing patterns, doing pantographs, using different ruler foot. We have, you know, thread, whatever it is, throw a 3 in there if you're ready to be like, no, I want to get a ruler base. I want some hopping foot sets for the Cunique machines. Or if you have your own domestic machines, we have accessories for your domestic machines, from lasers to designing your own patterns, and we'll get into that. But I think a lot of people are in your same shoes.
Yep, right up on the screen, I see a lot of threes, tons of 3s. So thankfully, I'm not the only one.
You know, yeah, you're not the only one. I think everybody, and I think even if you're a seasoned quilter, you're still probably throwing a 3 in there. So
probably,
that's awesome. Well, Melinda, let's get started. Now, Grace Company, we continue to bring accessories out to make it easier for you to quilt. Now, we do have a few new accessories that we want to talk about. To our left over here, we have our Quilt Perfect ruler foot. That's new. We have our Magnifique. That is new. And we also have our Wonderfoot. That is new. And so I think let's talk about these new accessories first. Let's start off with the Magnifique. Just the name of it, right? Kind of what it is. Magnifique. Yes. Go ahead.
So let's put another number out there. Let's go with the number 4. How many of you, I'm a 4, I'm going to admit this, are noticing a change in your vision and just things up close aren't as clear as they once used to be? So let's see a 4 if you're in that same category.
And don't be shy, because it's okay.
I admitted it.
See, yeah, you're throwing a 4 in there. So let's see those 4s coming up. Yeah, Valerie's the first one to be throwing the 4. Yeah, she's not shy. Yeah, that's exactly right. So 4s galore coming in. All right, so let's find out what Magnifique can do.
So with the Magnifique, it's compatible not just with our Cunique machines, but it's compatible with any domestic machine as well. There's 3 swappable lenses for different magnification levels. So you can choose which level is going to be the best for you. The lens itself can be mounted on your machine, or it can be handheld, and it's easily repositionable for any viewing angle. So again, with your sewing machine, whether it's a Cunique machine or a domestic machine, these wonderful lenses will truly be your best friend for all of your quilting projects going forward.
You know what I love about the Magnifique is it could go on any of the machines. You just mentioned you could go on your sewing machine, right? It could go on your Cunique machine or your sewing machine. With the 3 different powered lens, you can easily thread your machine now. You can take it off and go around your quilt if you need to check on something. But that is a great accessory to add to any machine. So again, if you threw a 4 in there, now's the time to get this, because you can attach it to your own machine. And if you own a Cunique machine, you can attach it on a Cunique machine. So now you're not... if we were to say, hey, throw a 2 in there, if you can see better with it, next time we'll probably do that. So we want to see some 2s if we were to do that. So yeah, that's great. Now moving on, I want to talk about the Quilt Perfect ruler kit. Let's go ahead and get a close up on this. So the Quilt Perfect ruler kit is one that we love. So there's going to be 3 different feet in there. You're going to get a precision foot that improves accuracy, great for identifying and stopping point. You can get a rolling foot. And I'm going to show you, in fact, you know what? I'm going to take this out here. This is a rolling foot. So if you're going along your rulers, it will actually roll. So I'm going to bring this out. And here is what the foot looks like. You can see the little black part, and you could actually, this spins around. And that's fantastic. There's no other hopping foot out there that can spin like this. And so this actually spins. So it's smooth against your ruler. When you're now tracing your pattern, with your ruler, that is going to be very, very smooth going along your ruler foot. So we have the ruler foot. We also have the true track foot. Now the true track foot, that locks into your ruler to keep you going straight as well. So now it helps you against your ruler being very precise in all of your tracing. So again, 3 ruler feet that you get with this Quilt Perfect ruler kit. Again, the precision foot, the rolling foot, and the true track foot. So again, with your quilting journey, and I keep saying journey because that's what it is, a fun hobby.
It is.
You're going to find, again, with these accessories, just like you'd mentioned, you know, you're new. This will give you that other new
the edge to your quilting.
Yes, I love that. That's perfect. So Quilt Perfect ruler foot. Again, that's for the Cunique machine. So now this is only for the Cunique, and it's available for all of our size of machines from our 15 to our 19 and our 21, the Quilt Perfect ruler kit. Okay, now Melinda, one more. We have the Wonderfoot. What is a Wonderfoot?
So the Wonderfoot, it's great for stitching the ditch. It's also great if you're tracing patterns, doing any type of laser tracing. The foot itself, it has that great big window, so you can literally see exactly inside where you're sewing. So I think the Wonderfoot paired, especially with our laser, is going to up your game with your quilting and really just make tracing more enjoyable, more fun, but yet at the same time easier to do.
Absolutely. Easier. I love that word, easier. You know what's not as easy? How many of you try to trace patterns, or if you want to maybe do swirls or loops or spirals, any of those, or even like going on a ditch, stitching the ditch, right? Even something like that, or even a circle. How many of you try to do these types of quilting? Because it's not easy to go and try to do your spirals or your circles or even stitching in the ditch. You would think it's easy stitching in the ditch, but to get that steady line, it could be, you know, you're kind of going off your pattern, and that could be like, oh, and you don't want to have that. So just like you said, very easy on this. Now, what I love about this is how big this is, and it's like a compass. You had mentioned that earlier, right?
Yes.
It's like a compass.
Just
So
like a compass.
if you're moving in one direction, this would actually spin. Let's get another close-up on this, if we can. So this actually spins. So you can see in the side of this box here, this part right here, this actually spins around, and you see these yellow lines, and that goes with the pattern. So these, I'm trying to follow the camera, I'm like backwards. So these yellow lines can go along whatever you're doing. So if you're trying to do a spiral, or if you have a paper pattern and you want to trace it, get the Wonderfoot, because now you'll find this easier to go around those patterns.
Exactly. But I think in addition to the Wonderfoot, having a laser on your machine is, again, going to make using the products simpler, easier, funner, more enjoyable. The laser, it'll pinpoint and show you exactly, you know, just guiding you where exactly you're going to be sewing your design. The window on that 360 Wonderfoot gives you that clear visibility, so you can see, again, exactly where you're sewing. So I personally think these two products especially definitely go hand in hand. So the Gracie laser is the laser you would choose for your domestic machine.
Mm-hmm.
We also have our laser stylus, which is available for any Cunique machine. So we have an option for, again, your domestic machine, your Cunique machine, whatever your setup is, you know, we definitely have something that's going to work for you.
I love it. And I saw a comment in there, you know, what is considered, or what is a domestic machine? We keep saying that. So domestic is really just your sewing machine, your home sewing machine, your 9-inch machine, 11-inch machine, 12-inch machine. What you use for your sewing is what we call domestic or sewing machine. And I love that. You tied that in perfectly. The laser is something that is, it takes your quilting hobby to the next level, because there's a lot of patterns out there that you can purchase as well. You can buy the patterns. And now you have these paper patterns that you want to trace. Now, I will give a little bit of advice. When we're using a laser, you're going to be so focused on tracing that pattern that if you're using a smaller machine and you're doing a pattern, you may come up with that machine, and you're going to be hitting your back of your throat on something without you even realizing it because you're so focused on tracing your pattern. So my little piece of advice is, get some painter's tape or even some quilting markers that would come off when you wash it, and just mark at the top of your quilt. So when you bring your machine forward and you see that tape or the marking, you're getting to the edge of your machine. Because nobody likes it when you're tracing let's say a circle, and you come and you try to do the full circle and you're getting a half moon because you crash. Yeah, you're hitting it. So a little piece of advice with that as you're doing with the laser. Now with the patterns, Melinda, we have our Quilter's Creative Design Pro software. We talked about patterns. You're going to go buy patterns. You may have already owned your own paper patterns. But what does the Design Pro software allow them to do?
So with the Design Pro software, you can actually create your own design right on the software. You can print it. And then, again, using with or without the combination of our additional accessories, you can quilt free motion the design that you've created right in the software. And really, it's the stepping stone of creating your own library of your designs, so you always have access to those.
I love it. Now, this is only used with Windows operating system. So
with Windows.
How awesome it is. If you own a Windows program, great. If you don't and you're looking to design, just go get yourself a Windows tablet or a little inexpensive a laptop. But it is used for Windows operating system. So again, the Quilter's Creative Design is a great way to design your own patterns, but it needs to be on a Windows operating system to make that work. Okay, moving right along. So we have the Quilt Perfect ruler foot we talked about. We talked about Wonder Foot. Let's talk about the ruler base. This is another great way to get patterns again with ruler base. So we have a ruler base. This attaches to the throat of all Cunique machines. So if you already own a 15, 19, or 21, purchase the Cunique ruler base to get your patterns. And what the ruler base does is give you that platform, obviously, so you can trace around your patterns. I know there's a lot of you that's like, oh yeah, I do ruler work all the time. For those of you who don't know, you need one of these to get you that nice, strong base so you can put any of your rulers on top of it to do your tracing. Now with it, oh yeah, perfect.
Yep.
So there you go. So right on top, and you're using it to go along with your ruler. Now, with that, we have different feet for your machines. We have a 3-piece and a 9-piece. Melinda, let's go ahead and talk about the 9-piece and how important it is to have a 9-piece hopping foot set.
So definitely with the 9-piece set, it's going to give you pretty much any and all options for hopping feet that you would want for your projects. So with this set, you have the gouching foot. There's a small, medium, or large, a glide foot, a square foot, a diamond foot, a small echo foot, and the small echo foot is available small, medium, or large as well. So with these particular feet, I personally, unfortunately, have not had the opportunity to use these, but I've heard wonderful stories with the couching foot. You can kind of change, like adding yarn in a sense to go over the top of your quilt, just adding a little bit more dimension and depth to the beautiful artwork that you're creating by not just using, just your thread. So you're adding another element to your projects.
That's right. I just wanted to, I was doing a little party in my head as you're talking about that. Like I get so pumped and so excited with the products. And as you're talking about that, I was thinking in my head, I'm like, oh, glide foot, echo foot, couching foot. And I just kept, it's like Grinch, right? When he realized he's doing, which is probably bad, but now he kept getting bigger on his smile. In my head, I just kept thinking, and how awesome that is to have all these wonderful feet to do more of your quilting. And so all this just provides more of a way to enjoy your quilting a little more, take it to the next level. And I love that it has the echo foot, glide foot, couching foot. Do the yarn bit. I saw a lot of quilts with yarn. Mm-hmm. That is awesome. So if you haven't done that yet, get the 9-piece set if you already own a Cunique. I saw some comments in there, oh, I need to get a Cunique first. Well, you're in luck because this whole entire event has been around Grace products, and we have some wonderful pricing on the Cunique machine. So, okay, wonderful on the 9-piece. Now we have the 3-piece, and the 3-piece is your basic feet. You get your ruler foot, your open toe foot, and your micro stippling foot. So again, you get all 3 feet, and people ask sometimes why we have the open toe. And I like to say, I mean, people love to see what they're working on, or they're at least their needle position. And so with the open toe, you can have the needle. I'm going to turn this around. And so there's our like close up. So there is the open toe, that red one. Yep, the open toe foot. And then we also have the micro stippling foot and the ruler foot. So you get all three of these feet in a wonderful price. And so again, if you're looking to take it to the next level and you want to do ruler work, because there's a lot of rulers out there. Everybody owns rulers. You can get rulers very, very simple, very inexpensive. Get the ruler base and get the hopping foot set to make that happen.
Yes, exactly. And to go along again with the hopping feet sets, we do also carry wonderful great variety of different rulers as well. So whatever type of project you want to work on, we are confident we definitely have a ruler that will suit your needs and be exactly what you want as well.
Absolutely. Okay. So Melinda, we talked about the lasers, which are fun, which are easy. You do need to have a little steady hand with the lasers, not much, and it takes some practice, but not much. You can pick on and get it right away. A person who's doing the laser, as you continue to move down your quilt, you're going to get it easier. It's going to become more comfortable, and you're going to love the laser. Now, we do have our plastic pattern sets.
Yes.
That there's no training necessary. It's very simple to do. We have a couple. We have one on your side and one on my side. So I'm going to go ahead and just go ahead and pick these up. So these are our basic set. We have our very basic set that we've had. It comes with a stylus, and this can be used with our Cunique. It can be used with your own machine. This gives you the entire length of your quilt. So you can do pantographs from edge to edge quilting. These are very simple. I'm going to turn mine around. You can see on that one, that is stars and flowers. And on this one, it is just a very simple. You get 4 patterns on each side. So a total of 8 patterns. And these are basic. But it gives you your edge to edge quilting, beautiful pattern. And now you make your full quilt. So again, on your own sewing machine or on the Cunique machine, you can get these plastic sets. No training is necessary. You attach it to your carriage and you're right and you're good to go. We do have additional ones, and I love these because these, a lot of people like to do these. So we have additional ones. These are a spiral. So this is a 3-pack. You can get it in a 3 or 6, depending on what size of frame. So here is a spiral. We also have our crosshatch. Crosshatch is very popular. So again, we have our crosshatch. Again, you can see how just simple this is, right? A stylus just goes right in those grooves.
And they're foolproof.
Yeah.
You know, you complete your entire row, complete your entire quilt. Everything's going to be exact and precise. Really just a foolproof way to, you know, quilt awesome designs.
Absolutely. We have our tulips. So those are beautiful. Can you just imagine, or I guess picture your quilt already with any of the designs on here, right? And it's just simple. Again, no training necessary. You drop a stylus in and you have tulips going across your quilt. It's just amazing. I love this one. This is hearts. So here's hearts, and we have actually 2 different ones, right? You got your double heart and your single heart. So again, a great way to get different patterns on your quilt. I love these accessories because there's no training necessary. And I know there's quite a few of you out there is like, oh, training, you don't have to worry about training with these plastic sets. You just put them on and you're good to go.
Yes, yes. So my next favorite accessory that I want to talk about today is our finesse thread. So with our finesse thread, we have 60 different colors of thread. They're vibrant colors. They're beautiful colors. We have solid, we have variegated, and again, just can I emphasize 60 colors enough? You know, there's bound to be a color for every project. Aside from the thread, we also have an assortment of pre-wound bobbins. So all of the bobbins that we sell, they're all M-class bobbins, which will certainly fit in our Cunique machines as well as many of your everyday domestic machines as well. So again, the thread tying that in, just with going back to everything we've already talked about. Your design, your project, your quilt, your heirloom, it's going to be magnificent, a work of beauty, something that you're putting your heart and soul into. And I really think, you know, the thread, it's literally what's tying everything together in your project.
Absolutely. Beautiful colors, like Melinda said, 60 colors. Polyester, 100% polyester, 1,500 yards, and it's 50 weight. Okay, so we have a lot to show. Stitch regulation. Now, we had that in all our machines, and I love the machines to be stitch regulated. But have you thought about regulating your own sewing machine? That's right. If you go to our website, we have a compatibility list to show you what machines are compatible. And we have our SureStitch Elite. If you want to go hold that up.
So Laurel and I talked about the SureStitch Elite briefly yesterday when we talked about the cutie frame. So the SureStitch Elite, this is what's going to take your everyday at-home domestic machine and eliminate the need of the foot pedal. So you'll have your speed control and your stitch regulation all combined into the SureStitch Elite. Again, just making your at-home quilting process easier, funner, and smoother.
Yep, I love it. Now, we have a lot we still got to go through, but Blaine, let's go ahead if you're ready. Let's talk about maybe some of the prices of these accessories. We still have several that we need to talk about, Blaine, but I'd like to maybe get this out here so people can start like, oh, I want to start ordering these now because it's this percentage off or this discount. So Blaine, if you're available, what kind of discount at Quilt Fest could these customers get?
All right, so guys, are y'all ready? Hold on to something, because all the stuff you see on the table, along with all the other Grace products, we're going to knock 25% off our website right now. 25% off.
Oh, wow.
All the Grace accessories. So guys, go to the website right now, type in Grace, go to there. Any of the accessories that you see, 25% off. You're going to use the coupon code GRACE25, and you just type that in at checkout. And I'm telling you right now, guys, this is going to end Friday when the show ends, because we can't afford to do this too much, Mark. But this is an unbelievable price. We've never done this before. Y'all jump on the Grace products right now. If you've been wanting any of the things you see there, and I'm going to go right back to y'all because I still know y'all got to show a few more things.
We do. Thank you, Blaine. 25%. You're right on holding something because I fell over on that one. 25%. So listen to Blaine. He's right. His team is fantastic. Get a hold of his team and order your accessory now. Okay, so going back to our accessories, we have also the quilt clips. Quilt clips, we have two sizes. We have 1.5 inch and we have 2 inch. The 2 inch, these are pink, and the 1.5 inch, you can see that they are blue, pink and blue. And we have 4 of them that go in this pack to fit your entire frame. Then we also have the mini quilt clips. There's 12 in the pack, again, 1.5 inch and 2 inches. These are perfect stabilizers. If you're doing sit-down quilting and you want to keep your fabric nice and rolled up perfectly, get these mini quilt clips. They're perfect for that. And these larger ones, they're perfect for floating on your rolling rail frame. So if you want to float your fabric over, use these clips for your floating process.
You know, one thing as a newer quilter, and I think it's whether you're new, whether you're an experienced quilter, let's put another number out there. Let's put a 6. How many of you have dropped your spool of thread and your thread just keeps rolling and unraveling, and you have to go chase it down? Am I the only one that's happened to?
I don't think you are.
So one thing I love the mini clips for is when you have an open spool, just clip the mini clip around that spool and it's going to hold your thread. Even if you drop it, it's not going to, continue. It'll still roll. Not as far, but it's not going to unravel your thread. So that's one thing I love the mini quilt clips for.
Perfect. So again, quilt clips are fantastic. Now, using the laser, going back to laser, is perfect for in front of your machine. And if you have it on the domestic machine, it's great for the back. That already comes with rear handles on our top plate and carriage. However, if you use it on the Cunique machine and you want to use it from the back side, you do need to get rear handles, and we have those available as well.
So right here we have for our Cunique 15 Pro, we have the rear handles. This is the box. It's not a very exciting box, but we went ahead and took the handles out of the box. This is what, again, how they will come. This easily mounts on the rear of your machine, so you can do any of your sewing work right from behind the machine, not just in front.
That's right. So rear handles. Now, some of the machine models come with an extra screen already. So our Pro versions, they come with an extra screen when you buy the rear handles. If you get it with our R versions, then you can get the hand or the screen separately if you wanted to, or you don't need to. Okay. Cloth leaders. Cloth leaders are one that we hear all the time. You can make your own. You could have extra fabric because you want at least about like 7 or 8 inches of extra fabric if you don't have cloth leaders, because you need to make sure you can quilt edge to edge. We do have a pack of cloth leaders that come available. So this is 112 inch. And you can also get it for the queen size, which is 88 inch. And you could also get them for our hoop style frames. So all the frames so far that we've talked about during this Quilt Fest, you can get cloth leaders for. These are fantastic. You don't have to worry about making them. Making them can take time and effort. These already come pre-packaged, pre-sized, and they're wonderful to use.
And they're pre-marked.
That's right.
So no guesswork. How far do I have to go, or where am I, sewing to? Everything's pre-marked. It's laid out for you. It comes with the Velcro. You just need to pin it to your fabric, install it on your frame, and you're good to go.
That's right. We do have bobbins and needles, so just some smaller stuff. These are great small little gifts, extra bobbins, M-class bobbins, and we have the needles, so size 16 or 14, 16, and 18. And Melinda, I love what you said earlier. Tell me what you said about the needles.
So I had a customer, it was probably about a week ago. She called to order her accessories, her needles, her bobbins, but she said to me, do you know what the most important feature on your machine is? And I thought about it for a second. I was like, well, I could probably think of a few, but humor me. Tell me what the most important feature is or item. And she said, your needle. And I was like, okay, I totally get that. And she said, do you know what the least expensive item for your machine is? And I was like, okay, I got this. It's the needle. And she's like, exactly. Change out your needles regularly. You don't want your needles, to bend or to burr. You want your needles to be pretty much, good, like from the first day when you opened up that package. So keep your needles changed. You want sharp needles. Stock up on your needles. We have the MR needles available in 3 different sizes, 14, 16, and 18. So there's certainly going to be a needle for your project right at home.
That's right. And going back to we have one more accessory that we're not leaving out. You can see it right above me, shining off my nice noggin right now. But one of the questions came through. Yes, cloth leaders are available for the QD frame. So again, our QDs, our hoops, our continuum, our queen, any of our frames, we do have cloth leaders for. So if you want cloth leaders for the QD frame, order them through Sewing Machines Plus at that wonderful price. Now, last but not least, is our light bar right above us. That's, again, shining off my head if I'm blinding anybody, because I can look at the screen and it looks pretty white. So these are fantastic light bars. They are LED. We have them in a 5-foot, 10-foot. So if you have our smaller frames or the larger frames, they're on casters, so you can roll them around. But such a beautiful frame, you cannot have enough light.
No, not at all.
No.
And I, going to shows, people can see the lights that we have on display with our frames. And going to shows, my favorite thing to do is to turn the light on and off so people can see how much light they truly have. And I, just like you said, when you're sewing, when you're doing precise work, there's no such thing as too much light. And these provide the great amount of light exactly where you're working.
Exactly. I saw another question on there. Yes, 12 foot. So again, they come in 5 and 10. There's a 2-foot extension. If you want that 12 foot, you can get 12 foot. You have a 14-foot frame, you can get it in a 14-foot as well. It's just be a 10 with 2-foot extensions. So we have a 5-foot and a 10-foot light bar. Again, beautiful light, LED, many, many hours, thousands of hours because it's LED and it's true light. You can line up your thread. You can see what thread you're actually using to match your color of fabric. Mm-hmm. Now, Blaine, I know we're almost right at time.
I want to cut in. I saw a couple of questions. So yes, the frame is metal. And it is height adjustable. So you can raise it up and you can raise it down.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the question, because that's, you're right. So height adjustable. Now, Blaine, going back to you, because I know we're almost out of time. If we don't get back to us, thank you so much, Blaine, for having the Grace Company again. Melinda and I were very excited to talk about these. As I said earlier, Blaine, listening to and hearing all this, it's like a candy or a kid in a candy store. I was getting excited. And I'm just talking about this, let alone not using them right now. So go ahead and use them. Blaine, back to you.
Well, I tell you what, Mark, you're exactly right, and thank you, Melinda, as well. Hey, great job, and Roger's mind is blown because he's the one that had to set up all this coupons for that. And guys, it is a lot of products. We have 25% off, guys. All the Grace accessories on our website. So go to the website right now. In the search bar, type in Grace. It'll take you to that product page. Any of the accessories you see, it's 25% off. At the time of checkout, use the coupon code GRACE25, and that'll get you your discount. And I got to tell you out there, if anybody has already purchased any Grace accessories from starting Monday through now, and you didn't get the discount, give us a call back, and we're going to honor the 25%, even if you bought it Monday. So make sure
That's
we take
awesome.
care of any customers. We don't want you to feel bad about your purchase out there. Make sure you give us a call, and we're going to take care of you, okay? Well, hey, Mark, Melinda, thank y'all so much, and I guess we'll see you further on in the week this week.
Thank you, Blaine. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Blaine. Have a
Kyle just cut her off. Well, anyway, guys, we got to keep moving on. And hey, I got to tell you, we're pretty excited right now about this next product, because this next product is coming to us from Butler Robotics. And guys, this is an exclusive Sewing Machines Plus product. Hey, we've worked with Butler very closely on the robotic systems. And we've been talking to John Hawks out at Butler, and about developing something just for Sewing Machines Plus that we can do. And we are super excited about this next product. It is called the Butler Basics. And we wanted to try to have some different robotic systems that you could have entry level. And, give you a little teaser. We are going to be coming out with some other models, but this is called the Butler Basic. We're going to highlight today. We got a good friend of ours, Jen Alexander. She's a shop owner out there in Utah. She's going to be on the show to help us demonstrate it. I don't know if John's here with us or not. John may be there with her, but is John here? So John Hawks is going to be with her too. So welcome to the show, John and Jen.
Hey, Blaine, thanks for inviting us. As you mentioned, this is the new Butler. It's for Sewing Machines Plus exclusively. This is the basic unit. You can see, I hope you can see, very similar to the traditional Butler for mechanical purposes, but everything else is different. And what we're going to be showing you today, I've got Jen here. She's going to show us some of the features that this system has. So with that, Jen.
All right. So one thing that's nice about this system is that you don't actually connect any cables to the electronics of your existing machine. So what it's going to do is it's going to prompt you to make your stitches, and going to prompt you to push your run button so that when it's moving the machine that you actually get that stitch. So let's go ahead and show you. So I can bring in a pattern. It comes with a 7-inch screen. So let's go ahead and let's do this little honeybee pattern. We're in the state of Utah, and that's very big here. And when you're going to scale and size your pattern, we can take that pattern and go ahead and change that pattern with just our fingers and using, let's go over a little bit more. Okay, so we can change that size. So if you need it to be bigger or smaller, depending on your block on your quilt, then you can just do that way. You can also change the size here. Let's see where we're at. And we're going to quilt this out. So we're going to go into our home and going to do our green for go. And on there, we're going to say, okay, check mark. We're ready to go. And it's going to bring our machine down to our start point. And it says cycle your needle. So it just says make a single stitch. So I do that and I said, okay, I've done that. And it's going to say pull up the bobbin thread. So it releases the motors. Thank you. It releases the motors so that we can move the machine. And then when we say, okay, we've done that, it's going to bring it back to that spot. And it says cycle your machine to lock your stitches. So I'm just going to do some single stitches just to lock it. And then we're going to say, it says start the machine, and then we're going to go, and then it's going to move the machine really fast. It was set super fast. So the nice thing about that is it can just do a beautiful stitch out. You don't have to worry about hooking those different wires to your machine. And all you need is a long arm machine that has a stitch regulator already hooked to it. So we don't have side clamps. But okay, so one thing that's nice is we can do just individual blocks, or you can do like pantograph patterns from edge to edge on your quilt. There's a lot of really cool modern patterns that people are putting on quilts nowadays. So you can do that, and we will go ahead and show you that. It's almost getting to the top of our little honeybee. And then, so I can show you how to set up a pantograph. And then you can also repeat it across. You can do an autofill, so you can bring in a pattern and it can autofill your area. And you can scale manually. And we'll show you all those. Almost done. It just has to come down this side. I don't know how well you can see that. Okay. And you guys feel free to type in any questions you have and we can answer those for you. All right. And this is done. Okay, so it's going to say turn off the stitching, and then you're going to do your lock stitches. And then it just lets it free. So then you can set your next block.
Can we get a close up on the stitching?
Yeah. Let's do a little bit closer. Get the thread out of the way. It's so bright. Should I turn the lights down on it? There we go. Is that better? Can they see that better?
I think so.
Okay, great. All right, so let me get it a little bit closer and we'll zoom into our screen. And then I can show you guys how to. So the thing that's cool about this pattern is you can use it in a block, and you can also, we're going to show you how to repeat across. So this can be a border. So you can repeat that across on your screen. I'm going to make that brighter. And then maybe there. Can they see better? Awesome. Okay, so you can repeat that across. You can also have done the autofill, which will just fill it to your space that you've created, the parameters of your quilt area. And then, let's see. So let me show you how to do like an individual block. So I'm just going to erase this one by pushing a minus button. And we're going to do individual block. We're going to go into layout and add a pattern box. And we're going to do our four corners.
They would like to know if we can show the belts and how that works.
The belts. Okay. Oh, so the white belt, the X and the Y axis belts.
Sure, we can show that at some point.
Yeah, we can show that in a little bit. Okay, so we're going to bring in a pattern. And we can go, what's nice is we have these tags, and we can come in and just click the one that says blocks and pull in a block, and then we can bring that in, go into our scale, and just take that pattern and just bring it to the size of our block. And then we're ready to quilt it out. So that's kind of cool. And then we can also delete. We're going to show them an edge to edge because I really didn't show them a great edge to edge. So we're going to delete this whole box. Just do a minus in our layout. Okay, and so if we wanted to do an edge to edge across this whole quilt, I can come into patterns and deselect blocks and go into Pantos, not projects, into Pantos, and then find a cute Panto. Here's a bubble. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring it. We can either do autofill and it would fill the whole thing, or I can do undo because that might be a little dense for what you want. So you can do 10 undos. So it'll remember the last 10 steps. So you can do 10 undo buttons. And then let's go ahead and scale that a little bit bigger. Let's go. And then we can repeat it across. And then make it fit our area. Come out a little bit so I can just grab that. And it's so nice to just be able to quilt this. I can say, do I want it longer and they're ovals, or do I want to keep it to where they're in pattern proportions? So, okay. And then we'd go ahead and we could quilt this out also. But, okay, another thing, let's show you how you can mirror designs. So I'm going to get rid of this design just by pushing minus. And we have a really cool pattern that right here. So I'm going to bring that in. The cool thing about this one is I can bring this across and repeat it across. And then I can have it vertically come down. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it. But the thing that's cool about this pattern is I can just bring in a second pattern and move it down so you can see it. And then I can repeat it across. So if we go and repeat the same one across all the way, I'm gonna go out so I can see the whole thing. And then we can actually flip this. So we can do a flip, and then it takes that pattern, and now it's created a whole different look to that same block. So you can flip your patterns, you can rotate them, you can mirror them. And so really your imagination is a lot of what's going to happen with the system. Is the more you can imagine, the more you'll be able to do with it. So, okay. There are also integrated help videos. Are those downloaded on here? Okay, so we can go. So if you have a question, you're like, well, what does this, you don't know if they are? We'll see. Okay, so if they're downloaded on the tablet, I can go into info and touch, and it says rotate the pattern. It's not part of that.
Oh, no.
Oh. Okay, so the, yeah, it's just not present. We haven't downloaded it on here, but it would actually pull up a video, and then you could watch that, and it would be like a little tutorial on your quilting machine, so you wouldn't have to go and find your YouTube channel and watch it there. So, okay, but that info button is really nice because it kind of helps to teach you what each, like this one would, you can create a new, save your file, or, you know, move your patterns. So you can just really, it helps to take out the guesswork, or if you haven't used it for a while. So, okay, let's see what else we got. Okay, how to back up if I throw, okay. If you have a thread break.
How to do a thread break.
Okay, so let's go and just quilt out a little bit of this pattern. So, oops, I've already pushed the, because that's a lot to quilt. It'll take us a while. So I'm going to move it so I'm not on top of my beehive. Okay, so if I go and want to quilt this, and then you run out of bobbins, so we're first going to start. It says make sure your needle's up, and you say, okay, my needle's up, and it's going to move to that start point. Then it's going to ask you to make a stitch, and you say, okay, I've done my stitch. So it kind of tells you exactly what you need to do. It says pull up your bobbin, then press OK, and I don't even have to move it back, so I can press OK, and it's going to bring it back to that start point. And then at this point, you're just going to make your locks. And then start the machine. and it's going to go through. It slows down at the point, so you get that nice, like when it's more detailed, it'll slow down, so it's not just bouncing out of those points and corners. So if I end up getting a thread break, then I'm just going to push pause, and it's going to stop the machine, and I'm going to say, okay, I've had a thread break, and then I'm going to break my thread. But so if you ran out of bobbin, then you would come back and you'd say, okay, it had asked, you know, move it back to where your position is that you want to start. So I would just go back, you know, 5-6 stitches and then do my little green check mark. And it's going to say, is this where you want to start? And I say, yes. And then it asks me to make my stitch.
People are saying it's too bright.
Yeah, it's too bright.
Okay, I can change that.
We can't get there.
Okay.
They're saying maybe turn off one of the overhead lights.
Maybe can try the overhead light.
Sure.
Okay. Does that look better?
We'll see.
Or we can just turn off the lights on the machine itself. Cancel. Maybe. So, okay, does that look better? A little bit.
I'm waiting for answers.
Okay. All right. So I had backed out of this. So even if I had completely backed out and it doesn't even give me my green check mark anymore, I can come into our go, our green for go, and then it'll say set start instead of our check mark. And when we go to set start, it says move to the desired start point. And I'm just going to go back to the line that I want to start at and say, this is where I want to start. And it says, do your single stitch. And I already have, because I have my needle up, my thread up. And then we can, they want to see it stitching. So you can
want to see the stitches.
Oh, the stitches. Okay. So we've pulled up the bobbin. And then doesn't like the, okay. Great. Okay. All right, and you can also save your layout. So if you have a really large quilt that you're quilting and you don't want to finish, then you can actually save that layout, and then the next day pull that layout up and finish quilting your quilt. So let me show you how to do that. This is almost done. It does a beautiful stitch out. I love how controlled it is when, and you can say, I mean, you guys saw before when I had changed the speed, so I can go slower or I can go faster, and it all just depends on the design and how it's stitching out. So if it's something that's a lot more loops and more open, then I would go ahead and just do faster. But if it's more specific where it needs to be, like very detailed, then I would slow it down. Okay, so we just made our lock stitches and said, okay, now it's going to release that. Okay. All right, so say I had this pattern and I wanted to save it. It was a whole, let's go ahead and make it in a, all the way across. Okay, so this is our layout and we want to save it for the next day. And so we're going to go into layout. And usually you would do this before you started quilting. So if you have a power outage or whatever, then you have that saved. And we're going to go into this little floppy disk for those who remember floppy disks. And I'm going to save it. And I usually just save it under my name. My name's Jen. And then it will save that layout. And then the next day I would come back, and what I do is I leave the last row on the quilting machine. I don't roll my machine. And so when I pull up that pattern, I'm going to pull up Jen and say open. It says move the machine to the quilt area of origin. And that's just going to be your back left corner of your quilt area. And it's going to bring it in. And then I would match my start point with my previous row that I've already quilted. And go into edit and into move and move start. So I moved my needle to where that other row had started. And then I'm lined up. I have my tablet and my quilt are in sync so that I can just finish quilting. And then nesting, we can do nesting. So we're going to go into home. So say this pattern here is the last row we quilted. So we want to nest our, now obviously you could quilt a lot more. You could probably do three different rows of this because it's so much smaller than our quilt area. But we could come in after you finish quilting, you would hit the nesting icon, which is little hearts in the bottom left. And you're going to select your nesting point. And what I do is I don't mark it with a pen or anything. I just put my needle down and then I roll the quilt. So we're going to just quickly roll the quilt. And okay. So then we are going to say, okay, I've rolled the quilt and I'm already at my nesting point because my needle's down. And I'm saying, because it says move the machine to your nesting point. Since I'm already there, I'm just going to say, okay. And then it actually shows, I'm going to zoom in and see if you guys can see that it shows the previous row in gray and the next row we want to quilt is in black. And if that spacing looked bad, at this point, I would go ahead and adjust it. So I'd pull up my needle and I could adjust that spacing if I needed to be closer or farther away just by moving the machine, which is pretty cool. And then I'd get it at the right spacing and click OK. And then you're ready to quilt your next row. So nesting is really easy. It's nice because you don't have, it's very consistent because you're going to set that spacing previous. So it's nice to be able to do that. With the system, you're going to want to have a lot of patterns that are more rectangular because they can fit inside your quilt. And so let's go into, like here's another great one that comes on the machine. I'm going to delete this one. And this one has ABCs and 1, 2, 3. It's by Nancy Hackey from Wasatch Quilting. And then I'm going to scale it to my area. And then this is another one. See how easy it is to set it up? So to set the spacing between the two rows, I can bring in a second row. I'm going to zoom in. And then you can see the spacing between. And if I need it bigger, I would do a vertical spacing that's larger. Or if they needed to be closer, then I would do minus. So we have the spacing here. And we can just get that set so that it remembers that during that nesting process when you're rolling your quilt. So, okay, let's go ahead. So that's pretty fun. All right. So see if there's anything else we need. Any other questions we got?
Just what's the memory? How much memory is on that display?
8 gigabytes.
So it has line patterns are so tiny. Like you really can fit a lot of patterns on here. So it's not that you really have to worry about it's slowing the system down. I mean, on mine, I have a ton of patterns on mine, and it works just great. So you don't have to. I know I've heard on some other systems that you have to have, you put on the ones you're using the most, and then you keep the others on your computer. This one you don't. I just have them all on there, and it does a great job. So
8 gigabytes.
So 8 gigabytes.
Yep. Somebody wanted to see the belts, so I wonder
Okay.
if we want. Is that everything you're going to demo? Because we could
How
just
much
pull
time
this
do we
bar
have?
out and show them real quick. Want to show one more thing?
I don't know. How much time do we have?
4 minutes.
4 minutes? Yeah, let's show them the belts.
Okay.
So-
let's just pull this bar off.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
You want to? It's going to be kind of hard to show the belts because they're underneath the quilt. Okay.
Yeah. Is this based it on? Can we just pull it off?
I don't know. We got pins on. So we'll just pull this off so you guys can see
Yep.
the belt.
We'll have to hurry because we're out of time.
We're getting close. We're on the clock.
Okay.
So you can see you have the robot is hooked to your carriage. And then you have a black belt. And this is what moves your machine front to back.
This would show on the back
So-
side that you cannot see.
So, and then behind this is where the white belt connects. And what's nice is you can disconnect and reconnect to that white belt really quickly. It's just a lever. So you just move the larger part of the lever over, bring the little one over, and then you're released. And then you can move the machine really easy. So that's for free motion. To engage the white belt, just moving that lever to the right. And there's another
I think
belt.
we can pull it up and show the release on the y-axis. Maybe.
Maybe.
We're already prepared for this, but some people have asked, so
We'll bring
let's
it.
do it.
Okay, so on this side, oh,
Maybe you can
There we
see it
go.
right there.
so on this side we have our belt is connected here, and we can just disconnect it by little thumb screws that are right here. Got to set down my needles or my pins.
That's okay. You can just show where they are.
Yeah. So right here, you would just undo these two and then pull that bracket off, and then you'd be done. So pretty quick. Now that we have a great big mess on our quilt. But
Well, we tore it apart.
that's okay. All right. Well, it
So
was
again, that's the new exclusive robot for Sewing Machines Plus, and we're excited to be releasing it and introducing it today. Any questions, Blaine?
Well, hey, John, what, again, when we're talking about this, what all different type of machines that would this fit on?
you just need a machine that has a stitch regulator. So if it's regulated, then we can put one of these on there. If it doesn't have a stitch regulator, then this would not work for you.
So basically, if anybody out there has any kind of older machine, that, as long as it's a machine that has stitch regulation, it's on a frame, we can mount this robotic system on it, and they can have fully robotics on their quilting machine.
And even if it's not regulated, you guys can upgrade it.
Okay, very good. All right, guys. Well, hey, Jen, thank you so much for coming in and doing the demonstration.
You're
John,
welcome,
we truly
Blaine.
appreciate it. And we know this is an exclusive product just for Sewing Machines Plus, and we got more to come, don't we? So
we do.
got some more to come, but this is our what's called the Butler Basics, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get that right now. So again, guys, this is the Butler Basics. This is an exclusive machine just for Sewing Machines Plus. You can't find this anywhere else, and the price is going to be $44.99. Again, that is a call-in special. Give us a call, and they can take care of you at the call center, or if you're on the website, just type in Butler. It'll take you to the product page, and our chat people can help you out. If you're on the website, the online chat people can help you out there. We do have free shipping right to your door nationwide, and we're going to have some special financing available too if you need some financing on this. But again, guys, a great price at $44.99 if you want to make your quilting machine robotic. And again, if you've got a quilt machine that is sitting on a frame, we can make it work on your frame. And then if it doesn't have stitch regulation, we do have some alternatives for you as well. But give us a call. We can walk you through all that. 800-401-8151. And again, guys, I think that wraps it up. We have completed day 3 of Quilt Fest.
Y'all.
So Kyle and Andrea and Roger are still alive. Now we don't have a camera set up in the chat room where Deb and her team's at, and we don't have a camera set up in the call center. But hey, we're thinking about putting a camera in the call center tomorrow, and out in the warehouse so we can check on those guys, make sure they're still alive. But everybody's working hard for y'all, and again, got to thank Butler for being one of our sponsors, and John Hawks over there. Are all the things he does for us, and we sure do appreciate them being part of the show. And again, guys, it's a brand new exclusive product you can only see here that we brought to you, and we're pretty happy about that. So, guys, it is time for giveaway time. What do y'all think about that? We're going to give some prizes away, and we're also going to pick our third finalist for that $50,000 Dream Studio. And guys, we're pretty excited about that. That's going to be pretty awesome. And but again, we've got some great products we're going to give away again today. And kind of getting back to and tomorrow, don't make sure you get on the show tomorrow. We're going to start the live feed at 8 a.m. I'm going to go on air at 8:15, and hey, we're going to show our quilt finalists in the quilt contest. We had 6 finalists. We're going to show their quilts again. We're going to talk about some of the prizes we're giving away, and we'll talk a little bit about that, how you can win that Dream Studio again as well. But hey, we hope that you'll join in tomorrow as well, because we've got a lot more prizes to give away. And so it'll be day 4 of Quilt Fest. And man, it's going by already fast, isn't it, team?
It is.
All right, but guys, we've got some great prizes to give away today. And so the first thing we're giving away today, we have a Baby Lock Zest sewing machine that we're going to give away. And Kyle, he oiled his wheel up. He greased it all up. It's ready to go smoothly. So Kyle, let's go ahead and spin that wheel.
There we go. There we go. There we get the music. There we go.
Rhonda Moritz.
Moritz.
Rhonda Moritz, you are our winner. And she was watching from YouTube. So Rhonda, congratulations. And you just won yourself a Baby Lock Vest. So Rhonda, sent us an email to contest. Contest plural with an S on the end of contest at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and let us know your shipping address, Rhonda, and we'll get that shipped out to you next week as soon as we receive your information. All right, let's keep moving on. Our next product we're going to give away is the Martelli large square templates. We got to see those on the show today, and those are the large square templates. We're going to give one of those sets away. And again, Kyle, spin that wheel. Priscilla Paris. So congratulations, Priscilla. You just won yourself that Martelli large square templates. And Priscilla, what we need you to do to claim your prize is send us an email to contest, plural with an S on the end of it, at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and let us know your shipping address, and we'll get that shipped out to you. So congratulations. All right, so now we have a gift from Synchrony, right?
Synchrony, yes.
Synchrony, and you get, how's this work now, Kyle?
So they have, we'll send you a link, whoever the winner is, and there's 3 gifts that you can choose from. I believe it's luggage, headphones, and I forget what the third one is. It's a backpack with like plates and stuff, like a picnic type thing. Yeah.
So you get to choose from 3 items, and what we're going to do for that winner, if you didn't hear, the winner, we're going to send you email you a link. You can go on that website and pick up those 3. And we sure do appreciate Synchrony providing this for us. So, Kyle, spin that wheel. What if I win, Kyle?
You get to pick one of the 3, I think.
Johnny Champ.
Johnny Champ.
What a name. I like that, Johnny Champ.
That, yeah.
So, Johnny, you get to pick. So, Johnny, just all we need you to do is just send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we'll send you an email back with that link so you can go to that website and pick out one of those 3 prizes that Synchrony has provided for us.
For anyone that's winning stuff this week, we'll be shipping everything out next week. So give us a couple days.
Yeah, we got to, after Friday, we have to decompress over the weekend, and then we'll start trying to ship the products out next week for the free prizes.
Yeah.
So next up, guys, we are going to give a Janome 780 DC sewing machine away, which is an awesome little sewing machine, and we really like this machine. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
Everybody cross your fingers.
Lauren Scott.
Lauren Scott.
Lauren.
So congratulations, Lori.
Scott.
She is our winner. She's watching from YouTube today as well. And so, is it Lori?
Lori,
right?
Yeah.
Lori. Okay, so Lori, hey, here's what we need you to do is send us an email to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know your shipping address, and we'll get your Janome sent out to you as soon as we receive your information. Okay, guys, we got another machine we're giving away. It is a Baby Lock Accomplish. And guys, this is a really nice machine. Now, what's the price point on this, Kyle?
This guy, I want to say, is about, is it $7.99?
I think it's $7.99 if I remember correctly. This is a nice machine.
Don't quote.
I'm quoting Andrea on that.
$9.99.
$9.99. So it's even more. So $999 machine we're giving away. This is the Baby Lock Accomplish. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go. This is for the Baby Lock Accomplish.
Karen Poole. So congratulations, Karen. You are our winner. She's also watching from YouTube. Yes. I think the majority of people watching from YouTube
A lot
today,
of people watch from YouTube.
So congratulations, Karen. Again, to claim your prize, send us an email to contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com and give us your shipping address, and we'll get your prize shipped out to you next week. All right, so we got another machine we're giving away, and this is a Burnett 05 Academy. And this is coming to us from Bernina. And so Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
Joanne Shepard Hall.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Joanne. So Joanne, give us an email at contestplural@SewingMachinesPlus.com to claim your prize and give us your shipping address. And as soon as we receive that information, we'll get this shipped out to you next week.
That's all the giveaways.
So that's all our giveaways for today. So great job, everybody. That was awesome. A lot of great gifts. So our finalists. So we got a drawing for our finalists, and we're getting ready to announce that winner. And again, we are drawing a finalist every single day. We're going to draw a finalist that goes in the pot Friday for the drawing for that $50,000 Dream Studio. And our third day finalist is Maggie Sue. So congratulations, Maggie Sue. You are a finalist for the $50,000 Dream Studio. And so I can't wait, man. It's going to be pretty good.
Yes.
So that drawing, we're going to have that on Friday. So if your name didn't get drawn today, hey, don't get discouraged. Again, you got 2 more days that you can get a chance to get in there. And again, you want to know how you can win? Hey, it's called participation. You know, if you went and voted on the quilts during that contest, that get your name put in there. If you've been on here every single day and putting, doing comments and asking questions, that's going to help your chances. And again tomorrow. So tonight, even after the show is over, if you go back, if you're working right now and you come in and you want to participate, just put your name, or put some comments, ask questions in the chat or the comment area underneath the video. So like if you're on YouTube, there'll be a chat area or a comment area. Put a question, make a comment there. If you're on Facebook, you do the same thing. That's also going to enter you to win, so you'll have a chance to do that. So make sure you do that. If you're watching tomorrow live, share videos. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube, subscribe. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, like it. Do all those things. It's going to help your chances to win tomorrow to get into that drawing. So we'll pick another name tomorrow afternoon. It'll be our 4th finalist, so you don't want to miss that and get that chance to win. But guys, we sure do appreciate everybody tuning in today. And I know some of y'all been here since Monday watching the whole show, and we appreciate that. We hope that you are excited about all the specials that we're showing on the show this week. We have got some great deals that we've had so far. We're gonna have even more great deals coming in the next 2 days. And the thing about it, everything you've seen on the show so far, all those specials go all the way through close of business on Friday, which will be 6 p.m. Pacific time on Friday. All these specials you'll be able to take advantage of to then. If you can't get through on the phones tomorrow, again, Kyle's going to be putting that Google chat link up in there, or the Google Sheets link, and you'll be able to go in there. And so if you're having trouble getting through the phones, hey, tomorrow in the chat in the morning, let us know. We'll make sure that you have that link so you can just go to that and fill it out, and the call center will give you a call. So Again, guys, we sure do appreciate you joining in. Tomorrow morning, we'll come on air at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time, and I'll come on about 15 minutes after the hour, and we'll get the show started. So until then, guys, we hope you have a great rest of your night. We'll see y'all in the morning.